everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi, the Multiverse Portal, author, Dragon X synopsis. When August acquired a two-way dimensional portal, he fully expected to be dumped into a zombie-infested apocalypse. Instead, he hit the iSky jackpot, a safe, randomized transport straight into the lively streets of Orario, the setting of Danmachi. August isn't some hot-blooded teenager looking to play hero. He's a pragmatic adult. He knows he has no combat experience and no magical lineage, so his survival plan is simple: keep his head down and fly entirely under the radar. As Hestia's divine blood again spills onto his back, it does more than just activate his muscles. It forcefully accelerates his abilities, carving a transformative status board onto his skin at level 1. Spatial resistance, temporal resistance, spatial backpack magic, healing fire. August just wanted to lay low. Now, he's the most wanted man in Orario. Chapter 1 to 53, Chapter 1, The Visitor from Another World. 1254 words. The Grand Labyrinth City built above the dungeon Orario. Inside the headquarters of the Hephaestus Familia. 3 very different figures stood in a tight circle, staring at one another in a silent standoff. One was Hephaestus, a striking goddess dressed in men's clothing. The other was Hestia, a petite goddess with a youthful face and surprisingly voluptuous curves. Both of them were goddesses. Their eyes were locked onto a man dressed in modern clothing, a travel backpack slung casually over his shoulders. The man's name was August. He was a grown man in his mid-20s. August wasn't native to this world. More precisely, he came from Earth and possessed a two-way portal that allowed him to travel between dimensions. Unlike those typical portal tropes where people end up in zombie-infested wastelands, or collapsed societies, portals that seemed random, but actually targeted hyperdangerous worlds, his was different. Instead of dragging him into a crisis, his portal was a randomized gateway with the highest safety protocols. Logically speaking, if August had handed a portal like this over to the United States government, the whole country would have entered an era of explosive growth. But the truth was, when August actually tried to cooperate with the authorities, he found reality to be a bit too absurd. There were already countless delusional people there, filing fake reports and claiming they had teleportation powers. It made August, the actual real deal, feel so awkward that he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. The officials just treated them all to a free meal, and promptly sent them packing. The sheer second-hand embarrassment left August breaking out in a cold sweat. Faced with that circus, August decided to use the portal on his own. His portal's safe, randomized jump had dropped him right here into this world filled with gods and dungeons. Relying on his memories and facing a language barrier, he had used information from his phone to sketch the emblem of the Hephaestus Familia. With a little pointing and gesturing from helpful strangers, he finally managed to find this place. Thanks to her divine authority, Hephaestus was miraculously able to understand his language. Hephaestus had listened as August specifically asked to find Hestia. Obviously, Hephaestus brought her over. "Were you looking for me?" Hestia studied the young man's outfit. His clothes were clearly foreign to this world, and even more striking was how smooth his skin was compared to that of the average commoner or adventurer. More importantly, if not for her divine authority translating his words, she wouldn't have understood a single thing he was saying. "Hello, goddess," August spoke. "My name is August. I come from another world, and I arrived here using a special dimension crossing ability. Since this is my first time in this world and this city, I'm hoping to join your familia." He was honest and direct, getting straight to the point and clearly expressing what he wanted without beating around the bush. A flicker of surprise flashed in both Hephaestus's and Hestia's eyes. They knew nothing about this young man's background, but through his straightforward words, they could tell August wasn't lying. "You said you came from another world using some sort of dimension-crossing ability. Does that mean you can travel to other worlds as well?" Hephaestus analyzed his words carefully, realizing that August seemed to have initiated the crossing voluntarily, rather than being summoned against his will. If that were the case, it meant he could still make the jump back or anywhere else. August paused for a moment, weighing his options. Gods were very intelligent beings. They had lived countless eons longer than he had, and had seen practically everything. If he tried to hide it, they would easily see right through him. It was better to just be honest and upfront to build some goodwill and trust. Ugh! Hestia's eyes sparkled brightly at the revelation. Her mind was racing. To think an otherworldly traveler would seek her out the moment he arrived in this world, just to join her familia. Was she really that famous? An otherworldly child with the power to travel dimensions came looking for her. Honestly, she'd feel bad if she didn't accept him at this point. Hold on a second. Why would you look for this freeloader? Hephaestus was utterly baffled. He had gone through all the trouble of wandering around, asking the Adventurers Guild, tracking down her familia's emblem just to get here all, so he could join Hestia's faction. With an ability like that, he could easily join her familia instead. Hey, Hephaestus. That's taking it a little too far, don't you think? Why wouldn't he look for me? Hestia immediately stamped her foot in protest. They had known each other for ages. Having someone come all the way to her doorstep just to join her was a wonderful thing, wasn't it? Talking about her like that, was Hephaestus looking down on her? Freeloader. Hephaestus shot a disdainful glare at the friend she had known for hundreds of millions of years. The girl was currently staying at her familia's headquarters, living there rent-free like a complete freeloader. Honestly, it was about time Hestia kicked her out. And who would have thought that shortly after, an otherworldly traveler would march right up and choose to join Hestia's familia? But the most important part. This child from another world seemed to have the ability to travel freely between dimensions. He was essentially a walking treasure trove. Even the gods themselves didn't possess the power to traverse into alternate universes, yet this mortal child standing right in front of them did. If that wasn't a miracle, what was? Letting Hestia have him would be a waste. If I take him in, I can shape him into a phenomenal talent. With that thought in mind, become my son. My familia has access to every kind of weaponry imaginable. You can utilize anything you need, anytime. And if that's not enough, I will personally forge an exclusive weapon just for you. With my skills as the goddess of forging, I can offer you support unlike anyone else. Hephaestus completely bypassed Hestia, extending the invitation directly to August without a moment's hesitation. As long as he joined her familia, she could arrange whatever he needed. Hephaestus, you're crossing the line. Hestia couldn't believe it. Right after this otherworldly child clearly stated his intentions, her friend was actually trying to poach him right out from under her nose. That was way too far. She didn't even have a single child in her familia yet. But despite her protests, Hestia understood the reality of the situation all too well. When it came to supporting this traveler, the Hephaestus familia was undoubtedly one of the greatest assets in the world. A massive faction dedicated to forging weapons. If August set up camp here, he would have an endless armory at his disposal at all times. The realization of her own helplessness hit her hard. Hestia blinked and looked up at August, her eyes filled with hesitant uncertainty and barely restrained nerves. If she were being entirely honest, Hestia thought he really might be better off with Hephaestus instead of her. Hephaestus also fixed her intense gaze on August. Given the vast resources of her familia, there were countless ways she could support him. He was a grown man from another world. If he valued his own interests and survival above all else, then choosing her should have been the obvious decision. Chapter 2, The Ultimate Weapons. 1248 words for any struggling adventurer, or even an entire familia trying to expand. Hephaestus's offer was impossible to ignore. The promise of never having to worry about equipment or supplies again was practically a blessing from heaven. Hestia. August began. She's lazy. A total shut-in. And when it comes to actually getting things done, she's not exactly reliable. As a goddess, her character is beyond question, meaning she throws petty tantrums and forces her own warped logic on everyone around her. And her tastes are no different from the other gods. She's obsessed with pure-hearted, handsome boys, not grown men like me. August counted each point off on his fingers, listing what he considered her worst flaws. In the eyes of many, Hestia was useless. A complete dead weight. If you were an adult, congratulations. You were not even on her radar. Hestia physically recoiled, clutching her chest as though she had just been skewered by a barrage of invisible blades. Having her flaws laid out so bluntly felt like a public execution. She has plenty of flaws, August admitted. But at the very least, she would treat me with kindness and accept me exactly as I am, ordinary. That final word struck at the heart of the matter. He paused, then shifted his gaze. Let me ask you something. If I were permanently stranded in this world, and I didn't have my dimensional portals, would you still be willing to accept someone completely ordinary, someone with no special abilities at all, into your familia? It was a brutally honest question. If he didn't have his cheat skill, would a god still extend an invitation without hesitation? Back on Earth, most fans imagined that if they were ever transported to the world of Danmachi, they would immediately join the Loki familia. If not Loki, then maybe Ganesha or Hephaestus. Almost no one would choose Hestia. But the harsh reality was this: if you were an average nobody in your original world, acquiring a cheat skill here didn't wipe away the fact that your life had been very ordinary so far. August knew full well that he wasn't some one-in-a-million genius. He was just an ordinary man who had lived a normal life. Strip away his portal, and would any of these elite, tightly run familias really accept someone that ordinary? No, Hephaestus answered. She would never have taken August in if he were just some talentless guy. The moment she said it, Hephaestus understood why this traveler from another world had chosen Hestia without a second thought, and why he wouldn't choose her. That was the deciding difference between them. She couldn't burden the children already fighting under her banner, just to take pity on someone without talent. That would be entirely irresponsible. But what if Hestia had already established a familia of her own? Hephaestus pressed, refusing to concede just yet. Would you still choose her then? She felt like she had to reframe the scenario, at least. August nodded. Because she's capable of accepting an average guy like me. If I joined her familia, I would at least have a baseline guarantee of survival. And once survival is secured, only then can I afford to think about anything else. Hephaestus quietly considered his answer. If he were just a powerless traveler stranded in an unfamiliar world, Hestia might genuinely be the only one willing to help him. And for a man who is only trying to survive, that kind of unconditional acceptance would be hard not to hold on to. It was an answer with almost no weak spots. A goddess's gentle honesty could sometimes land like an unavoidable blow. I surrender, Hephaestus said with a wry smile. I've completely lost. She realized she had been thoroughly defeated. She could not offer the same warmth Hestia could. At best, she could approach him calmly and rationally, and speak to him as an experienced mentor. Deep down, she also understood that this traveler had likely come from a peaceful society, not a world shaped by constant bloodshed. Hestia was practically a waterfall of tears, moved by his defense. This guy from another world was seriously way too good to her. Come on, let's form our contract right now. The thought of taking in such a sensible, wonderful child was enough to make her wake up laughing from a dead sleep. Hold on a second. August interrupted her. He wasn't the type to hide his cards. Since he was actively choosing to join her familia, there were naturally a few things he needed to lay out on the table. Hestia. If you accept me today, you might lose the chance to recruit a true hero from this world. Are you prepared to accept that? August felt he had to make that clear right from the start. The moment he joined her, their futures would become tied together. Sooner or later, things would happen that would make her realize he had foreknowledge of the future anyway. Since he had chosen honesty, he had no intention of beginning with deception. Having taken it this far, he had to let her know where he came from and exactly how he already knew who she was. A hero. Hephaestus's eyes narrowed. She hadn't expected him to use that particular word. Of course she knew what a hero was, she just never thought she would hear such an ancient term spoken aloud again. Heroes belong to legends from ages long past. In my world, August explained calmly, the events of your world are passed down as stories. Think of them as the kind of tales bards would tell. And in that story, you are one of the main heroines. Your first true Familia member is destined to become a hero. He laid it all out without sugarcoating a thing. Hestia, who had been riding high on excitement just a second ago, was absolutely floored by this sudden dump of information. However, her brain managed to lock onto the single most appealing detail. Main heroine. You're saying I'm a main heroine? Obviously, the idea delighted her. It was the first time she had ever been the star of anything. Usually, she was nothing more than a background extra in everyone else's story. August's sweat dropped, entirely unprepared for her brain to take that specific detour. Still, he felt the need to issue a quick reality check. Look, let me clarify something first. You may be the first heroine to appear, but as for where you actually rank, August started counting on his fingers. That straightforward gesture immediately froze the huge grin on Hestia's face. What did he mean, first to appear? And why did he need to use his fingers to figure out a ranking? After silently tallying them up in his head, August spoke. On the heroine popularity poll, you rank 9th. He delivered the rough estimate without flinching. Hestia felt as though her soul had just shattered into a million pieces. The first one to show up but 9th in popularity. What kind of sick joke was that? Ha 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 ha. Hephaestus, who had been feeling thoroughly bested just minutes ago, finally lost all composure and threw her head back in laughter. She never saw that punchline coming. She felt like she had just been handed enough blackmail material to mock Hestia for the rest of eternity. The 9th heroine. How priceless. Keep the chapters coming. Support the story with Power Stones. Chapter 3, one or the other 14-18 words. Hestia practically overheated. August, how the hell am I ranked 9th? She flat out refused to believe it. How was she possibly in 9th place? It made no sense. She had the looks. She had the determination. So why was her popularity ranking scraping the bottom of the barrel? Because you aren't the main heroine, Auguste replied bluntly. In the primary timeline, the title of the main heroine belongs to Ace Wallenstein of the Loki Familia. In the alternate timeline, the lead female role goes to Ryu Lion of the Astrea Familia. Now, if we are strictly talking about goddesses who hold genuine romantic affinity, you only rank 3rd in that category. First place goes to Freya. Second place is the goddess of the moon, Artemis. And then it's you in 3rd. The moment those words left his mouth, Hephaestus laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha. She was seriously going to die of laughter. Sure, she had just missed out on recruiting an otherworldly traveler, but the sheer entertainment of this gossip was worth its weight in gold. It was just too funny. And mind you, you only got that spot because Hephaestus and Mike vouched for you, August added, crossing his arms over his chest. I did that. Well, it certainly sounds like something I would do. Hephaestus hadn't expected to be part of the story, but thinking about it, she naturally would have offered advice on a mortal goddess romance, especially for her closest friend. Mike was also one of Hestia's close friends, so it made perfect sense that they would all try to counsel her through those kinds of issues. Yet even with all that wing-manning, she was still barely clinging to 9th place. Why is my life so miserable? Hestia felt completely numb. As the very first female lead to be introduced, only to completely lose her place as the main heroine, this was nothing short of a disgrace to her dignity as a goddess. You've got to be kidding me. Hestia refused to accept defeat. As the first heroine to appear, how could she possibly lose like this? Wasn't this basically proof that she was destined to become the ultimate losing heroine? You already have a hero. What more could you possibly want? Hephaestus said, trying to console her overly dramatic friend. If you can't hold on to the heroine spot, then you just can't. Stumbling into a destined hero was already the ultimate stroke of luck. Wanting to monopolize the main heroine spot on top of that was simply greedy. And greed, especially when taken that far, was never a good look. All right, that's enough already. Hephaestus nudged her with an elbow. You need to answer August's question. If you choose him now, you really might lose out on the chance to recruit that hero. Hephaestus fully grasped the weight of the term hero in this context. This was likely a mortal deliberately groomed by a major god and sent to Rio for a specific, predetermined purpose. And given what that implied, the one pulling the strings behind the scenes had to be someone she knew all too well. A single name immediately surfaced in Hephaestus's mind. If anyone had both the free time and the nerve to secretly groom a true hero, it had to be that old geezer, or that old hag. If there was a specific target in play, then his encounter with Hestia had likely been meant to happen from the very beginning. It was not chance. Someone had been quietly guiding them toward each other all along. If Hestia rushed into a contract with this otherworldly traveler, there was a very real chance she would disrupt that fate and lose her destined hero entirely. Hestia groaned, her face twisting in a deep moral conflict. Even though her intuition told her that this hero was somehow intrinsically tied to her destiny, there was a traveler right in front of her, one with incredible, unique powers practically begging to join her. This is such a hard choice. Suddenly, a thought struck Hestia. Excuse me, but is that hero already in the city right now? She sought clarification, needing to know if this supposedly legendary existence had already set foot in Rio. August did some quick mental math. In fact, there is a very high chance he is wandering around right now, trying to take the entrance exams for various familias. Given that Hestia was still freeloading off Hephaestus, the original protagonist Belcranel was almost certainly getting rejected from familia after familia at this exact moment in the timeline. Hestia realized what that meant. The hero was currently enduring the trials to join other factions. That meant he was already here, looking for a home, and she was likely going to be his absolute last resort. Then I choose you. After mulling it over for a brief moment, Hestia voiced her final decision. Deep down, the idea of a destined hero naturally made her heart flutter. But the mortal standing before her was not some fated hero, and yet he had still gone out of his way to find her. If she accepted the exclusive, future-seeing knowledge this traveler offered, only to cast him aside for that destined hero later, she would feel like a truly underhanded goddess. It was a choice between the two. If she chose the traveler, she couldn't choose the hero. And if she chose the hero, Hestia wouldn't be able to live with her own guilty conscience. Are you sure you don't want him? August knew exactly how to poke at her established character traits. That boy is the direct reincarnation of the hero Argonaut, the very one you've been obsessing over. The reincarnation of Argonaut. In every single lifetime, a goddess had stepped forward to offer him her divine protection. Countless gods in the heaven had been keeping a close eye out for this hero's return, and Hestia was undeniably one of them. In fact, one of the primary reasons she had descended to the lower world in the first place was because she sensed his soul had finally reincarnated. Stop talking right now. If you say one more word, I'm going to cave. Hestia could feel her resolve cracking. She was already severely tempted. This was the legendary Argonaut they were talking about. The whole reason she came down here was essentially to wait for him. Let's go make the contract. Hestia was already losing the battle against her own desires. She had to drag August away and complete the fauna immediately, or what little self-control she had left was going to shatter completely. When Hephaestus heard the word hero paired with reincarnation of Argonaut, she couldn't deny that even her own interest was thoroughly piqued. Hey kid, what's the actual name of this hero? A new opportunistic plan had just formed in Hephaestus's mind. She might have lost out on the otherworldly traveler, but she would gladly snatch up the hero without a second thought. After all, if he was currently taking Familia entrance exams, that meant he was a total rookie. A fresh rookie with a little bit of guidance could be easily scooped up, and securing a hero of that caliber would send her Familia's reputation skyrocketing. August opened his mouth, fully prepared to drop Belle's name. Hestia exploded before he could even utter a syllable. Information this crucial requires a transaction. Even if she couldn't have him, she was going to sell this intel for the highest possible price. The identity of a destined hero, especially the rumored reincarnation of Argonaut, was a goldmine of sellable information. Hey. Hestia, now you're just being unreasonable. Hephaestus watched Hestia bristle like a defensive cat, thinking her friend was being incredibly stingy. But then it dawned on her. Oh, I see. It looks like someone is going to need some starting capital to get their brand new Familia off the ground. As long as the intel is accurate, I will pay. Hephaestus figured that if she didn't shell out some actual valice to buy the information, her stubborn friend would take the secret to her grave. Building a Familia from scratch was no easy task. And you could never escape the cold, hard reality of needing money to do it. Seeing the goddess of forging yield, Hestia let out a long, quiet sigh of relief. All right, August. Let's go form our contract. Keep the chapters coming. Support the story with Power Stones. Chapter 4, The Contract, a city. 1321 words. Since they were inside Hephaestus's private workshop, there was no need for secrecy. August lay face down on the sofa. Hestia straddled his back, raising her smooth left hand. Holding a needle, she pricked her own finger. A single drop of divine blood fell onto August's skin. In this world, adventurers received their fauna through a unique contract with a god. The divine blood acted as a catalyst to unlock their latent potential. But the exact second the blood touched August's skin, two enormous waves of energy slammed into each other. The shockwave hurled Hestia off August's back and sent her flying. Seeing the situation turn bad, Hephaestus rushed forward at once and caught her. By then, August had already closed his eyes, sinking into a deep sleep. A prismatic pillar of light burst from his back, throbbing with overwhelming power. What the hell is going on? Isn't this just a standard contract? It was the first time Hephaestus had ever witnessed an awakening like this. By all logic, forming a contract with an ordinary human like August should not have caused any kind of anomaly. And yet, that single drop of suspended divine blood was violently resisting him. It was as though something deep within August's body was fighting back, refusing to let the divine energy merge with him. My blood is being rejected. Could it be that August has some sort of hidden power inside him? Hestia gasped, equally bewildered. She had never encountered anything like this either. Meanwhile, the radiant shockwaves in front of them were only growing larger and more intense. Lady Hephaestus, what in the world is happening in here? Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, burst into the room only to freeze in her tracks at the jaw-dropping spectacle before her. What's wrong? Hephaestus hadn't expected her captain to just barge in. Lady Hephaestus, have you not seen the outside? The entire workshop is completely engulfed by a massive pillar of light. It looks like two gigantic balls of energy are literally fighting in the sky. Tsubaki pointed frantically toward the window. The situation outside was rapidly spiraling out of control. Hephaestus rushed to the window and threw it open. A massive crowd had already gathered on the streets below. A blinding column of light had pierced straight through the sky, illuminating the skies above Rio for all to see. Realizing just how bad this was, Hephaestus slammed the window shut. Damn it! We are in massive trouble. Hephaestus muttered, knowing full well the chaotic storm this was going to bring. Seeing her patron goddess looking visibly panicked was a rare sight for Tsubaki. The captain knew a few of the background details. She was the one who had personally escorted August in after all. But that didn't mean she had a single clue about what was currently happening. Wasn't this guy just coming here to form a contract with Lady Hestia? How the hell did it escalate into this? If her memory served her right, this human kid had specifically requested to join goddess Hestia's familia to become an adventurer. How did a simple fauna ceremony turn into a citywide light show? Tsubaki's words suddenly clicked in Hestia's mind. The contract. I get it now. A divine contract is meant to unlock the latent potential within a human child. August has that unique ability to travel across dimensions. My fauna must be trying to pry open and unlock the full potential of his dimensional powers. Hestia remembered August claiming he was just an ordinary guy who accidentally stumbled upon a world-crossing ability. The primary function of a fauna was to activate the user's hidden potential. If the person's latent power was already horribly vast, or if a pre-existing power was being forcibly upgraded, that meant his dimensional ability was currently experiencing an exponential, skyrocketing enhancement. Actually makes perfect sense. Hephaestus nodded, realizing the high probability of that theory. August had already admitted that he came from another world, and knew of them only through works of fiction. In other words, at his core, he was still just an ordinary mortal. And when an ordinary mortal gains power on the level of a god, it is only natural for him to look for ways to grow stronger. Seeking them out was simply the logical next step. But now, it seemed like the fauna power system entirely unique to their world was violently clashing with his portal ability, attempting to force it into a new evolution. No wonder it's causing such a massive scene. A power capable of piercing through alternate dimensions. There is no way something like that would go down quietly. Hephaestus massaged her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Mobilize the entire familia right now, and lock down the perimeter. Do not let anyone near this workshop. Hephaestus barked out orders without skipping a beat. Understood. Listening to the two goddesses converse, Tsubaki realized that this kid's hidden power must be horrifying. Just the mere act of unlocking it was enough to trigger a citywide phenomenon. Thinking about it made her head spin. It was way too absurd. Tsubaki immediately sprinted out of the room. The only thing she could do right now was manage the chaos this anomaly was bound to cause outside. With a pillar of light that bright, every single god in the vicinity had likely already been drawn to the spectacle like moths to a flame. As the captain of the Hephaestus familia, stopping those nosy gods from interfering was her top priority, dealing with curious adventurers came second. And Tsubaki and Hephaestus were exactly right. At that very moment, across the entirety of Orario, every single god was staring wide-eyed at the radiant beam tearing through the sky. High up in the Tower of Babel, Freya gazed out of her window. What is that? I sense a divine aura. But what on earth is that second presence? As a goddess, Freya could vividly feel the sensation of something being forcefully pried open. To the divine senses, the aura of a god was unmistakable. But the second energy was something entirely incomprehensible, an entity that felt as though it contained infinite depths. And the divine aura was currently trying to crack that boundless entity open. Come with me to investigate. Even with her divine insight, Freya couldn't see through the phenomenon. If she stared too deeply into that light, her eyes of truth might literally burn out. She wasn't an idiot. The only way to find out what was happening was to head directly to the source. Yes, Lady Freya. Hearing his goddess's command, Otter instantly prepared to escort her. If even the notoriously observant Freya was personally stepping out to investigate, it went without saying what the other gods were doing. The very second that light pierced the sky, the gods of Orario could practically smell the entertainment brewing. The radiance was blinding. The divine aura was too powerful. Just like Freya, all the gods could clearly sense that a divine presence was cracking open the lid of some unfathomable treasure trove. A spectacle like this was a once-in-a-millennium event. Naturally, they all dropped what they were doing and rushed toward the epicenter. However, Hephaestus's orders had been deployed faster. Tsubaki Kalbrand had already mobilized the entire Hephaestus familia to secure the perimeter, establishing an ironclad blockade to keep anyone with ulterior motives from getting close. The Hephaestus familia owned an expansive private estate. Every building in the surrounding area belonged to its members, making the entire district their territory. Obviously, they locked the area down completely. Tsubaki's instructions were brutally straightforward: ignore the ordinary adventurers, just form a wall and intercept the gods. Do not let them take a single step closer. Because of this swift action, the chaotic situation was temporarily stabilized into a tense standoff. Keep the chapters coming. Support the story with Power Stones. Chapter 5, The Potential of the Portal. 1297 words. Meanwhile, deep within his own consciousness as the epicenter of the entire phenomenon, August obviously felt everything that was happening to him. When Hestia was struck by the shockwave, August tried to rise, only for an unseen force to drag him into a deep sleep. It felt as though he had been pulled straight into his own mindscape, where he stood alone in an endless sea of consciousness. A massive door towered before him. It was the two-way portal he possessed, the gateway that allowed him to travel between worlds. By light novel standards, a portal was a rather old-fashioned cheat ability. But at that moment, the door was radiating violent, erratic energy, sending shockwaves rippling through his mental realm. In his mind's eye, he could clearly see Hestia's single drop of divine blood trying to force the door open. "Ah, I almost forgot," August muttered to himself, sifting through his memories as the situation finally clicked. A divine contract is meant to unlock the latent possibilities of a mortal body. To put it in modern novel terms, my genetic limiters are currently being shattered. But the fauna isn't just unlocking my personal physical potential. It's also trying to force open the potential of this portal, something that didn't even belong to this world to begin with. Except, the portal was very powerful. A gateway capable of piercing through dimensions was never going to be some low-tier ability. Since the door was intrinsically bound to him, and he hadn't actively resisted the fauna's activation, the divine contract was going all in, relentlessly attempting to tear through the portal's hidden potential. Now I get it. August watched the chaotic clash of energies in awe. This divine contract is actively trying to upgrade my cheat into something even more broken. That is honestly terrifying. August could do nothing but watch it unfold. As if finally responding to the divine pressure, the portal stirred. Brilliant light spilled from the edges of the heavy door. Then a new, specialized ability manifested before him. Spatial backpack. This ability. August froze in disbelief. After all that effort and energy, all it gave him was an inventory. Well, it's better than nothing. Besides, back in my world, the tactical applications for a spatial inventory have been theory-crafted to death. It seemed like a simple skill, but it perfectly matched the spatial qualities of a dimensional portal, effectively creating a pocket dimension for storage. At first glance, it appeared mundane. To melee fighters, it was just an easy way to carry additional gear or hide throwing weapons. But for a modern human, the destructive potential of a spatial inventory was horrifying. Picture it, opening a pocket dimension to instantly unleash a barrage from a million warships. Or opening the inventory midair to release endless swarms of drones and fighter jets for point-blank, carpet-bombing fire support. Looked at from that angle, this ability was absurdly overpowered. It was the ultimate cure for anyone suffering from insufficient firepower syndrome. But the evolution wasn't over. Two more abilities suddenly floated into his vision. Spatial resistance, temporal resistance, resistances. August blinked. He hadn't expected the portal to grant him defensive passives. Those were three latent gifts directly born from the dimensional portal itself. Meanwhile, Hestia's divine blood, the raw catalyst of the contract, finally broke through the threshold, transforming into a surge of energy that rushed directly into his mindscape. Charm/flame resistance magic, healing fire back in the real world. The blinding pillar of light gradually faded from the room. "It's gone," Hestia whispered breathlessly, watching as her glowing divine blood finally settled into August's back. The fauna officially activated. But what appeared on his skin was entirely different from the standard adventurer status boards of this world. An unprecedented layout formed. There were no basic stats. No strength, agility, or magic values. The entire status board was built purely around abilities. Magic, healing fire skills, charm/flame resistance, temporal resistance, spatial resistance. His base attributes were unknown, but his passive abilities were already maxed out from the very start. Hestia stared at the status board, her eyes practically sparkling with ecstatic madness. We hit the jackpot. Hestia shrieked, jumping up and down in excitement. They didn't look like direct combat abilities on the surface, but their growth potential was downright terrifying. Temporal resistance and spatial resistance. That undoubtedly meant if he ever faced an enemy capable of manipulating time or space, he could just flat out ignore a massive portion of their attacks and effects. That kind of scaling was insane. As for the charm/flame resistance, that was almost certainly a hard counter meant to prevent him from being seduced and poached by those shameless goddesses of beauty roaming the city. That skill couldn't have been more perfectly timed. And then there was his magic healing fire, allows the user to convert their mana into restorative flames, capable of healing or even regenerating body parts. Hestia read aloud, dumbfounded. Hephaestus sucked in a sharp breath, her eyes widening. Healing or regenerating body parts. The most absurd part was that this magic could likely be cast on others, scaling entirely with his mana output. Holy shit. Was this guy even human? Give this child to me. Hephaestus's voice was deadly serious. I don't even care about that destined hero anymore. Hephaestus realized that this kid's abilities were already game-breaking. At that moment, envy consumed her. To hell with some hero I haven't even met. I just want this kid. Screw off, get out of here. Hestia barked, snapping out of her daze. She had forgotten that Hephaestus was standing right there. And as a goddess, of course, she could read the status board as well. What did she mean by saying she wanted this kid? This child is mine. Hestia immediately threw her arms wide, going into hyperdefensive mode to guard her prize. She was determined not to let such an incredible kid slip away. Even if he wasn't her ideal romantic match, giving up a talent like this would feel 1,000 times worse than dying. Before their bickering could escalate any further, August let out a heavy groan, showing signs of waking up. Is he awake? Both goddesses immediately noticed him stirring. Panic flashed across their faces. His sudden awakening at this moment was terrible timing. Because outside, a ravenous horde of gods was rapidly closing in on their location. What's wrong? August mumbled, having caught the tail end of their argument as he rubbed his eyes. What are you two yelling about now? Didn't we already settle this? If his memory served him right, they had literally just agreed that he was choosing Hestia over Hephaestus. Did you hear that? August still chooses me. Hestia practically glowed. She broke into a wildly ecstatic smile, hugging August's head and rubbing her cheek against his affectionately, practically wanting to fuse with him on the spot. There was no sentence sweeter than that. Seeing August instantly reaffirm his choice the moment he woke up made Hephaestus's heart twist with intense jealousy. But she had to admit the fact that he firmly chose Hestia even after such a chaotic awakening proved that his loyalty to her was absurdly high. However, this was definitely not the time to be jealous. What's our next move? Hephaestus asked grimly, folding her arms. Just giving him a fauna triggered a citywide anomaly. The vultures outside aren't exactly known for their restraint. Hephaestus knew the situation was extremely dire. The gods outside were already circling like hungry sharks. They might actually storm the building to kidnap him. Never underestimate a god's complete lack of morals or boundaries when they sense something worth pursuing. Keep the chapters coming. Support the story with Power Stones. Chapter 6, You Run, I Expose Everything. 1171 words. What did the gods love more than anything else? Entertainment. August hasn't even begun to develop his strength yet. To the other familiars, he is basically the ultimate undiscovered goldmine, Hephaestus muttered, massaging her temples. Seeing a light show like that, those vultures are probably itching to declare a war game over you. She could already picture the impending chaos. Even if the mob outside didn't know the exact details of August's abilities, the citywide phenomenon alone was enough to prove the kid was a walking cheat code. Those gods would fight tooth and nail just to get their hands on him. Hestia panicked, immediately wrapping her arms around August as if shielding him from bullies. He is my very first familia child. There is no way I'm letting anyone snatch him away. This was her familia. She had finally found a member, and the thought of losing him before they even started made her blood boil. August glanced down at the goddess clinging to his torso. Since he was a full-grown adult, Hestia's petite frame made her look like a child desperately hugging a giant stuffed animal. She was practically dangling off him like a koala. Normally, he wouldn't mind a beautiful woman throwing herself at him, but the current situation didn't leave room for enjoying the moment. How about I just go home for a bit, and lay low until the heat dies down? August suggested. He had only come here to unlock his potential. Who could have guessed a simple fauna would trigger a server-wide announcement, painting a giant target on his back? He knew exactly how gods operated. Gods who had lived for countless eons were notoriously unpredictable, and lacked any sense of boundaries. If things were going to get this messy, he might as well pop back to Earth and regroup. Oh right. Let's go home. Hestia's panic vanished, instantly replaced by a surge of excitement. To which home? There was only one answer. August's world. The moment she realized she could tag along and visit another dimension, her heart practically leaped out of her chest. Let's go home. Another world, here I come. Hestia's lips curled into a wide grin. Unfortunately, Hephaestus was right there. Seeing her friend vibrating with excitement, the goddess of forging reached out and clamped a firm hand over Hestia's head. Where exactly do you think you're going? Hephaestus glared at the runaway goddess, knowing full well Hestia was trying to dump the impending disaster squarely on her shoulders. You're just going to leave me here to take the fall. If you try to run away, don't even think about coming back. As soon as you leave, I will reveal everything to the mob outside. Hephaestus ground her teeth. Hestia was taking all the benefits and leaving her to clean up the mess. That was a scumbag move, even for a god. And you? Hephaestus shifted her sharp gaze to August. Running away at the first sign of trouble. Is that how you plan on being an adventurer? If you have an ounce of decency, you will sit your ass down right there. Hephaestus refused to let her own familia take the brunt of the danger. Since August started this mess, he was going to stay right here and face the music. August quietly sat back down. Yes, ma'am. He instantly stiffened up, his posture rigid. Coming from a peaceful modern society, he knew better than to argue with an imposing authority figure. When a veteran gave an order, you listened. Seeing August obediently stay put, Hephaestus felt a flicker of satisfaction. Looks like he really did grow up in a peaceful era. His aura and manners are vastly different from the thugs around here. In Ora Rio, literacy and basic manners were rare commodities. 7 out of 10 adventurers were illiterate without the fauna, most wouldn't even know how to spell their own names. August, on the other hand, was polite and reserved. He carried a strong sense of restraint, looking genuinely uncomfortable and out of place in this chaotic environment. For a grown man, he was far less feral than the average teenager in this city. It was exactly this reasonable, grounded attitude that made Hephaestus view him as a diamond in the rough. August, Hephaestus began, her tone dead serious. From this moment until the meeting is over, you are forbidden from speaking to the other gods. Wait a second, August doesn't even speak our language, Hestia interrupted, pointing out the most glaring issue. If he even opens his mouth, those guys will instantly notice something is wrong. The language from August's world was alien to this one. Unless a god actively used their divine authority to translate, it would just sound like gibberish. Then keep him close and handle the talking yourself, Hephaestus decided. She paused, considering their options. We can't hide him forever. If August plans to live in Ora Rio, he will inevitably cross paths with others. It's better to present him openly and deal with it now. August, given your abilities, this world is just your first stop. But you will likely be staying here for a while. Hephaestus knew that a man with a portal wouldn't be tethered to one world forever. But for now, he was grounded here. Learning to navigate this city would serve as a good stepping stone for whatever lies ahead. Understood. August thought it over. Hephaestus made a solid point. He couldn't just retreat to Earth and stay there forever. Having a cheat ability like a two-way portal naturally sparked a sense of wanderlust. He was bound to explore countless other worlds in the future. I'll stay. Hephaestus was about to give a few more instructions when Tsubaki's voice echoed from the hallway. Lady Hephaestus. The line is breaking. We need you out here now. Tsubaki shouted, her voice laced with exaggerated panic, making it sound like they were seconds away from being overrun. The gods outside were practically clawing at the walls. If her patron goddess didn't step out soon, the barricade would genuinely collapse. Of course, her shouting served a dual purpose. It was a loud, blaring warning to the room that time was up. Hearing her captain's warning, Hephaestus let out a heavy sigh. I'll go handle them. She knew the mob had run out of patience. Knowing the nature of the gods, if it weren't for the formidable strength of the Hephaestus Familia, they would have kicked the doors down 10 minutes ago. You two, wait right here. She stood up and strode out of the room. The second she pushed the door open, a deafening wave of noise flooded the corridor. Even with the workshop's premium soundproofing, it couldn't block out the volume of a divine riot. The gods outside were hollering and jumping around like a pack of wild monkeys, looking ready to tear the whole building apart. Keep the chapters coming. Support the story with Power Stones. Chapter 7, The Astonishment of the Gods. 1157 words. With Hephaestus stepping out to manage the crowd, only Hestia and August remained in the room. Mortal and goddess sat close together in the quiet workshop. August studied the simple, worn hair ties fastening Hestia's twin tails. Come to think of it. Since this is our first meeting, August began, reaching for the travel backpack he had hauled all the way to this city. Alongside his basic survival supplies, he had packed a few specific items just for this occasion. Pushing aside the mundane gear, August pulled out a pair of brand new, premium hair ribbons. The fabric was woven with delicate, beautiful embroidery, depicting an elegant flame crest. This is... Hestia blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected him to produce a gift right out of the gate. As she examined the ribbons, her eyes began to sparkle. She traced her fingers over the embroidered flames. There was no mistaking the craftsmanship. This wasn't some mass-produced textile woven by magic. It was authentic, hand-stitched embroidery. A gift for me? Her bright blue eyes widened with joy. The very first gift from her very first Familia child. Wawa yawa. Tears of happiness streamed down the goddess's face. She launched herself forward, tackling him into a tight, affectionate hug. It's nothing, really, August chuckled, patting her back. I bought it hoping to bribe you into giving me a fauna. With Hestia clinging so closely to him, August couldn't ignore the flawless softness of her skin, a texture far beyond that of any mortal. He shifted awkwardly. The goddess was definitely enthusiastic. When dealing with gods, mixing half-truths with lies was a fool's errand. Their senses so right through mortal deception. These eternal beings had lived for eons. They invented every trick, trap, and sweet-talking routine in the book. Only honesty could earn their trust. You pass. Hestia listened to his heartbeat and breathing. His tone, body language, and micro-expressions remained steady. More importantly, her passive divine senses confirmed his integrity. August, were you really that certain I would let you join? She noticed a quiet confidence in him. From the moment he walked through the door, he seemed to know she would take him in. I know your story, August replied. Back in my world, the myths of Hestia paint a very specific picture. Goddess of the hearth. Goddess of the sacred fire. but most importantly the goddess of family. A goddess representing the home. You might play a supporting role in the grand myths, but you are known as a gentle, benevolent goddess. He offered his honest perspective. Most familiars operate as established military units. They wouldn't bother recruiting a lone wolf with zero combat experience. But coming to you, I knew I'd find a place. I know exactly where I stand. He scratched the back of his neck, looking a bit embarrassed. So, thank you, Hestia. Watching his reserved demeanor, Hestia felt a warm flutter in her chest. She knew he had sought her out with a bit of calculation in mind. But this traveler was transparent about his intentions. He owned up to it. I'm feeling something. Hestia decided that falling for August might not be a bad thing at all. But the moment those words left her mouth, feeling what, exactly? The heavy workshop doors swung open, revealing several imposing figures standing in the entryway. The sudden intrusion abruptly cut off their moment. Leading the pack was a red-haired goddess with perpetually squinted eyes and a chest flatter than a washboard. Following close behind her was a goddess of paralyzing beauty, radiating an allure that could enslave a mortal soul with a single glance. Several unfamiliar male gods trailed behind them. And standing out among the figures was a chubby, middle-aged elf who looked like a corrupt merchant ripe for the gallows. If it isn't Loki. Hestia raised an eyebrow at the squinting goddess, instantly recognizing the intruder. What dragged you all the way down here? It was her eternal rival, Loki. Loki scrutinized Hestia. The petite goddess was practically glowing with smug pride, looking like a cat that just swallowed the canary. Her heart sank. Ignoring Loki, Hestia immediately leaped in front of August, throwing her hands over his eyes. Don't look. If you stare at her, she'll steal your soul. Hestia acted like a fiercely protective mother hen, desperate to block his line of sight to Freya. She panicked the second she realized August had already caught a glimpse of the goddess of beauty. But as August laid eyes on Freya, something unexpected happened. He acknowledged her beauty with a passing glance, and immediately, an intense, searing heat began to radiate from his body. Impressive. She really lives up to the title of Goddess of Beauty, August muttered. He hadn't expected a single glance to forcibly trigger his passive skill, charm/flame resistance. And that was with her charm mostly suppressed. It seemed the resistance operated like an active defense mechanism. To scale it up against a full-power divine charm, he would likely need to increase his own base stats. When August spoke, every god in the room, Loki, Freya, and the others instantly recognized the anomaly. Excluded only the mortal elf, the gods heard a language entirely foreign to Rio. They had to rely purely on their divine authority to auto-translate his words and cultural context. Loki raised an eyebrow. She noticed August observing Freya with detached appreciation. No blushing, no frantic infatuation, no lust. He assessed her the way one might admire an expensive, delicate vase. The gods clearly sensed the burst of searing heat radiating from his body. This child must be the source of that pillar of light. Freya touched her cheek, her silver eyes studying August with deep fascination. And that heat, is that a defensive skill? Through her eyes of truth, she observed his soul. It wasn't the brilliant, blinding light of a fated hero, nor was it a pristine, flawless white. It was an ordinary, grounded hue, the color of a common mortal. Yet, this seemingly ordinary boy had just resisted her charm on reflex. It had to be a specialized skill. How fascinating. The origin of that divine anomaly. Hephaestus mentioned the shrimp was giving a fauna to her first child, Loki drawled. I believe it now. To possess a skill capable of nullifying Freya's charm right at level 1, before even recording a single status update, was unheard of. And she knew he was a fresh recruit. Loki scanned August's physique. The signs were obvious. He had the build of a grown man, but his hands lacked the heavy calluses of a warrior. One look was enough to confirm he had never swung a sword in the dungeon. Hey, shrimp. Where did you dig up this jackpot? A human kid immune to Freya's allure, speaking a foreign tongue, carrying himself like an outsider. He was a rare gem. Keep the chapters coming. Support the story with Power Stones. Chapter 8, Playing the Fool. 1122 words, This is my child. His class is a supporter. Hestia puffed out her chest, flashing a proud, triumphant smile, as if she had just hatched a brilliant plan. She announced his role with such unearned swagger that it was almost comical. Whether the other gods believed her or not was one thing, but acting like being a supporter was some legendary, high-tier calling. Girl, you are only fooling yourself. Do you take us for idiots? Loki sneered. That massive pillar of light. A phenomenon no one has ever seen before, and you're telling me it was just for a supporter. Loki felt like her intelligence was being dragged through the mud by her rival. There was no way she was buying that bullshit. Go on, August. Give them a little demonstration. Hestia's plan was simple. Have him play the part of a utility-focused supporter to sweep the anomaly under the rug. August didn't quite follow his new goddess's train of thought, but he had no problem showing off his newly acquired trick. He raised a hand. Brushing his fingers against his travel backpack, the heavy bag shimmered like a mirage before being instantly sucked into a spatial void. Loki, Freya, and the rest of the gods blinked in surprise. Wait, what? Hestia and Hephaestus's eyes widened in genuine shock. If their memories served them right, August's status board didn't mention a single thing about a pocket dimension. A spatial ability. Loki scoffed, crossing her arms. So he really is just a supporter. She shook her head in disbelief. Shrimp, you caused all that chaos and mobilized the entire street just for this. Did Hestia even realize how massive that light show was? And the result was just a glorified pack mule. If that kind of phenomenon had happened in the Loki Familia, she would have expected a new hero to be born. Is that so? Hestia tilted her head, playing dumb. Of course, she knew better. August was an outsider without a traditional status board, possessing purely mechanical skills, and that spatial backpack wasn't even listed on his fauna. It meant his true potential was vast and hidden. But as long as only she and Hephaestus knew the truth, that was fine. Loki wasn't entirely convinced by Hestia's act. She wanted to dig deeper. But Freya, surprisingly, bought into the charade. The goddess of beauty had been studying August with those alluring silver eyes, meticulously analyzing his soul. After a long, silent observation, the mundane hue of his soul finally extinguished her curiosity. Freya spoke, shifting her gaze to Hestia. Congratulations, Hestia. You finally have a familia of your own. Her tone was flat, devoid of her usual captivating grace. It was the polite, dismissive praise of a goddess who had entirely lost interest in her new toy. The moment those words left Freya's lips, Loki's demeanor shifted. Her lingering suspicions vanished. If Freya, the most obsessive collector of talent in Orario, didn't find this foreigner appealing, then there was nothing left to worry about. Oh, stop it. It's just my first time, Hestia giggled, waving a hand modestly. Wait, the atmosphere shifted. Did everyone just stop caring? If Freya isn't interested, Loki drops it too. Her plan was a resounding success. By playing the fool, she had successfully managed to pull the wool over the eyes of the city's greatest gods. With Freya backing down, the rest of the gods followed suit. The male gods standing near the door realized there was nothing left to discuss. All that flash for a kid with a utility skill. Nothing to write home about. Still, they had to admit it was a handy trick, a spatial backpack. For any team venturing deep into the dungeon, a bottomless inventory was a massive asset. Hephaestus watched the entire exchange from the sidelines. She hadn't expected Hestia's clumsy acting to actually work, but it got the job done. It was the perfect out. The fewer people who knew the truth about August's abilities, the better. The language barrier was an easy fix. They would just pass him off as a foreigner from far outside the city. Seeing the tension diffuse, Hephaestus decided it was time to step in and finalize things. By the way, this is Royman Mardial, the head of the Adventurers Guild. She gestured toward the chubby elf. Since he is already here, you might as well officially register your familia, Hestia. Hephaestus nudged the hovering guild head forward so August could be properly documented. This would give August legitimate identification within Rio. As long as he stayed out of trouble, he could walk the streets freely without drawing suspicion. Realizing he was being put on the spot, Royman cleared his throat and stepped up to handle the registration. But unlike the dismissive gods, the elf couldn't help but study August closely, committing the young man's face to memory. His name is August, Hestia stated, taking charge of the paperwork since August couldn't speak the local tongue. He hails from a distant city outside Rio. He speaks a unique dialect, not our common language. Royman hastily pulled a quill and a parchment scroll from his coat, jotting down the details. Newly registered Level 1 supporter. The guild head recorded the basic information. The rest of the vetting process would require cross-referencing his entry logs with the Ganesha Familia, but for now, this was sufficient. Thank you for your cooperation, Lady Hestia. At the end of the day, it was just an anomaly triggered by an awakening. Yet, unlike the unimpressed gods, Royman saw serious value in August. A supporter who manifested a spatial inventory and passive charm resistance right at level 1. Compared to your average adventurer, that was a stellar loadout. Hestia glanced at the familiar male gods in the room: Takamikazuchi, Mayak, and a few others associated with Loki and Freya. Hephaestus had only allowed them inside because they were trusted acquaintances. With them acting as witnesses, the rumors regarding the incident would quickly settle. Of course, August's reputation was probably going to take a hit. Triggering a citywide phenomenon, just to end up as a baggage carrier, was premium gossip fodder for bored gods. It was practically a punchline. But Hestia didn't care. Her little act had worked perfectly. So what if his reputation was a bit tarnished? She didn't survive on good PR anyway. If a good reputation was all it took, she would have built a familia ages ago. The reality of being an adventurer was harsh and practical. If you weren't strong, nobody followed you. And right now, she had a hidden gem all to herself. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 9, The Goddess of Beauty. 1078 words. The gods arrived fast, and they left just as quickly. Thanks to Hestia playing the fool, the crowd of gods waiting outside scattered. Once they saw Freya walk away looking bored, everyone assumed Hestia's first familia member was a total dud. They had expected a new hero to emerge. Instead, they got a glorified pack mule of a supporter. Hephaestus left the cleanup to Tsubaki, ordering her captain to disperse the remaining crowd. Inside the workshop, the room fell quiet, leaving the two goddesses and one mortal alone. August, how are you holding up? Were you nervous? Hestia noticed August sitting there with a blank expression, as if the massive scene that just played out had nothing to do with him. She hurried over to check on him. Why wasn't he saying anything? Why would I be nervous? August shrugged. I couldn't understand a single word anyone was saying. It's hard to be tense when you don't even know what's going on. August didn't speak the local language. His interaction with Royman, the guild head, had been facilitated by Hestia and Hephaestus filling in the blanks. When the gods were talking amongst themselves, August could only read their body language and facial expressions. The actual words went right over his head. Unless they deliberately used divine authority to speak to him directly, the gods just conversed in the common tongue of Rio. Ha ha ha, I actually forgot about that. Both goddesses realized he was an outsider. He literally couldn't understand the people of this world. The language barrier was a serious hurdle. That goddess of beauty was something else, August admitted openly. Compared to Hestia's cute, petite charm, or Hephaestus's beautiful contrast, Freya's beauty was just visceral. She definitely lives up to the title. Ignoring the male gods who had been in the room, Freya's presence had been potent. The moment he said that, both goddesses stiffened. Hephaestus in particular froze. Had August really just called her beautiful? It was the first time anyone had ever openly complimented her appearance. She quietly tucked that small bit of praise away in her heart. If I hadn't received Hestia's fauna, just standing in the same room as her would have been enough to enslave me, August stated grimly, crossing his arms. Before coming here, August never really grasped the concept of a goddess of beauty. He used to think, so what if she's pretty? But seeing her in person changed everything. He felt his mind fracturing. It was as if his entire consciousness was being overwritten by the very concept of her existence. He had been pulled in instantly. If his charm/flame resistance skill hadn't kicked in at the last second, he would have started drooling like an obsessed creep right there on the spot. August now held a deep, cautious respect for the power of a goddess of beauty. How do all those fanfic protagonists manage to resist a goddess of beauty without breaking a sweat? He took one look at her, and his brain instantly flooded with the urge to sleep with her. To possess her. Without a dedicated resistance skill, any normal guy would embarrass himself the second she walked into the room. The goddess of beauty was scary. Never underestimate a god's innate divinity, Hestia warned gently, pulling him from his thoughts. We stand at the apex of this world. Every god wields frightening power. Hestia was thrilled to see that August had zero desire to get closer to Freya. The fact that her child didn't fall for that vixen was the best news she had heard all day. She could tell August had carried a slight arrogance toward gods before this. She made sure to educate him now. Looking down on gods was a surefire way to get yourself killed in Rio. She is right, kid, Hephaestus chimed in. You might be from another world, but the rules of power are universal. Take me, for example. I forge weapons. But if I unleash my full divine authority, I can use nature itself as a furnace to craft my gear. The peak of a god's authority is beyond mortal comprehension. August came from a peaceful era. Back on Earth, gods were either worshipped from afar or dismissed as myths. He likely held a lingering skepticism toward them. But facing a real god with a dismissive mindset was begging for a death wish. Pushed to its limits, divine authority was a force of nature. August listened to their warnings, taking the lesson to heart. He had nearly lost his mind to Freya's passive charm alone. Understood. I'll be careful, he replied, burying whatever modern arrogance he had left. Divine authority was God's bread and butter. Beings who had lived for hundreds of millions of years had long since mastered their craft. Though speaking of that, right after charm/flame resistance triggered, I actually felt a clear trace of mana. Resisting the goddess's charm had awakened something else. August could feel a foreign substance circulating within his body. It was distinct from his bloodstream. It felt more like an electric current weaving through his veins. Hestia blinked. She hadn't expected him to grasp the concept of mana so quickly. In this world, a mortal typically gained mana only after learning a spell, or pushing themselves through grueling training to awaken a magical skill. August had just met Freya, resisted her charm for a few seconds, and instantly generated a mana pool. Having mana meant he could cast magic. For an adventurer, magic was an invaluable asset in the dungeon. Right now, his only spell was healing fire, a restorative magic. As expected of my child. Hestia stroked her chin, puffing her chest out with pride. If her kid already had mana, he could walk the path of a mage. A solid start right out of the gate. Her little act of playing the fool had bought her boy the perfect environment to grow. Hephaestus watched the exchange in silence. He had gained a stat boost just from resisting Freya's passive charm. His growth potential is absurd. Normally, an adventurer has to fight monsters or endure brutal training to experience any sort of growth. To grow just by fighting off Freya's allure, he really is a monster in the making. Hephaestus couldn't help but marvel at the talent standing in her workshop. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 10, Unique Abilities. 1018 words. A thought suddenly struck Hephaestus. August, that ability from earlier. There was no mistaking it. The spatial backpack was real, and it was not listed on his fauna. It's a unique offshoot of my portal ability, August explained. A spatial inventory. It can store anything, as long as it isn't alive. He demonstrated the skill again. With a wave of his hand, a few items materialized out of thin air, and with another motion, they vanished right back into the void. As long as it isn't alive. Does that mean there's a workaround to store living things? Hephaestus caught the phrasing. She was quietly stunned. For adventuring, travel, or even outright smuggling, an ability like this was a game-changing asset. If you place a person inside a stasis pod or a sealed container, and then store that container in the inventory, you could theoretically transport them. August knew exactly how to min-max an ability like this. Standard spatial storage rules usually rejected living organisms. But if you put a living being inside an object, the inventory registers the object, not the person. As long as the container provided enough oxygen and life support, the occupant would find their consciousness effectively suspended until they were taken back out. You figured that out already. Impressive. Hephaestus hadn't expected him to think that far ahead. Bypassing the living being restriction by nesting them inside a viable container was a brilliant loophole. Unique ability. Hestia murmured, hearing the term for the first time. Think of it as an unlinked skill, August clarified. For example, if I learn a brand new ability in the future, the fauna might not recognize it. It would stay off the official record. He laid it out clearly. It meant any powers he developed outside the bounds of this world system would remain hidden from his status board. That's perfect. It gives you a hidden trump card. Rather than being disappointed that his skills wouldn't be fully recorded, Hestia nodded in enthusiastic approval. If you ever run into an enemy who can somehow read or analyze a fauna, your recorded skills will be an open book. In a fight, a sudden gap in information is the deadliest weapon. Having unrecorded abilities means you can catch people entirely off guard. You can bait them and strike when they least expect it. Hestia crossed her arms, nodding like a seasoned tactician. Feigning a weak hand only to pull a hidden ace was a devastating strategy. She was thrilled he had that advantage and touch that he was willing to share the secret with her. Wah. My August is the best. Hestia abruptly threw herself at him again in another tight hug. Taking in this honest, clever kid was the best decision she had ever made. Hugs aside, Hephaestus brought up a more pressing issue. August, moving forward, your public class is a supporter. That's not going to do your reputation any favors. Are you sure you can handle that? Hephaestus knew how this city worked. In Ora Rio, rumors could kill. Triggering a massive phenomenon only to be outed as a mere bag carrier was going to put a target on his back, and throw Hestia's familia right onto the roasting spit of public mockery. Don't worry about it. I'm not some hot-headed kid, August replied smoothly. Public opinion is a waste of time. I only need to focus on my own goals. The future will sort itself out. August didn't care about looking bad. Once he achieved enough success, people would naturally start defending him, and twisting the narrative in his favor anyway. As long as he didn't make any fatal blunders, his reputation would eventually fix itself. Exactly what I'd expect from my familia. Hestia grinned. She agreed with his logic. She had never cared about her reputation anyway. As long as August proved his worth later on, all those snooty gods outside would realize they had been played. They'd realize they were the actual clowns. Thinking about how she had outsmarted the Pantheon, Hestia could already picture the looks of pure regret on their faces. Hephaestus watched Hestia happily embracing the wolf in sheep's clothing trope. She knew exactly what her friend was doing. Hestia was going to bide her time in the shadows, wait for the perfect moment, and then pull off a flashy, dramatic reveal to rub it in everyone's faces. Whatever. Hephaestus couldn't help but chuckle. She wasn't the one taking the heat anyway. When the truth finally came to light, she'd have front row seats to the best show in Rio. By the way, I noticed something else. Freya didn't seem interested in you at all. Hephaestus frowned, feeling a lingering sense of unease. Given her obsessive nature, the goddess of beauty should have been the most curious deity in the room. So why did Freya look so bored after sizing August up? It's a matter of the soul, August deduced. Freya possesses a set of divine eyes that can see the true essence of a person's soul. She judges people based on that color and brilliance. I was just a regular guy back home. My soul is probably as plain and mundane as it gets. Compared to the shining soul of a fated hero, I'm nothing special to look at. August laid out Freya's exact capabilities. That's cheating. Hestia and Hephaestus hadn't realized Freya was still using that specific divine authority down in the lower world. No wonder the Freya Familia effectively ruled the city. With an ability like that, she was handpicking the most talented souls before anyone else even had a chance to spot them. Both goddesses felt a pang of envy. Because she can see a soul's true nature, every single member of her familia is a monster, August noted. Pausing, his thoughts shifted to the original protagonist of the timeline. Speaking of which, according to the original plot, there's a strong likelihood that Freya targeted the destined hero as soon as he entered this city. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 11, selling the protagonist's intel 1004 words. According to the canon, the original protagonist Belcranel should have been targeted by the goddess of beauty the second he arrived in the city. So why did Freya let him slip into Hestia's hands? The answer was simple. It was a twisted fetish. She wanted the visceral thrill of stealing him away from a goddess. Speaking of that fated hero, Hephaestus's ears perked up. Yes, this was exactly what she wanted to hear. The hero, Hephaestus pressed. Spit it out. Who is he? She had waited long enough. She needed a name. Hold on a second. We had a deal, Hestia interjected, realizing the massive value of this intel. Information this crucial isn't free. I have plenty of money. As long as the intel is accurate, I will pay. Hephaestus waved a hand dismissively. If the information was genuine, the goddess of forging wouldn't pinch pennies. The two goddesses struck a deal. August met her gaze. Belcranel. The descendant of Zeus and Hera Familius. I imagine you have the means to verify that. Zeus took him out of Rio a long time ago. Hearing this, the gears in Hephaestus's head immediately started turning. Is it that kid? Hephaestus connected the dots. Still, she didn't care much about his lineage. She was a blacksmith first and foremost. He is the reincarnation of Argonaut from 1,000 years ago, August continued. Known as the last hero. Zeus specifically entrusted Hermes to watch over him. August laid out the facts without holding back. Wait, that doesn't make sense, Hestia frowned. If Hermes is watching him, and Freya has her eyes on him too, why didn't she just take him in directly? Now that she had chosen August, Hestia viewed Belcranel from the perspective of an outsider. He was a hero groomed by other gods. Since she had her own familia member now, she was out of that game. Because you are a benevolent goddess. And benevolent gods love their children with everything they have, August explained. More importantly, it satisfies a sick fetish. If you took Bel in, you would cherish him. To Freya, stealing a beloved hero away from a virgin goddess delivers the ultimate thrill. She wants to make you feel powerless. August laid out his theory. And why do you think he got rejected by every other familia? Aside from looking scrawny, Freya was likely pulling strings in the shadows to isolate him. After all, a hero isn't a hero until they've suffered. Watching a boy maintain his pure heart while dragging himself through the mud, that kind of untainted soul is an intoxicating drug to a god. A genuinely twisted hobby. That bitch. Hestia ground her teeth, fuming. If she had taken Belle in, she would have been nothing but a prop in Freya's sick game. Give the suffering hero a brief moment of warmth, polish his soul until it shines, and then rip him away. The psychological damage to Hestia would have been devastating. That does sound exactly like something Freya would do, Hephaestus mused. A goddess of beauty was arrogant by nature. With a personality like hers, there was no scheme too twisted for her to play. Now that Hephaestus knew who the hero was, and what burdens came with him, she began considering how to use that knowledge to her advantage. Belle Cranel. Interesting. If this intel is solid, I'll gladly take him off the board. Hephaestus nodded, ready to pay up. August, what do you want? She figured the kid deserved a proper reward. Honest work earned honest pay. Just money, August replied after a brief thought. He didn't need anything specific right now. Even if he did, there was still a lot he had to set up first. Cash was the most practical option. In Rio, healing potions were practically magic. They couldn't cure curses or fatal illnesses, but they could treat normal wounds. August had no intention of risking his life in the dungeon, unless he absolutely had to. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow. I figured you would ask for a weapon. If you are going into the dungeon, you need proper gear. A magic sword, or a custom weapon at least. She assumed he would want a shortcut to power. Instead, he was being shockingly practical. August rubbed the back of his neck. My original plan was to keep my head down and slowly grind my way up. But after the fauna mutated my abilities, my plans changed. I need to make preparations first. If I can adventure safely, I will. I value my life. August made no secret of his cautious nature. His initial plan to stay under the radar was blown when his abilities evolved way faster than anticipated. He needed a new combat doctrine. Hephaestus appraised him with newfound respect. He didn't let his sudden power trip go to his head. He wasn't rushing into danger out of blind greed. He was steady. A proper adult. Hephaestus walked over to her desk. Opening a drawer, she pulled out 2 sleek cards. These are deposit cards backed by the Dwarven Banking Guild, loaded with Valis. You can withdraw funds whenever you need. Consider it payment for the intel. She tossed the cards to him. In Rio, the banking system was largely run by dwarves and gnomes, boasting ironclad credibility. August caught the cards and smoothly deposited them into his spatial backpack. He had just secured his first pot of gold in the Labyrinth City. In a way, that information was definitely worth the price. Having cash on hand gave him a solid boost of confidence. Now it was time to arm himself. He wasn't going to let his spatial inventory go to waste. August decided he needed to make a quick trip back to Earth. It was time to stock up on suicide drones, heavy munitions, and a mobile rocket launcher. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 12, Chapter 12. I can endure hardship, but I can't stand your success. 10 words. Hestia, I'm getting ready to leave. August considered heading back to his own world for a bit. If he went home, he could put in some orders for a new batch of supplies. But the moment the words left his mouth, you're going home. Hestia instantly picked up on his intentions. She could feel that this kid was planning to head back alone, leaving her behind in Rio. Hestia immediately played the victim. She slumped weakly against the sofa. Are you going to abandon me too? I have nothing here in Rio. My food, my bed, my clothes, everything is just Hephaestus taking pity on me for old time's sake. Wah 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 wah. Hestia let out a sorrowful wail, looking like the picture of misery. Hephaestus watched this performance from the sidelines. To her, this wasn't just a goddess acting pitiful. It was a freeloader putting on a masterclass in manipulation. Hestia had been crashing at her workshop for months, eating well, and living rent-free, practically turning into a professional parasite. And now, the second she snagged a contractor with a portal, she was hanging Hephaestus out to dry to guilt-trip him. Hephaestus assumed August would see right through the act. But when she glanced over, she found him deep in thought. Wait, you aren't buying this, are you? She's totally faking it. Hephaestus was about to intervene, but August spoke first. Actually, if we follow the original timeline, Hestia, you are just about due to get kicked out by Hephaestus. Given the current state of the Hephaestus Familia, all the resources you're consuming come out of their operational budget. To avoid burdening her children any further, Hephaestus is likely going to throw you out so you can learn to stand on your own 2 feet. Hearing August say this, Hestia knew he was referring to her original plot line. And internally, she rejoiced. Is he worried I won't have a place to stay soon? This is the perfect excuse to take me home with him. If August was willing to take her along, Hestia would accept in a heartbeat. It was a flawless setup. However, just as Hestia opened her mouth to speak, it's fine. Hestia can stay here a while longer. I can afford to feed her a couple of extra meals, Hephaestus interjected, tearing the setup down. She really did plan to kick Hestia out eventually. But watching Hestia happily pack her bags to visit another world with her new familia child, knowing that was happening, and having to sit back and watch would make her sick with envy. Rather than suffer alone, it was better to trap Hestia here. If she couldn't go, Hestia wasn't going either. Hephaestus's sudden generosity earned her a look of pure shock from her friend. Wait, Hephaestus, what are you doing? Is she trying to stop me from going? Being trapped here while August went off to explore another universe would feel 1,000 times worse than death. If Hephaestus wanted her out, she was more than happy to oblige. Oh no. I've officially started my own familia now. It would be way too embarrassing to keep freeloading here, Hestia said, plastering a modest smile on her face. But her smiling eyes glared daggers of accusation at her friend. Nonsense. Just stay here and keep me company, Hephaestus replied, matching her fake smile as she reached out and firmly clamped a hand onto her friend's shoulder. She was fighting back. Hestia stared at the hand gripping her shoulder. Oh, please. My child has his own income now. We can't just leech off you forever. Hestia's forced smile was cracking, her teeth grinding together in frustration. She knew exactly what was happening. Her best friend was actively sabotaging her trip to another world. Hestia reached up and dug her fingers into Hephaestus's hand, trying to pry the damn thing off. Hephaestus, thank you so much for your hospitality all this time. She was going to that other world, even if she had to set up camp there permanently. Hephaestus glared at Hestia, furious that this freeloader was about to ditch her and run off to another world. But what could she really do? She couldn't realistically stop her friend from pursuing a better life. This is so frustrating. What do I do? I can't actually stop her. Hephaestus seethed internally. She should never have brought Hestia down here. She should have just let this lazy goddess rot as a shut-in forever. Sitting nearby, August watched the 2 goddesses silently warring. The room was practically reeking of gunpowder. It was a classic case, seeing your friend suffer is bad, but seeing them pull up in a brand new Range Rover is worse. God or mortal, jealousy was universal. August cleared his throat, breaking the tension. He had originally planned to head back alone, but it felt wrong to just ditch Hestia here. Then it hit him, Hestia was a literal goddess. Even in another world, her power could easily crush a modern nation's military. That wasn't a joke, it was a terrifying fact. No causing trouble in my world, August started, planning to lay down some ground rules. But as soon as the words left his mouth, actually, forget the rules. Do whatever you want. Anyone dumb enough to piss you off probably deserves to die anyway. Why bother with rules? Having a powerful goddess by his side in a normal physical world provided a massive safety net. Trying to restrict her would be a joke. Rather than stress over it, he figured he might as well let Hestia do as she pleased. If she were an evil goddess, August would never bring her back to Earth. Evil gods were nothing but trouble. But Hestia was a benevolent goddess. As long as no one truly provoked her, she would not lash out without reason. And if someone actually managed to anger a benevolent god, then they had probably brought it on themselves. At that point, she could deal with them however she saw fit. Hestia gasped, thrilled that August was actually taking her with him. Her face lit up with joy. He had started to lay down ground rules, only to instantly backtrack and tell her to just follow her heart. The unrestricted freedom he was handing her was intoxicating. Hestia turned into a literal accessory, launching herself onto August's back and clinging to him like a koala. She wanted to merge with him on the spot. They had only just met, yet he was giving her such freedom. He was the best child a goddess could ask for. Watching from the sidelines, Hephaestus felt a bitter stab of jealousy, tempered by a reluctant sense of relief as she saw how well August treated Hestia. Amid that tangle of emotions, she realized he was not the type to control others too tightly. Why couldn't I find a child like that? She sighed softly. If I remember correctly, August said I was beautiful. His casual compliment lingered in her mind. It was the first time anyone in the lower world had ever called her beautiful. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Do you know the value of a hero? Then let's head home for a bit, August said, making no effort to hide his actions. A portal materialized in the center of the room. It didn't radiate any oppressive energy or blinding light. It was just a plain, unassuming doorframe standing quietly on the floor. Hephaestus stared at the gateway. The moment her eyes locked onto it, her divine senses flared, trying to analyze its composition. She reached out to touch the frame without hesitation. But her hand passed right through it, grasping nothing but empty air. An intangible door. Hephaestus murmured. It has a physical form, but it feels like a mirage. She wanted to study it, but the construct clearly recognized its master. It refused to let anyone else interact with it. It seems only you can use it, Hephaestus noted. It was the first time she had ever encountered something like this. An artifact on the level of a true Genesis relic, one that even a goddess of forging couldn't physically touch. What a surprise! Hestia peered into the portal from her perch on August's back. Unlike Hephaestus, Hestia could see bizarre, distorted landscapes flashing endlessly within the void beyond the frame. Suddenly, she recoiled. Don't stare at it. Hestia buried her face in his shoulder. If you stare too long, your entire being will be assimilated into it. Her divine intuition screamed at her. Gazing too deeply into that chaotic space-time could trap a god's consciousness, turning them into a mindless puppet of the portal or leaving them lost in a dimensional storm forever. It has a defense mechanism like that. Hephaestus realized the danger. Without August's explicit permission, the door rejected physical contact. But if you tried to force your way in mentally, the sheer chaos of alternate dimensions would swallow your mind. Never mind then. Hephaestus suppressed her curiosity. Prying further would only invite disaster. Besides, this portal was bound exclusively to August. We will be going now, August said. With Hestia still clinging to his back, he stepped through the threshold. The moment they crossed over August, Hestia, and the unassuming door vanished into thin air. It was as if they had never been there at all. Fascinating, Hephaestus whispered, a rare spark of excitement igniting in her chest. This was the most intriguing mystery she had witnessed since ascending to godhood. The lower world truly had a knack for attracting anomalies. Knock, knock. Lady Hephaestus, the crowd has been dispersed, Tsubaki called from the hallway. Come in, Hephaestus replied. Tsubaki pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to pause in confusion. The workshop was empty, save for her patron goddess. Where did Lady Hestia and that young man go? Tsubaki blinked. Guards were posted at both the front and back exits. How did they just disappear? They went home to take care of some business, Hephaestus answered vaguely. She had no intention of explaining the portal. Some secrets were better kept in the dark. If word got out before August established his strength, her familia would be dragged into the crossfire. Tsubaki was no fool. She didn't press for details. Given the citywide light show earlier, it was obvious the kid possessed some sort of spatial or stealth ability to bypass the guards. A new thought crossed Hephaestus's mind. Tsubaki, I have a mission for you. Find a young boy with white hair and a naive face. She paused. Specifically, look for someone who shares facial features with Althea. Lady Hephaestus, you can't be serious. Tsubaki froze, startled by the request. The monster of the Hera Familia from the Dark Ages. Why were they looking for someone connected to her? He is Materia's child, Hephaestus clarified, walking back to her desk and taking a seat. His real name is Bel Cranel. She could keep August a secret, but she was going to capitalize on the intel she just bought. Tsubaki didn't know where her goddess acquired this information, but the gravity of finding the descendant of those scary sisters was not lost on her. And when I find him? Tsubaki asked seriously. Recruit him into our familia, Hephaestus ordered. She wasn't one to make a bad investment. She spent good valus on that intel, and she planned to earn it back tenfold. The boy is currently wandering Ora Rio, looking for a familia to join. Seize the opportunity and pull him in. Since the kid needed a home, Hephaestus had no qualms about opening her doors. Grooming a destined hero sounded like a worthwhile project. Understood, Tsubaki nodded. But be careful, Hephaestus warned, her tone turning grim. Freya is watching him from the Tower of Babel. If you run into the Freya Familia while trying to secure him, prioritize your own survival above all else. I understand. Tsubaki frowned. For a goddess of beauty to be stalking him from the shadows. Lady Hephaestus, who exactly is this boy? A destined hero. Hephaestus leaned back. The final legacy of the Zeus and Hera Familius. Now that is a massive prize. Tsubaki grinned, fully realizing the stakes. Leave it to me, Lady Hephaestus. I will drag that kid back to our familia. A destined hero. The last remnant of the two greatest familias in history. If this information leaked, all of Ora Rio would turn upside down. She could already picture how much power and prestige this boy could bring to the Hephaestus familia. A true hero. Tsubaki made up her mind. She had to secure Bel Cranel. Even if she had to lie, cheat, or kidnap him off the street, she wasn't coming back empty-handed. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. A Goddess Descends on the Modern World. 1085 words. Thank you all so much for your support yesterday. I truly appreciate it more than I can say. I'm also starting a new event. For every 10 reviews, I'll release one bonus chapter. Enjoy reading. Daylight washed over a modern metropolitan cityscape. Inside one of the apartment complexes. The room wasn't spotless. It was plain and a little dull, exactly the kind of living space you'd expect from an average man. Usually the apartment felt a little cold and empty with August living there alone. But the moment a beautiful, petite goddess appeared inside, the whole room seemed to warm up. Just one mortal and one goddess. So this is your home, August. Upon arriving, Hestia immediately scanned the layout. The most prominent feature was the desk. A sleek, black rectangular object sat neatly atop it, accompanied by a glowing screen. Beside it was a comfortable-looking chair. A standard wooden wardrobe stood in the corner. Above the desk hung a white rectangular device bearing a snowflake symbol. But most importantly, the bed. It was fitted with a cooling mat over a rather large mattress. A double bed. Hestia's eyes practically fired laser beams as she ruthlessly scanned the mattress. After a thorough inspection, she found a few stray hairs belonging to August, but nothing else. No trace of a second occupant. Oh ho ho, looks like he's single. Hestia felt a surge of deep satisfaction. Her familia child was a bachelor. That was perfect. So this is your room. Hestia hopped off August's back and took a closer look around. One glance out the window was enough to show her a bustling, prosperous world beyond. This world was thriving. She flopped backward onto the bed. The mattress absorbed her weight, making her feel as though she were floating on a cloud. Compared to the stiff wooden cots at Hephaestus's workshop, this bed was heaven. But when she looked up at August, she noticed him awkwardly fidgeting, not sure where to put his hands. Hestia raised an eyebrow, catching on immediately. Having her lounge on his bed was making him stiff and uncomfortable. She wasn't an oblivious goddess. A thought sparked in her mind. August was flustered because a girl was visiting his private space. More importantly, August is treating me like a woman. Hestia realized he was viewing her not just as a goddess, but as a female peer. If that was the case, she had a real chance here. In truth, August normally would not have been this awkward around a woman. But this was a goddess. A goddess with scary, world-ending power, and divine senses sharp enough to read his every micro-expression like an open book. It was hard not to feel completely exposed. Around her, he had zero privacy. Say, Hestia. Are your powers sealed in this world, or do you have full access to them? August asked, wondering whether she was restricted here, as she was in Rio. Full power, obviously. Hestia answered honestly. This was another world. The divine pact that sealed their powers in the lower world of Rio didn't apply here. August couldn't even fathom the upper limits of an unsealed goddess. Wiping a modern nation off the map would be effortless for her. Relax, I'm not going to do anything bad, Hestia assured him before patting her stomach. By the way, August. Do you have any food? She was hungry. Even though her divine powers were unrestrained, her fauna contract with August meant her mortal avatar still experienced basic human needs while she was near him. August nodded. What do you want? He opened his bedroom door and led the way to the living room. Hestia trailed right behind him. She noticed the living room had a traditional layout, exuding a warm, cozy vibe. Her gaze swept across the space. Next to a large black device, two framed photos sat on a neat, elevated shelf. What are those? Hestia pointed at the photos. My parents' memorial photos, August answered calmly. He wasn't overly emotional about it, his parents had passed away from chronic overwork a while ago. This apartment was the main inheritance they left him, one of the few physical memories he had left of them. August walked over to the living room refrigerator. Opening it, he revealed a decent stash of drinks and snacks. Hearing it was his parents, Hestia stepped closer to the shelf and studied the names beneath the photos. Father, Arthur. Mother, Helen. Hestia didn't bow or perform a mortal prayer. She simply raised a hand in a casual, respectful greeting as an equal. Your parents must have been gentle people. Judging by the home's neat, practical layout and August's calm demeanor, they were clearly decent people. You could say that, August replied plainly. He grabbed a few items from the fridge. I don't have any actual meals cooked right now. I'll order us some takeout. Here, drink something to hold you over. Milk, cola, or juice. Take your pick. August held up the bottles for her to see. Faced with the options, she didn't hesitate. I want to try that. She had drunk plenty of juice before. Milk was common in Rio too. But what the heck was cola? If her child kept it stored inside this freezing box, it had to be delicious. August twisted the cap off a chilled bottle of cola and handed it to her. Hestia took it and gulped it down. That hits the spot. It was her first time experiencing the bubbly bite of carbonation. The sugar rush exploded across her taste buds. She had never tasted a beverage this refreshing in her long life. This world's food was definitely something else. She noticed August tapping away on a small, glowing rectangular device in his hand. "What's that?" Hestia asked curiously. "It's a smartphone." August gave the device a small wave. "I'm ordering takeout. It's basically a service that pays someone to pick up food from a restaurant and deliver it straight to our door. It's really that easy." Hestia's divine translation easily parsed the concept. She couldn't get over how easy everything was. This world was far too comfortable. If she lived here for good, she probably would not last a single day before turning into a lazy shut-in. Hestia felt herself inching one step closer to becoming a total freeloader. August image for every 100 power stones equals I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The Making of a Useless Goddess. 1021 words. Through August's patient guidance, Hestia finally mastered the apartment's modern appliances. The first thing she conquered was the smartphone. Right now, she was happily munching on takeout while watching the Danmachi anime cast onto the TV screen. She watched the show with intense fascination. "Gotta admit, this kid really is impressive," Hestia commented through a mouthful of food. Though the NTR vibes in this plot are off the charts. She praised Belle Cranell's potential while giggling at her fictional counterpart getting cucked by Freya, acting as if it wasn't her on the screen at all. "You're okay with this?" August sat next to her, popping a piece of grilled sausage into his mouth. Hearing her drop a bombshell like that, he wondered if his goddess had a few screws loose. How could she watch a plotline like that without getting mad, let alone laugh at it? "Why wouldn't I be?" Hestia said with a shrug. "Sure, it's frustrating, but what can I really do about it in that timeline? If letting Freya step in helps the kid grow, then it's a necessary trade. Sometimes, you have to lose something to gain something." Hestia felt zero shame over the NTR narrative. She could be petty. But when it came to raising a familia, she was pragmatic. As long as it didn't cross her bottom line, she could tolerate a lot to help her child succeed, even if it meant swallowing her pride and feeling a flash of jealousy toward another woman. Of course, if we're talking about this world, that's a hard no. "I'm in your world now. My divine power is unsealed. If I let myself get cucked with my power at max output, I might as well resign as a goddess." Hestia made one thing very clear. Here on Earth, she would never tolerate getting NTR'd. If anyone even tried, she would explode. With no restrictions holding her back, she sat at the very apex of this world. Letting someone walk all over her. Yeah, right. Where did you even learn to talk like that? August raised an eyebrow, recognizing the unmistakable flavor of internet brain rot in her speech. "From here." Hestia held up August's phone, pointing to an open chat window. It was his personal group chat. "I have to say, the people in this box are weirdos. There are all kinds of freaks in here. The humans of this world really are something else." Hestia was having her mind blown by the shitposters in his chat group. For a goddess, reading modern internet banter was an enlightening experience. "Stop reading that garbage," August sighed. "You're going to turn into a degenerate." He hadn't expected Hestia to adapt to the interface so fast. As expected of a goddess. Their learning curve for things that interested them was terrifyingly steep. "Don't say that." The moment he mentioned her becoming a degenerate, Hestia deflated like a balloon. She went limp, melting into the sofa and hugging a throw pillow to her chest. "It's this world's fault for being so convenient. I can order food on this little glass brick. I can play games. I can talk to people far away. You have metal carriages and electric bikes outside. And the food there is so much good food. I can't take it anymore. Hestia groaned. The thought of returning to Rio and living a primitive, inconvenient life made her want to cry. She had tasted the peak of modern comfort. Going back to a medieval slum felt like a one-way trip to hell. Besides, she didn't even have a place to live in Rio anymore. Going back meant living in poverty. August, can we come back here every day? Hestia gave him the best puppy dog eyes a goddess could muster. She couldn't bear to leave this lifestyle behind. August stared blankly at his patron goddess. She got corrupted by modern convenience in record time. It hasn't even been a few hours. In the blink of an eye, a goddess who had once lived like it was the Middle Ages had turned into a hopeless shut-in. Modern civilization was really scary. Sure, August agreed after a moment of thought. He liked modern conveniences too. Why rough it out in the Middle Ages when he had an apartment with Wi-Fi and running water? Hestia threw her hands in the air. This was the life she wanted. Fast, easy, and comfortable. But amidst her celebration, she remembered something. By the way, August. What exactly did we come back here to do? She had noticed him sketching and making lists earlier, clearly prepping for a project. I'm buying weapons, August replied. And I need to run some tests on my magic. I'm a newly registered adventurer in Rio. If I suddenly bust out a high-tier spell, I'll draw the eyes of every god in the city. Plus, I don't even know the exact effects or limits of healing fire. I need a baseline. Since his fauna had granted him new abilities, he needed a safe place to experiment. He lacked combat experience and couldn't afford to go in blind. That makes sense, Hestia nodded, putting on her serious face. A useless goddess she might be, but when it came to her familia's safety, she did her job. Healing fire. Plus the 3 passive resistances. The charm resistance had already proven its worth, but the temporal and spatial resistances were wild cards. The spatial inventory was a beast of a skill that needed proper utilization. The portal was a given, it was his main traversal tool. But our familia is just the 2 of us. Who is going to help us test it? Hestia asked. I already have someone in mind, August said confidently. He had originally planned to come back alone to test his limits. But bringing an unsealed goddess along changed everything. With a goddess operating at maximum power by his side, any potential negotiations or tests on Earth just became playing on easy mode. You'll see tomorrow. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 16, bonus. 1121 words 100 horsepower bonus the next day at noon. Inside a public military recruitment office. The morning had already been bustling, but inside the private conference room, August and Hestia sat quietly, sipping tea. A middle-aged man in an army uniform stared at the mortal and the goddess across the table, maintaining a stiff, professional smile. That composure lasted only until August began listing his demands: 30,000 assault rifles, 50 million rounds of ammunition, 200 mobile missile launchers with 20,000 missiles, and 5,000 suicide drones. At that, the officer's eyelid twitched violently. If the stunningly beautiful woman sitting next to the boy wasn't radiating a literal divine aura, he would have ordered them thrown out on the spot. That amount of firepower was enough to wage a war against a small country. Well, Commander James. August looked at the officer with expectant eyes. James was the only official who had stepped up to meet them. These weapons. You could start a war with an arsenal like this. Commander James wanted to refuse. Handing over that much firepower was practically the same as arming a rogue state. But when his gaze shifted to Hestia, the harsh refusal died in his throat. A goddess from another world. Just sitting there, her presence bypassed all logic. One look at her was enough to leave no room for doubt. Setting aside whether it's permitted, we couldn't come up with that kind of inventory even if we wanted to, James said, rubbing his temples. 30,000 rifles. 200 missile launchers. We don't just keep that much surplus lying around. At best, we'd have to commission the military factories, and that takes time. They could procure it, sure, but pulling that much hardware would actively weaken their active duty forces. This kid really had the nerve to ask for the lion's share. If James actually authorized a transfer that large on the spot, he'd be standing before a military tribunal by morning. Furthermore, 30,000 assault rifles. How do you even plan to use them? Commander James was genuinely curious about the logistics. August pulled out a spare smartphone. Like this. He handed it to James. The screen played an anime clip: Gilgamesh firing a barrage of weapons from the Gate of Babylon. My ability is a spatial backpack. It doesn't just store items, it can eject them as projectiles. If I stock it with modern firearms, I can control and fire them remotely without needing any manpower. August demonstrated the skill. Soft ripples of light appeared in the air around him. He picked up his paper teacup, tossed it into one ripple, and it instantly shot out from another ripple near his shoulder. Inside the spatial inventory, I can remotely trigger firing mechanisms or swap magazines automatically. James had originally assumed August was trying to raise a private army. Realizing it was meant for a one-man combat doctrine changed everything. The commander could already picture it: tens of thousands of missiles pouring out of thin air. What about maintenance? James raised an eyebrow. The upkeep for that much hardware wasn't cheap. Even ignoring the financial cost, the manual labor required to clean and maintain those guns would work a man to death. Not an issue. Unless the weapon is destroyed in combat, the interior of the inventory effectively freezes items in the exact state they entered, August explained. As for any necessary upkeep costs, I can afford it. He paused. Besides, I'm not using these to start a war on Earth. I have a portal. I'm arming myself to explore another world solo. Hearing that, James's eyelid twitched again. Selfish brat. You have a portal to another world, and you didn't think to invite Uncle Sam. James's perspective was entirely different. This young comrade had little civic awareness, he should have turned himself into the government. But then James remembered the briefing he had read before this meeting. August had tried to turn himself in. The military had rejected him, assuming he was another delusional prankster. Since the authorities had already shot down his offer for joint development, James couldn't exactly take the moral high ground now. Damn it, which idiot rejected him at the front desk? But the situation had changed. The kid was no longer just a portal user. He now had the backing of a powerful goddess. The military had already pulled up Hestia's mythology. She came from a story about forging heroes, a world filled with gods, demi-humans, and a massive dungeon crawling with monsters. It was a realm of high fantasy and perilous unknowns. Thinking about it made James want to strangle whoever chased August away that day. He wanted to drag that desk clerk out and court-martial him. Letting an asset of this magnitude walk out the front door was a monumental blunder. Despite his frustration, James couldn't blame August. The kid had offered his loyalty on a silver platter, and they had slammed the door in his face. Blaming the boy now would just prove James was unfit for his rank. Commander James glanced up at the security camera in the corner of the room. This was above his pay grade, the old brass watching the feed would have to make the call. Ring, ring. The secure phone on the table buzzed. James picked up the receiver. The orders from the higher-ups were brief and decisive. Make the deal. Hearing the authorization, James let out a quiet sigh of relief. We will prepare the weapons for you. Truth be told, James liked this arrangement. August had zero interest in conquering Earth, seizing power, or starting trouble. He just wanted to gear up for a dungeon crawl in another world. However, we want to establish a trade line for otherworldly goods, James continued, relaying the brass's terms. Specifically, we are looking for magical healing items, exotic metals, or monster drops from the dungeon. Healing items are fine. But metals and monster drops are off the table. Hestia, who had been quietly snacking, finally spoke up. She weighed the request carefully before shutting it down. Raw exotic metals are monopolized by the top-tier familias. You can't even buy the rare ores, they only sell finished products. Even if we procured finished weapons for you, fulfilling a military-sized quota would instantly paint a massive target on August's back. The other gods would notice. She shook her head. As for monster drops, the drop rates are random, and the big familias buy them up in bulk. We are just starting out. We don't have the manpower or the influence to move that much cargo without getting crushed. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Holy shit, why didn't you lead with that? 1021 words. The reality of their situation was a harsh pill to swallow. August's familia was just starting out. If Hestia suddenly started hauling massive quantities of modern Earth tech or raw materials back to Ora Rio, they would instantly become a prime target for every greedy god in the city. Surviving under that kind of scrutiny would be a nightmare. Have you actually calculated the value of those materials? August asked smoothly. He could tell the brass behind the cameras was desperate to get their hands on otherworldly research materials. But research required fair compensation. Commander James caught his drift. He glanced up at the security camera again. This was a negotiation, neither side wanted a bad deal. Even though August possessed a dimensional portal, he was still a citizen of this country, and was willingly sitting at the table to talk terms. Besides, what happens when my portal links to a futuristic world? August pointed out. Worlds with alien empires or hyper-advanced tech like Marvel or Star Wars. Spaceships, faster-than-light fighters, anti-gravity engines, infinite energy sources. The technological value of those items would be off the charts. The worth of that tech would be astronomical. Even if the government liquidated its entire national defense budget, it wouldn't be enough to pay for a single anti-gravity drive. Commander James rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He was out of his depth. A literal goddess sat across from him, tangible proof that other worlds existed. If August returned tomorrow with cutting-edge technology, Earth would have nothing of comparable value to trade. The imbalance would be humiliating. Let's table that for now, James decided. Arguing over hypothetical spaceships wasn't going to get them anywhere today. It was better to focus on the immediate weapon request. Regarding the weapons, if you don't mind, I can temporarily divert some of the Army's active stockpile to you, James offered. We can settle the initial payment in gold or healing potions. James was taking a different route than the brass. The old men up top were likely still squabbling over trade agreements. He could bypass the red tape by siphoning gear directly from his own base's inventory. Whatever August traded in return would go straight into his unit's pockets anyway. Hearing this, August and Hestia exchanged a glance. That works, August agreed. Asking for 30,000 rifles on day one was a tall order, after all. Oh, one more thing. Can you get my goddess a legal ID and residency? August casually dropped the request. James almost choked. What was this kid thinking, trying to file paperwork for a literal goddess? But then he paused. A goddess from another world officially registering as a citizen of their country. The political and cultural implications were absurd. Not a problem. I'll handle the residency paperwork, James agreed, seeing the immense value in it. Having an otherworldly god officially recognize their nation was a massive flex. Also, could you arrange for me to meet some of your disabled veterans? Specifically, amputees, August asked. When I formed my contract with Hestia, I awakened magic. Healing magic. By expending mana, I can heal wounds and regenerate missing limbs. James's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Regenerating missing limbs? Holy shit, kid, why didn't you say that first? August, I'll get you those men right away. James said, practically vibrating with excitement. He had assumed August was just a frontline fighter, but the kid was practically a walking miracle. James didn't waste a second. He snatched up his phone and dialed furiously. Listen to me. Find the severely wounded veterans who were medically discharged and bring them to the base hospital. Right now. He roared into the receiver. You have 2 hours. If they aren't there, you can hand in your resignation. James barked out orders like a madman. Magic that could regrow limbs changed everything. How could he not be ecstatic? The military needed this more than anything. What about a location? August glanced around the sterile conference room. They obviously couldn't do medical procedures here. Not a problem. We'll use the best hospital on the base. I'll drive you there myself. James quickly realized that a conference table was no substitute for a sterile operating room. A proper military hospital was the ideal place for it. They could perform the magic there and monitor the veterans' vital signs afterward to make sure everything remained stable. If this really worked, James knew it would send shockwaves through the entire armed forces. The military had a long list of soldiers who had been forced to retire because of permanent, debilitating injuries. If August could restore them, it would be a monumental victory for the Army's morale. A sudden thought struck the commander. August, James said, his tone deadly serious. If you can really heal my men, I'll personally vouch for you. Every single piece of standard issue equipment under my jurisdiction. It's yours to use. The fact that August had revealed this trump card meant he trusted them. If James started pinching pennies now, he would be nothing but an ungrateful fool. If August wanted guns, James was prepared to empty his armory to supply him. Thank you, August replied, genuinely appreciating the support. The commander meant every word, and August respected that. Compared to his first disastrous visit, this second attempt was a resounding success. They had an actual partnership. Don't thank me. I should be thanking you, James said solemnly. An ability like yours, for men like us, it's a blessing. If a man who could save lives and restore broken soldiers didn't receive the utmost respect, then James had no business wearing a uniform. Let's head out, then. August checked the time. It was already past noon, and driving to the hospital would take a bit. Right now. Commander James couldn't wait another second. The thought of seeing his disabled soldiers made whole again sent adrenaline surging through him. He was desperate to witness the miracle firsthand. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 18, bonus 1097 words 200 horsepower bonus a military hospital. Several elderly men in reading glasses and balding middle-aged doctors sat in the conference room, their faces alight with intense curiosity. They had rushed over voluntarily the second they received the news. More than a dozen soldiers, some missing arms or legs, others missing internal organs, were escorted in, supported by active duty personnel. Is this all of them? Commander James frowned at the small group. His mood soured. Why were there so few? Shouldn't they have brought more? Are you kidding me? We only had 2 hours. A middle-aged officer in a matching uniform snapped back, cursing. It takes time just to make the calls, let alone transport them. These are only the guys who live closest to the base. Anyone further out wouldn't even make the drive in 2 hours. You try organizing it then. Gathering over a dozen disabled veterans in just 2 hours was a logistical miracle. Did he think teleporting people was free? Realizing this was the best they could do, Commander James turned to August. August, will this be enough? He asked cautiously. This was the critical factor. It's enough, August nodded. Bring the first one forward. Hearing this, James opted to start with the lowest difficulty. He scanned the disabled veterans. Help him up. Several soldiers quickly escorted a man missing both of his arms. James looked at the former soldier. Listen up. If you feel anything, speak up immediately. Do not keep your mouth shut. If something feels wrong, you tell us, James ordered. Yes, sir. The supported soldier instinctively tried to salute before remembering he had no arms. Still, his voice was dead serious. I am ready. Commander James took a deep breath, fixing August with a solemn gaze. August nodded. Sitting on a prepared stool, he raised his hands. He began his chant. Sacred flames, hear the sorrow of the wounded, healing fire. Because the magic originated from the Danmachi universe, activating the spell required a verbal incantation. A soft orange flame appeared in August's right hand. The flickering fire drifted forward and wrapped itself around the scarred stump of the veteran's arm. The moment the flames made contact, a literal miracle unfolded before their eyes. The sealed stump began to swell. Flesh pushed outward, splitting the old scar tissue apart. Skin knit itself together at a visible pace, while beneath it, blood vessels, muscle fibers, and bone rapidly regenerated and extended outward. It's worky, the officer who had brought the veterans in stared wide-eyed as the realization hit him. But before he could finish, Commander James slapped a hand over his colleague's mouth. Everyone held their breath and watched in stunned silence. The cluster of fire continued its work, healing, regenerating, and expanding the limb. In stark contrast to the miracle, the veteran receiving the flames suddenly convulsed, his face contorting in unbearable agony. Hestia, who had been watching her child cast his first spell with delight, suddenly stepped forward. Hold him down. The tissue generation is too fast. His brain can't process the pain signals. And do not let him pull away. A restorative spell like this cannot be interrupted. If the connection breaks, all the progress is lost. Hestia barked, seeing that the moon was on the verge of thrashing from the shock. The medical staff had been so mesmerized by the divine magic that they were too stunned to step in. But the moment they heard the goddess's command, they snapped into action and immediately shoved a rolled towel into the patient's mouth for him to bite down on. They had already been looking for an excuse to get closer. Now that an otherworldly goddess had given them the go-ahead, they crowded around the patient at once. If anyone asked, it was purely for medical observation. An old doctor in a white coat leaned in, closely scrutinizing the regeneration process. The veins are bulging. The nerve regeneration is causing extreme pain and itching, triggering a severe stress response in the brain. This method of limb regeneration is violently aggressive. Without anesthesia, this kind of rapid regeneration is essentially forcing cells to divide, align, and stretch themselves out in real time. The old doctor made a remarkably precise observation, diagnosing the mechanics in the simplest terms. You're pretty sharp, old man, Hestia smirked, impressed that the mortal doctor understood the process so well. In my world, magic of this level is considered high tier even among established familiars. A spell capable of truly regenerating a lost limb is nothing short of a miracle. She paused. However, since my child is still at level 1, his control over healing fire is still rough and unpolished. To smooth out the process, he'll need to level up. Hestia understood the brutal nature of the spell. It forced the body to regenerate, healing the target no matter how excruciating the pain. So the results are immediate, but the side effects are brutal, the middle-aged doctor said with a knowing nod. The healing itself was extraordinary, but the patient needed nerves of steel to endure it. Hearing this, Commander James stepped forward to offer moral support. Whether you get to live a normal life again depends entirely on you right now. Show me your will to live. James shouted encouragement from the sidelines. Compared to living the rest of his life as a double amputee, a few minutes of agony was a small price to pay. The veteran seemed to hear him. Gritting his teeth against the towel, his violently shaking body suddenly went rigid. He was forcing himself to endure it. Good man. Commander James was deeply moved watching his former soldier fight through the pain. Yes, that was the grit he wanted to see. The armed guards standing by watched the scene unfold, their grips tightening nervously around their rifles. Witnessing it firsthand shook them to the core. It hurt to watch their seniors, men who had sacrificed their limbs, go through something like this, yet the miracle unfolding before their eyes was impossible not to marvel at. And the treatment's effects were immediate. The arm grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. First came muscle, then the wrist, and finally a set of brand new fingers, all forged from the fire. A fresh, fully functional arm appeared right in front of them. Someone in the room broke the silence. They stared with feverish excitement, having just witnessed true biological regeneration. It worked. It actually worked. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, A Different Kind of Feeling. 1146 words. August let out a slow breath. Even with cheers of success ringing around him, he barely seemed to notice. Instead, he stared at his own hand as he drew back his mana. It felt entirely surreal. So this is what it feels like to use mana. August slowly clenched his fist, a conflicted, hollow look crossing his face. Doing it for the first time, it feels strange. Noticing his unease, Hestia was the first to move. She stepped up beside him and wrapped her arms around him. Wrapped in Hestia's gentle embrace, August felt the tension in his mind melt away. It's my first time casting magic, August admitted quietly. It feels unreal. Like someone else was pulling the strings. Rather than brushing aside his concerns, Hestia beamed with pride. That's my familia. To cast a spell this perfectly on your very first try. You really are amazing. Hestia lavished him with praise. Her eyes shone with unreserved pride, untouched by the faint melancholy on his face. If anything, she looked prouder than ever. August, this is your first day as an adventurer. It's your first time using magic. Pulling off a high-tier spell to this degree without a hitch. You are a walking miracle. That was the goddess's official evaluation. He had exceeded all expectations. Standing nearby, Commander James and the others caught Hestia's words. Realizing this was August's very first time casting magic, and that he had still burned through his own energy without hesitation to help their veterans, the officers were deeply moved. August, an ability like this is beyond anything I could have imagined, Commander James said with a soft sigh. And the fact that you used it to restore these soldiers, in another age, they would have written your name into the history books. There was no doubt in James's mind. This young man was a good person. He's right. A power like this is nothing short of miraculous. We old-timers never thought we'd live to see anything like it, one of the white-haired doctors said. To possess such power at his age and choose to heal the wounded out of sheer goodwill said a great deal about his character. More importantly, August had just opened the door to an entirely new field of study. They had never seen real magic before in their lives. Watching mana be used to regenerate living tissue was a revelation. Thank you, August replied, feeling much better. He pulled himself together. In that moment, he suddenly understood why some people would volunteer their own time to join rescue teams without asking for a cent. Being appreciated like this was intoxicating. August took a deep breath and steadied himself. Seeing that his mood had settled, buoyed by the praise, Hestia smiled and let go of him. There was nothing a goddess loved more than seeing her child shine. With his focus back, August turned his attention to the veteran. The soldier's right arm was fully restored, and his vital signs were stabilizing, though he was likely still in too much pain to speak. Should we continue? The veteran had lost both arms, now one was back, and he was slowly regaining feeling in the new limb. The old doctor noticed that the patient was drenched in sweat. Get him some fluids first. He's sweating heavily. We need to stabilize him before the second round, or he'll pass out from dehydration. Hearing that, August realized he had overlooked the physical strain. As expected of a professional. Experience made all the difference. Commander James gave a quick signal to the guards on standby. The soldiers immediately rushed out to fetch saline solution to rehydrate the patient. While they waited, August pointed to the junction where the new arm met the old shoulder. That's strange. Why is there a scar left behind? August frowned. A faint scar still marked the seam. Logically, a full regeneration spell should have restored the flesh to a pristine state. So why was the seam still there? The doctors crowded around to inspect it, gently running their gloved fingers over the area. The skin of the new arm was tender and smooth, like a newborn's. There's a clear difference in skin texture. The new arm is flawless, one middle-aged doctor noted. What's your take? Based on my understanding, the old doctor replied, when the amputation occurred, the surgical incisions and sutures healed over time. Those healed scars became a permanent fixture of his body. I agree with Doctor. The magic likely registers the old, healed scar tissue as the host's natural state now. Since so much time has passed, the spell accepts the scar as part of his baseline body. The medical team quickly conferred, trading theories back and forth. In the end, they reached a consensus. August's healing fire had recognized the old, surgically closed stump as part of the veteran's original body. The scar had already become a part of him. It seems magic isn't flawless after all, August noted. He realized that when dealing with years-old scars, the spell registered them as the body's natural state. That meant healing fire wasn't a universal reset button for old deformities. Hey, just having an arm back is a miracle. Who cares about a little scar? Commander James waved it off, holding a very different perspective. Don't let perfectionism get to you, August. For these wounded men, getting the chance to live a normal life again is the greatest blessing they could ask for. A scar was fine. In fact, it was a testament to what they had survived. A true badge of honor. What kind of soldier didn't have a few scars anyway? After drinking the saline and catching his breath, the veteran slowly opened his mouth. Summoning every ounce of strength he had left, he spoke. Please continue the treatment. I can take it. His lips were still pale, but his voice was dead serious. Thank you. He was deeply grateful for what August was doing for him. Good man. Commander James clenched his fists, encouraging his former soldier. A damn good soldier. Let's begin, then. Hearing the veteran's resolve, August wasn't about to stall. If they were going to do this, they were going all the way. When healing fire flared to life once more, August was far more composed, guiding the flow of mana with the confidence of newfound experience. The veteran doctors adjusted quickly as well. The first time, they had been caught slightly off guard, relying on ingrained medical instinct to deal with the shock. This time, however, they moved with deliberate precision. They stepped back just enough to observe, their eyes fixed on the process as they studied every stage of the cellular regeneration with clinical intensity. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 20, bonus. 1007 words 300 horsepower bonus. Hello everyone. Once again, thank you all so much for your support so far. In the next chapter, we'll be returning to the world of Danmachi. The healing sessions lasted until 7 in the evening. The remaining work post-op recovery and physical therapy was left to the veteran doctors. On the way back, Commander James personally drove August home. They cruised along a quiet riverside road until August suddenly broke the silence. Hold on a second. Pull over. James blinked in confusion but tapped the brakes, steering the military vehicle to the curb. Weren't they heading straight home? August threw open the rear door, stumbled toward a public trash can on the sidewalk, and immediately started dry heaving. The violent nausea that had been building finally caught up with him, and he threw up. James and the armed guard in the passenger seat exchanged startled glances. They had not expected the kid to lose his lunch so quickly. Then again, as battle-hardened soldiers, they had long since forgotten the shock and revulsion of their own first brush with real gore. Hestia guessed at once what was wrong, and stepped out of the car. She stood quietly beside August, gently rubbing his back in slow, soothing strokes until the retching finally eased. "Commander, what's wrong with him?" the guard whispered, baffled. "Think back to the first time you saw a mangled, bloody mess," James replied quietly. "Did you feel like puking?" August was not a trained soldier or a trauma surgeon. He had never been exposed to flying gore, shattered bones, or the grotesque reality of flesh being forcibly regenerated. For a normal civilian, that much blood and exposed anatomy was enough to trigger a primal wave of revulsion. "Yeah, definitely," the guard admitted without hesitation. He remembered his first real firefight in the wild, watching bullets tear through his comrades, the endless bleeding. If it weren't for his rigorous training, the fear and disgust alone would have paralyzed him. James watched August spit into the bin. It's a miracle he held it in this long. To endure that visceral horror for hours without breaking composure showed remarkable willpower. James's gaze shifted to the trash can. "Radio the trailing vehicle. Tell them to burn that bin," James ordered. He wasn't taking any chances. August's vomit contained his genetic material. James had sworn to protect this asset, and he wasn't about to leave the DNA of a dimension-hopping, magic-wielding anomaly sitting on a public sidewalk. "Yes, sir," the guard replied, grabbing his radio to relay the order. Hestia helped impale August back into the car, and James pulled away from the curb. Moments later, a military jeep pulled up to the exact same spot. A soldier stepped out wielding a heavy flamethrower. "Burn it," the squad leader ordered from the passenger seat. A stream of liquid fire engulfed the trash can. The intense heat incinerated the contents, reducing everything to unrecoverable ash. Back in the car, August stared out the window, slowly catching his breath as the cityscape rolled by. He grabbed a tissue and wiped his mouth. "Sorry you had to see that," August muttered. It was the first time he had embarrassed himself in front of them. "Nothing to be embarrassed about," James said, keeping his eyes on the road. "Saving lives and dealing with raw trauma is brutal work for a civilian. We're deeply grateful for what you did today." He meant every word. Helping those broken veterans return to normal life was an act of real grace. "By the way, I have your approved requisition list," James announced, instantly snapping August to attention. "Since this is coming straight from a regional military cache, we can only supply active-duty equipment, 1,000 active-duty assault rifles, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 modern main battle tanks, equipped with 1,000 shells, 20 mobile rocket launchers, stocked with 5,000 missiles, 50 recon drones, 1,000 suicide drones." August's eyes widened. It was a far cry from his original request, but it was still an overwhelming amount of firepower. "Command reviewed the logistics," James explained. "Since you're heading into a subterranean labyrinth, the space down there is likely to be tight. We couldn't authorize any large-scale strategic payloads, so we had to prioritize tactical safety and maneuverability. Even scaled down, it was an arsenal of mass destruction." "Understood." August had not expected a single regional base to hand over that much hardware in the first place. "Honestly, if my base had access to the strategic arsenal, I would have pulled a Minuteman III ballistic missile for you just to be safe," James joked. No, please don't," August quickly waved his hands in refusal. Firing a ballistic missile underground. Did this guy want to bury him alive? That was a nation-level deterrent. Using it for pest control was asking for a cave-in. "There is one more thing," August added. "Could you requisition a batch of standalone computers with a closed local network for me? I'm not worried about raw firepower. The real problem is dealing with dungeon monsters one-on-one, in situations where I can't just carpet bomb the whole area. I need to figure out how effective the weapons will actually be. If I run into a monster that uses wind magic, standard bullets might get deflected without heavy concentrated fire. I need to test penetration against different monster hides and magical defenses." He couldn't afford to be careless. He valued his life. "You want to run ballistic tests on fantasy monsters?" James's eyes lit up. No problem. This was massive. Modern physics and ballistics colliding with mythic magic and monsters. The resulting data would be priceless. Lucas, hurry. James barked at his guard. Message the tech division. Tell them to prep a batch of combat-grade laptops and a short-range LAN router. Give them half a day. I want it ready. Yes, sir. The guard immediately pulled out his encrypted phone and started typing the orders. For every 100 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter add to your library. Chapter 21, Dungeon, here I come. 1259 words. August would be able to speak Koine from now on, thanks to an auto-translation blessing Hestia had bestowed on him through her divine power. The next morning, inside Hephaestus's office, an intangible door suddenly materialized in the center of the room. With her divine senses, Hephaestus immediately picked up on the anomaly. Welcome back, Hephaestus drawled, leaning back in her chair. She watched the mortal and the goddess step out of the void. She immediately noticed August, and more prominently, Hestia, who had changed into an outfit entirely alien to this era. Both of them were glowing, looking thoroughly refreshed. Looks like a successful trip. Hephaestus let out a low whistle. It was obvious the duo had come back fully geared up. Hestia rubbed the back of her head, looking slightly bashful. I have to admit, August's world is very peaceful. It's just a little wild sometimes. After securing their new arsenal, the trip back to the apartment turned out to be far more eventful than expected. Near the military base, a pair of gorgeous twins just so happened to bump into them. Later, a stunning woman in business attire, her long legs wrapped in silk stockings, tried to strike up a conversation from the window of a luxury car. Hestia quickly realized that if she didn't assert dominance, these modern women were going to eat her alive. Back in Orio, she had no choice but to endure watching other women circle her child. Her divine power had been sealed, and there was nothing she could do about it. But here on Earth, with her power fully restored, things were different. If these mortal women thought they could flirt with her familia child right in front of her, they were gravely mistaken. Hestia made sure to show them exactly what divine possessiveness looked like. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow, easily reading her friend's smug aura. She had clearly enjoyed her time on the other side. I take it you're ready, then. She shifted her gaze to August, knowing it was time for him to enter the dungeon. I'm ready, August nodded. He was fully prepped. Hephaestus walked over to an anvil near the forge, lifting a sleek set of armor and tossing it to August. Custom-forged light armor. Given your current build, heavy plate would just slow you down on your first descent. It was a parting gift from the goddess of forging. She knew August was a cautious man who wouldn't throw his life away in the labyrinth, making a high-mobility loadout the optimal choice. August caught the chest piece and quickly strapped it on. The light armor fit him perfectly. As for weapons, his spatial backpack was already stocked with his own specialized gear. Let's go. Hestia grabbed his arm, practically buzzing with anticipation. It was time for her child to show the world what he could do. As soon as they stepped outside, Orario's familiar medieval fantasy atmosphere greeted them. August took in the sights and sounds of the city, drew a deep breath, and followed Hestia toward the Tower of Babel. The early morning streets were already bustling with adventurers. They wore a chaotic mix of armor and robes, representing a wide array of races. Elves, beastmen, dwarves, and Paolum crowded the thoroughfares. When they reached the plaza beneath Babel, several veteran adventurers took notice of them. It was not every day that a goddess personally escorted one of their children to the entrance. Although August looked older and far more composed than the average rookie, Hestia's personal send-off made his inexperience obvious. Stay safe down there, August. Hestia called out, completely ignoring the curious stares from the crowd. August nodded. He took one last steadying breath and walked toward the grand entrance of the dungeon. The moment he crossed the threshold, hey there, mister. In need of a supporter? A Paolum carrying an oversized backpack trotted over. Spotting August as a fresh face, she pitched her services. It was the classic introductory rite of the labyrinth. August hadn't expected to be approached this quickly. He gave the small demi-human a quick visual appraisal. "What is the deepest floor you've ever reached?" he asked. He had to be strategic. He possessed a detailed map of the upper floors provided by Hephaestus, but the dungeon was a living, breathing anomaly. A map was good, but an experienced local guide was better. The Paolum blinked in surprise. This guy was asking practical questions, unlike the usual cocky rookies. She counted on her fingers for a second before confirming her deepest dive. "The fifth floor." "Fifth floor," August muttered, running the numbers. The first 5 floors were relatively safe. Thanks to the divine protection of Auranas, the god of the sky, massive monster spawns and stampedes were rare in the upper strata. More importantly, now that he was officially a level 1 adventurer, his physical stamina was vastly superior to a normal human's, meaning he could maintain a rapid marching pace. "I'll hire you." August paused for a moment. "But the work is going to be tough. Are you sure you want to take it?" "Wait, seriously." The Paolum was clearly surprised that a rookie was willing to hire a supporter right from the start. Most of them were too arrogant for that. She studied his face. His expression was dead serious. There was none of that naive, wide-eyed bravado typical of first-timers. "I accept," she agreed immediately. A heavy workload was fine. He looked cautious, and more importantly, he wasn't looking down on her for being a Paolum. He was just laying out the terms. It was just a rookie run anyway. How bad could it possibly be? "Let's move out, then," August said, gesturing toward the downward spiraling ramp. "Yes, sir." The Paolum hoisted her oversized backpack and quickly hurried after him. However, their little exchange hadn't gone unnoticed. The veteran adventurers lingering near the entrance snickered, throwing open mockery their way. A rookie hiring a supporter on day 1. Guy's got more money than brains. Seriously. A supporter is just a walking backpack. What's a pampered rookie who needs his goddess to hold his hand going to do with that? What a moron. Give it an hour. The supporter will probably ditch him the second a goblin shows up. Nah, I bet the kid uses her as monster bait to save his own skin. The rough-looking veterans openly sneered at August. Hiring a supporter for his very first run was seen as absurdly overconfident. To them, the kid looked like he had a death wish. Hearing the cruel jeers, the Paolum tensed up. She nervously glanced up at August to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, he didn't even flinch. He didn't shoot her a suspicious glare, nor did he acknowledge the laughing veterans. He just kept his eyes forward, his boots thudding steadily against the stone ramp leading down into the abyss. Noticing her footsteps lagging behind, August briefly paused and looked back. "What's wrong?" "Getting cold feet." "I'm coming." Seeing that he paid no mind to the toxic gossip, the Paolum felt a wave of relief. He was not playing some cruel joke. He actually wanted to hire her. She hitched her heavy pack higher onto her shoulders and jogged to catch up. Advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter add to your library. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Bonus 1207 words for 100 horsepower bonus. Stepping onto the first floor, August witnessed the grandeur of the labyrinth for the first time. The interior was structured like a series of massive, cavernous corridors. Just navigating these winding passages would take a considerable amount of time. August paused his steps. "My name is August." "What's yours?" he asked, introducing himself. "My name is Lily," the Paolum quickly replied, keeping her tone respectful. August nodded. That was the extent of their small talk. From here on out, your job is to collect the magic stones. However, you'll also be picking up some extra items for me, August explained, laying out the workload. As for the cut, we split it 60-40. I take 60. You take 40. The terms and the pay were laid out clearly. Understood. Lily nodded, acting as if she took him at his word. She was left speechless. A 60-40 split. The offer alone was enough to catch her off guard. Of course, she did not believe a word of it. She knew exactly how adventurers in Rio operated. The city's cruelty had been carved into her bones long ago. The two ventured deeper, and it didn't take long for the dungeon to offer its welcoming committee. A pair of glowing, emotionless eyes stared back at them from the gloom. Since they were only on the first floor, the monster wasn't particularly strong. It was about the size of a small animal. August, that's a monster native to the upper floors, a kobold, Lily warned, taking a cautious step back. A normal civilian can't fight it alone. It usually takes 4 or 5 grown men to kill one, and even then, 2 or 3 of them won't make it back alive. As she finished her warning, the kobold bared its fangs. Its feral instincts kicked in, and it launched itself at August and Lily. It moved with the reckless ferocity of a rabid beast, desperate to tear the intruders apart. First battle, August muttered. A steel combat knife slid into his grip. With a flick of his blade, the space over his right shoulder distorted. A modern pistol materialized, hovering midair within a spatial ripple. The shot cracked through the corridor. The bullet slammed into the kobold's torso, hitting center mass instead of its head. But the monster did not go down. It took the hit, and only grew more frenzied. With a shriek, it lunged forward at twice its previous speed, aiming straight for August's throat. Dungeon monsters really don't feel pain. That shot should have crippled it, August analyzed calmly. Whatever. Looks like one pistol isn't enough to drop a kobold. Let's go with a volley. August raised his hand and swiped the air. 5 more handguns materialized behind him, locking onto the target. A rapid barrage of gunfire erupted. The charging kobold was shredded midair, its body dropping lifelessly at August's feet. Seconds later, the monster's corpse dissolved into a pile of gray ash. Left behind in the dust was a small magic stone and a cluster of deformed copper bullets that had ripped through its flesh. So the bullets don't disappear, August observed as he looked over the remains. The monster's body had vanished, but the physical rounds lodged inside it had been left behind along with the magic stone. Lily, get to work. Pick up the magic stone, and toss all those little metal chunks into this pouch. August tossed her a heavy-duty canvas bag. Lily stared at the ash pile in horror. Just moments ago, she had taken him for a naive rookie. And yet, he had summoned strange, thunderous weapons out of thin air and blown a monster apart in an instant. Why yes, sir. To her, the entire scene felt like a fever dream. What had just happened? A handful of bizarre objects had appeared at his side, erupted with deafening thunder, and the beast was dead. She had no idea what kind of magic or artifacts they were, but she did know one thing. Her job had begun. She hurried over to the ash pile, and began collecting the loot. Watching her scavenge, August didn't move forward. Instead, he started running diagnostics on his gear. The computer can't establish a long-range connection with the terminal back on the surface. We should still be right beneath Rio. There should be some signal, but it's dead. It seems the dungeon emits a strong biomagnetic field that scrambles radio frequencies. He glanced at the tactical smartwatch on his wrist. It tracked his heart rate, and also served as a signal receiver. Outside communication was still jammed, but the internal systems were functioning perfectly. Whatever. Let's keep moving. August reached into his spatial backpack, and pulled out a tactical helmet. Following the manual he had already memorized, he switched on the built-in recorder. Internal system is green. Video feed is stable. No anomalous fluctuations. The image is crystal clear. All systems are operational. August slipped the helmet on, completing his combat loadout. Having finished gathering the loot, Lily noticed his new look. He wore a heavy green metal helmet that fully covered his head, its solid build making it look almost indestructible. With a practiced motion, he adjusted the visor until it clicked into place. August, I've collected everything. Lily didn't understand what he was wearing, but she decided it was best not to ask. This rookie was far too strange. August didn't even bother counting the loot. He simply took the bag and tossed the spent bullets directly into his spatial backpack. Watching him from up close, Lily finally realized he was using a spatial storage ability. That was an ultra-rare skill, even among high-tier supporters. Is that the legendary spatial inventory? The skill that lets you carry an infinite amount of gear. She had wondered where his weapons came from. Now she realized they were being deployed straight out of a pocket dimension, hovering in his blind spots to provide cover fire. Something like that, August nodded, making no effort to hide it. His registered class was a supporter, not a combat adventurer, and his spatial inventory was already on record at the guild anyway. There was no point in keeping it a secret. That's amazing, Lily whispered. It was the first time she had ever met a rookie with an ability like this. For a level 1 to possess that kind of firepower and utility was terrifying. And yet, it also left her deeply insecure. If this rookie had a pocket dimension and self-firing weapons, why did he need to hire her? With an ability that convenient, he could easily solo the dungeon, blast monsters from afar, sweep up the magic stones himself, and pocket all the profits. Why did he need a supporter? She didn't understand. Having experienced the malice and cruelty of Aurario's adventurers firsthand, she couldn't suppress her paranoia any longer. She needed to know. August, Lily asked softly, gripping the straps of her backpack. Why did you choose me? Advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter add to your library. Chapter 23, Forging My Own Path. 1056 words to Lily, a rookie like August was downright terrifying. Suddenly, a spatial ripple appeared next to him, and a familiar, dramatic BGM started playing from the void. In this life, August immediately raised a hand and cut the music off. The sudden, absurd burst of music left Lily staring in confusion. What was going on? Why had music suddenly started playing out of nowhere? My father used to say, August said smoothly, ignoring the awkward interruption. If no one believes in your dream, then prove them wrong by yourself. Did he enjoy being mocked by the crowd at the entrance? This classic underdog opening gave him the distinct thrill of being a true protagonist. If Lily weren't standing right next to him, he would be smirking from ear to ear. All right, enough of that. August cleared his throat. This place is dangerous. From here on, keep the chatter focused. Don't say anything that could compromise the team. He did not linger on those thoughts, quickly forcing his mind back to the situation at hand. What he needed now was a clearer understanding of the gap in strength between adventurers and supporters. Lily, your registered class is a level 1 supporter, right? August asked, checking his gear one last time. Lily was still trying to make sense of his poetic remark when she suddenly tensed. Her expression shifted several times before settling into a serious nod. What is the exact physical difference between an adventurer and a supporter? August pressed. In terms of mana, August knew he could heal over a dozen amputees in a single day. His mana pool was durable. But he didn't know the physical baseline for stamina and strength. Combat power, skills, magic, everything, Lily answered after a moment of thought. For a Palam supporter like me, the gap in stamina compared to a normal human adventurer is obvious. As for why so many Palams become supporters, we tend to manifest non-combat skills. We might not have overwhelming physical strength, but our skills usually focus on utility, like the ability to carry heavy loads over long distances without fatigue. Lily explained the mechanics clearly, and August pulled a sleek digital tablet from his inventory to jot down a few quick notes. He was not recording everything word for word. He only needed to pin down the terminology and the differences in stats. If that's true, Palams shouldn't be weak in combat. Auguste calculated. Palams were a demi-human subspecies. Sure, they were small, but with the right fauna, they should still be formidable fighters in a party. It doesn't work like that. Lily shook her head, realizing Auguste was missing a core piece of lore. Aside from basic, universal development abilities, your specific skills and magic are heavily influenced by the nature of your familia and the god you serve. In truth, any Palam who wanted real combat strength needed to join a combat-focused familia. But from a god's perspective, why put a Palam on the front lines when a naturally stronger human or beastman was an option? Since growth was tied to the gods, many specialized traits were shaped by the nature of their divine domain. Development abilities influenced by the gods. Auguste mused. Then it clicked. No wonder his first spell had been a fire-based healing spell. It came from Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and sacred flame. That makes things more complicated, he muttered. If everything ultimately traced back to a god's domain, then there was no point in overthinking base racial stats. Forget it. Let's keep moving. Auguste dropped the topic and signaled that it was time to proceed. Lily let out a quiet sigh of relief. Auguste's sharp, probing questions had put her under immense pressure. It was not that he meant any harm. He just carried an imposing aura that made him hard to face. The two pushed deeper into the labyrinth. We're approaching the second floor, Lily warned. Unlike the first floor, monsters down here spawned directly out of the stone walls. The first floor was easy enough that even a supporter could navigate it calmly. The second floor was a different story. Even putting the monsters aside, the environment itself was deadly. The dungeon was a maze of pitch black, suffocating corridors with no natural light. Adventurers had to rely entirely on their sharpened senses. And with monsters able to burst straight out of the walls, those sudden spikes in danger were more than enough to kill arrogant level 1 rookies, even on the upper floors. It reeks. Auguste grimaced, his nose wrinkling at the stench of decay. It smelled like someone hadn't brushed their teeth in a decade. The foulness of it nearly made him gag. It's always like this, Lily explained, watching Auguste finally show a normal rookie reaction as he covered his nose. The second and third floors are a network of narrow, poorly ventilated tunnels. Aside from the phosphorescent moss at the major intersections, it's completely dark. Once we hit the fourth floor, the smell clears up a bit. The cramped passages had terrible airflow. Monster incoming. Lily's experience in the upper strata showed. She picked up on the subtle shifts in the environment and pointed down a dark offshoot. Is that so? Auguste immediately readied his weapons. Reaching into the void, he pulled out a heavy-duty tactical flashlight and flicked it on. A blinding beam of white light sliced through the darkness, pinning a grotesque figure against the stone wall, exposing it completely. That's a second-floor native. A dungeon goblin, Lily identified the creature instantly. They excel at ambushes, she warned. They're notorious rookie killers up here. They use the dark to get the drop on you. Against Palams like me, who lack physical strength, they are especially dangerous. Before she could finish her sentence, Auguste raised his hand. The space around him warped. A massive array of handguns manifested from his spatial backpack, hovering in a tight, disciplined firing formation. The handguns fired in a deafening, synchronized volley. Bullets tore into the dungeon goblin as if ammunition were limitless. Next bonus, 600 horsepower. Advanced chapters available on my Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter add to your library. Chapter 24, Chapter 24. If you die, who's going to work for me? 1086 words bonus chapters. Event aside from the bonus chapters we release for every 200 horsepower, we now have milestone rewards too. I have prepared a lot of chapters for this event. 500 horsepower, 2 chapters. 1000 horsepower, 3 chapters. 1500 horsepower, 4 chapters. 2000 horsepower, 5 chapters. As long as we reach 1500 horsepower this week alone, a total of 24 chapters will be released. The dungeon goblin was torn apart by the barrage, leaving behind nothing but a magic stone, and a scatter of mangled bullets as proof it had ever existed. That's incredible, Lily murmured as she hurried to gather the loot. She had never seen anything like that kind of overwhelming suppressive fire. August, however, was staring at the stone walls with a frown. I don't see any monsters spawning from the walls, August said, rapping his knuckles against the stone. Logically, with the amount of noise I just made, this place should already be swarming with reinforcements. He hadn't even busted out the assault rifles yet. Why was the dungeon holding out on him? Hearing his complaint as she returned with the loot, Lily's face fell. Monsters don't spawn very often on the first 3 floors during the day. A lot of rookie mages use the exact same logic you do, August. They form parties and come down here at night to practice their offensive spells. Because of that, the respawn rates during the morning shift are very low. She could tell August's fighting style was less about traditional combat and more about live-fire testing of weapons. She gently reminded him that the upper floors were actually much busier at night. Sure enough, when they descended to the 3rd floor, it was fully barren. Not a single monster was waiting for them. All right, Lily. I believe you. August let out a sigh as he stared down the empty corridor. The place was so deserted it was almost laughable. Based on the spawn cycles, the next major wave won't regenerate until around noon, Lily added, using the environment to estimate the time. Since it's still early morning, the floors are tapped out. August pulled out a tactical watch, one that Hestia had magically calibrated to Aurario's time zone. The hands read just past 8 a.m. The combat was just too fast. Aside from the time it took Lily to scavenge the bullets and magic stones, they were practically sprinting through the labyrinth with 0 resistance. It's too early for this, August muttered. At this pace, the magic stone yield is going to be terrible. If we want to make a real profit, we need to dive straight to the 9th or 10th floor and intentionally trigger a monster party. Lily's eyes widened in horror. This rookie is insane. He wants to dive that deep on day 1. Is he trying to get surrounded? August, why are you so eager to attract a horde? Lily asked, her voice trembling. Did she follow the wrong rookie? Money, August replied bluntly. I owe a massive debt. He owed his country's military a fortune for the weapons he had requisitioned in bulk. If he did not work hard enough, how was he supposed to pay it back? August looked at the small palum. Lily, you're a supporter. I'm sure you've seen more than your share of bullying and extortion from arrogant adventurers. Which means you definitely have a stash of monster-attracting bait on you. Am I right? Lily instinctively took a step back. She felt a sudden shift in August. His calm, methodical demeanor was being replaced by something much wilder. I know you have it, August smiled, stepping closer and giving her a friendly pat on the shoulder. If you're holding on to the good stuff, you have to share it with the team. Lily shivered under his smile. She felt like something very bad was about to happen. Even if I did have bait, someone still has to act as the lure to draw them in, Lily argued, knowing full well how dangerous it was. I don't need you to be the lure, August dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. I have my ways. What era did she think this was? He didn't need human bait. As long as he had the attractant, he could handle the delivery. August reached into his spatial backpack and pulled out a detailed map of the first 12 floors, courtesy of Hephaestus. You're familiar with the layout. Find me a massive, open cavern on this map. A kill zone. We are going to gather monsters from multiple floors into one spot and wipe them all out at once. August's eyes burned with a tactical fervor. He wasn't interested in hunting stragglers one by one. He wanted to herd them into a choke point and send them all to hell in a single wave. With the heavy ordnance at his disposal, it would be a waste not to give the entire floor acute lead poisoning. Holding the map, Lily listened to his deranged strategy and felt her sanity begin to slip. August, are you sure you aren't going to use me as the bait? She asked, needing explicit confirmation. August rolled his eyes. If I use you as bait and you die, who is going to pick up my loot? Did she really have that little faith in him? I'm paying you to work, not to die. If you die, who's going to do the heavy lifting? 60/40th split, remember. August reminded her smoothly. If we corral a massive horde, just think about the sheer amount of Valis we'll make. He knew exactly how to motivate his employees. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it good hay. One wave and your bank account explodes. Those words hit Lily like a physical blow. A 60/40th split. If she took 40% of a massive monster party clear, that would easily be hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of Valis. Her cut could be a fortune. Lily could perfectly picture the mountain of coins. Her heart hammered against her ribs. I'm tempted. Human nature was a funny thing. Once a dangerous idea took root, the thrill quickly morphed into naked greed. If she made that kind of money, she could finally buy her freedom and leave her abusive familia for good. Lily tightened her grip on the map, her eyes growing firm with resolve. Let's do it. Chapter 25, bonus 1241 words. Bonus chapters. Event aside from the bonus chapters we release for every 200 horsepower, we now have milestone rewards too. I have prepared a lot of chapters for this event. 500 horsepower, 2 chapters 1000 horsepower, 3 chapters 1500 horsepower, 4 chapters 2000 horsepower, 5 chapters. As long as we reach 1500 horsepower this week alone, a total of 24 chapters will be released. Guided by the map, August and Lily reached the 7th floor. The 7th floor opened into a vast cavern ringed by steep cliffs. In terms of scale, the chamber easily rivaled Babel's Great Plaza on the surface. From where they stood, they could see multiple tunnels leading up and down. August scouted the area and picked his spot. This is it. He chose the highest ledge in the cavern, giving him a commanding tactical view of several tunnel entrances. Lily, stand right here. August reached into his spatial backpack and pulled out several heavy-duty ballistic shields, interlocking them to form a sturdy barricade. They were designed to catch stray bullets and prevent deadly ricochets. August, what are these? Lily eyed the metal plates, not understanding the need for the barricades. I'm setting up a safe zone. The crossfire is about to get intense, and we need cover from ricochets. He was essentially building a bunker. Once the shields were secured, he held out his hand. Hand over the bait. Hearing the order, Lily obediently dug into a pouch on her waist and pulled out several chunks of specially crafted monster bait. Once crushed or ignited, the scent alone was enough to drive dungeon monsters into an uncontrollable frenzy. August took the bait. Then, he summoned a large piece of hardware from his spatial inventory. It was a deployment rig loaded with small, military-grade quadcopter drones, each equipped with an underslung hook. He tied the 5 chunks of bait to 5 separate drones. August stored the deployment rig back into his inventory and pulled out a remote control terminal. The rotors on the 5 drones spun to life, filling the air with a sharp mechanical whine. He took off his Kevlar tactical helmet and tossed it to Lily to wear. In its place, he slipped on a pair of FPV goggles, splitting his vision across 5 different live camera feeds. August pushed the throttles. The 5 drones shot off like bullets, diving deep into the tunnels leading to the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors. The piercing whine of their rotors echoed violently off the stone walls. Amazing. Watching the entire setup, Lily finally believed August wasn't going to use her as live bait. She stared in fascination. The flying machines moved as though they had minds of their own, diving into the lower floors and drawing the attention of every monster they passed. The whir of the drones was deafening. Flying at low altitudes, they let out a harsh mechanical shriek that was impossible to ignore, and combined with the potent scent of the monster bait trailing behind them, it drove the dungeon denizens insane. Roar! Savage howls rose from the depths. Everywhere the 5 drones flew, they drew massive waves of enraged monsters in their wake. But beneath his goggles, August frowned. One of the camera feeds showed a chunk of bait slipping free from its hook and dropping to the ground. "Guess I didn't tie it tight enough," he muttered. Thankfully, the frantic buzzing of the drone itself held most of the monster's attention. A few stopped to sniff at the fallen bait, but the vast majority ignored it, choosing instead to chase the loud, obnoxious flying machines leading them upward. Meanwhile, as the drone swarm pulled the horde through the labyrinth, several adventurer parties scattered across the lower floors began to notice the dungeon's sudden and violent shift. What the hell is going on? Did someone trigger a pass parade? A veteran adventurer shouted. The roar of monsters rolling through the tunnels was impossible to miss. Any seasoned veteran would have recognized it at once. It was a pass parade. Someone had gathered a massive train of monsters and was dragging them through the floors. This isn't just a small pass parade. It's a full-blown monster horde. An assassin-class adventurer pressed his ear to the wall, using his enhanced hearing skill. The sheer scale of the stampede made it obvious that this was no accidental pull. Someone had gathered an overwhelming mass of monsters. "What did you just say?" The party leader's eyes widened in shock. They were a capable mid-tier party, more than equipped to handle anything up to the 12th floor. But facing a deliberately formed monster horde head-on was pure suicide. Just then, their pal Scout scrambled back from the tunnels. Bad news. A massive wave of monsters is rushing up toward the 7th floor. They're stampeding in the exact same direction. It looks like they're chasing something. The scout's frantic report left the entire party stunned. Don't tell me. Is someone actually hurting them on purpose? The party's mage muttered, a bad feeling creeping over him. This did not feel like a panicked party dumping its aggro onto someone else. It felt deliberate. This isn't a pass parade. Someone is orchestrating a large-scale horde hunt, the mage deduced sharply. Hearing the mage's analysis, the swordsman party leader gripped his hilt. It really didn't sound like a typical panic run. "Do we go take a look?" the leader asked, morbidly curious. What kind of lunatic would pull a stunt like this? They needed to see it for themselves. "Let's go take a look," the masked assassin said with a nod. They had to see for themselves what kind of madman was behind this. This level of recklessness was beyond insane. The rest of the party nodded. Only their pal supporter looked like he wanted to bolt in the opposite direction, but he knew he couldn't abandon his party. Slowly and carefully, the squad moved toward the 7th floor. And they were far from the only ones drawn by the commotion. A horde of that size was bound to catch the attention of multiple adventurer parties. Anyone diving below the 6th floor belonged to an organized squad. Some wisely chose to retreat in the opposite direction, but many more could not resist the urge to find out which suicidal bastard had caused the stampede. One after another, different parties crept toward the massive cavern on the 7th floor where August and Lily were waiting. Peeking through the tunnel entrances, they looked inside. Their eyes widened at the sight. The cavern's basin was packed with what looked like a sea of monsters, all thrashing and roaring at the 5 strange flying objects hovering just out of reach, while their harsh mechanical whine filled the air. "That's monster bait." One veteran adventurer spotted the chunks of meat tied to the flying objects. He recognized it instantly. The potency of that specific bait was horrifying. Even a fully geared veteran party would flee for their lives if they accidentally dropped that much. Yet here they were, witnessing someone intentionally using bizarre contraptions to herd hundreds of monsters into a single enclosed room. Suddenly, a voice boomed out from the highest ledge of the cavern, amplified like a loudspeaker echoing off the stone walls. Disappear. Advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Display of Firepower. 1134 words. Lily, busy placing the last chunks of bait near the tunnel entrances, heard the deafening roar of the approaching horde. They're coming. They're here. She shrieked, scrambling back to August's side and desperately clutching the oversized Kevlar helmet he had given her. The horde surged forward at frightening speed, pouring into the vast cavern on the 7th floor. Peering over the ledge, Lily saw a sea of glowing red eyes fixed entirely on the buzzing drones. August, are we starting? Lily asked, her voice shaking as she stared down at the swirling mass of monsters. Stragglers are still filing in. August kept the drones hovering just out of reach. It didn't take long. Once 80 to 90% of the horde he had drawn in was packed inside the cavern, and the tunnel entrances had gone quiet, he knew the trap was set. Disappear. August didn't waste time shouting. Instead, he relayed the command through a portable loudspeaker Lily had set up on the cliffside, and the mechanized voice thundered through the cavern. The moment the echo faded, the space around August twisted violently. 300 spatial portals tore open at once. Row upon row of modern assault rifles emerged, their sleek, deadly barrels extending outward. It was a massive upgrade from the handguns. Lily stared in awe at the overwhelming density of the heavy ordnance. Muzzle flashes illuminated the dark ledge. The deafening crack of supersonic rounds shattered the air. A chorus of agonized shrieks rose from the basin below. This was not a battle. It was a slaughter. The brutality of the scene left Lily frozen in place. She had thought his earlier barrage was impressive, but this was something else entirely. It was a relentless storm of lead, pinning the horde down beneath a barrage of inescapable suppressive fire. But the dungeon was not so easily crushed. A handful of small, hyper-agile monsters used the massive orc carcasses as shields. Taking cover behind them, they scrambled up the cliff face and charged straight at August. Those are speed rats. Lily yelled, instantly recognizing the threats. Trying to close the gap? August sneered. Wishful thinking. He hadn't expected the dungeon to spawn variants smart enough to use tactical cover. As the surviving rats breached the ledge, August barked an order. Lily, cover your ears. Crouching behind the ballistic shields, she clamped her hands tightly over her ears. The speed rats made one last desperate charge, closing to within 15 meters. A few more leaps and their claws would have torn out his throat. Instead, a heavy mechanical hum vibrated through the air. A massive cannon barreled dwarfing the assault rifles thrust out from a spatial distortion right above August's head. Already wearing his tactical headset, August glared at the doomed beasts with cold apathy. The blast that followed made the gunfire sound like firecrackers. A deafening roar ripped through the cavern. Boom! The shockwave ripped through the air. The charging monsters, along with a huge section of the stone ledge, were obliterated in an instant, leaving behind a smoking crater. The concussive blast left Lily breathless. Her jaw dropped, her mind blanking out. She thought the bullet storm was his ace in the hole. Instead, he just casually deployed a weapon of mass destruction, deleting the monsters and reshaping the terrain with a single shot. Her ears were ringing with a high-pitched whine. The close-range overpressure felt strong enough to burst her eardrums. Even with her hands clamped tightly over her ears and her enhanced supporter stats, the raw kinetic shockwave rattled her bones. Down in the basin, the surviving monsters froze and stared up at the smoking cannon barrel. In the face of modern artillery, their thick hides and primal fury meant nothing. Not bad, August muttered, analyzing the crater. The high explosive round vaporized them so thoroughly that only the magic stones survived. A bit overkill for the upper floors. August glanced at the glowing red tank barrel with a hint of regret. The main gun of a modern battle tank was absurdly powerful, easily matching the destructive output of a level 4 or level 5 mage. And that was just standard high-explosive ammo. He hadn't even loaded armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot rounds or shrapnel shells yet. Standard ordnance was more than enough to turn them into mist. I need to recalibrate my target priorities, he decided. Meanwhile, the assault rifle barrage hadn't stopped. August was employing a 3-stage rolling volley. The first wave fired, then instantly retreated into the spatial backpack to auto-reload. The second wave immediately phased in to maintain suppressive fire, followed by the third wave. By rotating in staggered sequence, he eliminated reload downtime and maintained a continuous wall of lead. However, the sustained fire made August realize a flaw in his setup. He didn't have enough rifles deployed. Firing 300 guns simultaneously looked spectacular, but there were still minor blind spots in the coverage. To effectively carpet bomb a cavern the size of Babel's Plaza, he needed to deploy at least 1,000, maybe 10,000 barrels at once. While August mentally critiqued his own loadout, the onlookers were experiencing a very different reality. For adventurers used to fighting with swords and spears, the slaughter unfolding before them felt like a waking nightmare. The relentless mechanized barrage and the earth-shaking blast of the tank cannon shattered their understanding of combat. The scene burned itself into their minds, impossible to forget. Hidden in the tunnels, the veteran adventurers swallowed hard, their eyes wide with dread and awe. Was this the wrath of God? Their presence didn't escape Lily. She knew the scum of Ora Rio too well. Catching movement in the peripheral tunnels, she tugged on August's sleeve. August, other adventurers are watching us, Lily warned, her voice tight with anxiety. The slaughter alone was terrifying, but Lily knew human greed was even worse. Once thousands of magic stones started covering the ground, she feared the veteran parties would rush in and snatch their loot. One should never underestimate how little morality an adventurer could have. Ignore them, August replied coldly, keeping his focus on the horde. He had already accounted for adventurers killing scum. Even if the mages in those parties tried to pick him off with spells, his heavy ballistic shields would absorb the first impact and buy him enough time to react. And if they really dared to press him? He had not even dipped into his supply of suicide drones yet. A swarm of explosive drones sent into the tunnels would be enough to wipe out a group of level 1 or level 2 adventurers. Let them watch. Next bonus, 200 horsepower. Advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, The Spectator's Shock. 1077 words. Next bonus, 200 horsepower. The cavern smelled strongly of gunpowder. Thick smoke drifted in the air, the only sign left of the massacre that had just happened. Time to get to work. Lily had watched everything from behind the ballistic shields, and was almost shaking with excitement. The basin was covered with magic stones, the huge reward from their one-sided fight. She started to scavenge. But August reached out, grabbing the back of her collar. His eyes remained locked on the cratered basin below, scanning the shadows between the scattered magic stones. August summoned another drone from his inventory. The loud whine of the machine resounded through the cavern again. It was a crude but effective way to flush out any monsters hiding in cover. And it worked perfectly. Agitated by the noise and unable to resist their feral instincts, a few stragglers burst out from behind the rubble. Just as I thought. Except for the Xenos, normal monsters only act on killing intent and basic instincts, August thought, confirming what he suspected. He knew intelligent monsters called Xenos lived in the labyrinth. But they would never show up on these upper floors. There was nowhere to hide here, and they only moved around in the deeper, unexplored areas. With a few precise bursts of rifle fire, August executed the remaining stragglers. He released Lily's collar and patted her shoulder. Go grab the loot. Lily nodded excitedly and scrambled down into the basin. Her small frame moved with skilled efficiency as she quickly scooped up the magic stones, and the deformed brass bullet casings. Meanwhile, the adventurers hiding in the surrounding tunnels were still processing the psychological shock of the massacre. "Did you see that? Clear as day. Is that monster really a rookie? He just wiped out a multi-floor horde with absolute suppressive fire. It was a slaughter. Think you could survive that? Don't joke. In a confined space like that. Zero chance of survival. Not to mention that massive metal tube. One shot and it obliterated the ground." Seeing how August fought completely changed what they thought they knew about battle. "Who fought like that? And that ability, spatial magic," someone whispered. If their eyes weren't playing tricks on them, he was using a massive, invisible spatial inventory. All those weapons were stored in the void and operated via telekinesis or mental commands. The guy was a walking anomaly. "I've never heard of anything like this. Remember that massive pillar of light a few days ago? My god said it was triggered by Hestia's new recruit. Word is, he signed on as a supporter and has a spatial storage skill." "Holy shit. You mean that's him?" Staring at the smoking crater, calling him a supporter seemed like a bad joke. He was a real adventurer, with skills deadly enough to scare anyone. He was a true monster. If they ever faced that wall of fire, they probably wouldn't even realize how they died. Looks like the balance of power in Ora Rio is about to shift. No one could come out of an attack like that unharmed. The adventurers watching knew better than to mess with August. They exchanged nervous looks and quietly slipped away into the shadows. Down in the basin, Lily saw the others leaving. She knew exactly what they were feeling, pure fear. "August, those people were talking about you," Lily warned, climbing back up to the ledge. Was he not worried about getting targeted by greedy parties? "Let them talk," August replied. He knew he couldn't hide his abilities forever. Wielding this kind of firepower, he was bound to attract attention eventually. He might as well establish dominance early and prove he wasn't an easy target. After today's rumors spread, no sane adventurer would risk getting vaporized to test him. If he had started out with only a sword, he would have kept a low profile. But he had real power in his hands, and that power came from high explosives. When you have that much firepower, pretending to be weak just invites trouble. He had the biggest weapon, and that gave him control. "Pack it up. We're heading back to the surface." August checked his tactical watch. Less than an hour had passed since they entered the dungeon. From the setup to baiting the horde, to the final annihilation it only took 60 minutes. It was too fast. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. "Wait, we're leaving already." Lily blinked in surprise as she adjusted the heavy backpack on her shoulders. She had not expected him to call it quits so soon. Why not run the trap a few more times? They could make a fortune. "We aren't going to rush this," August explained. "My main goal today was just to map and mark the terrain across these floors. Herding the monsters into this 7th floor cavern was just a live fire test run. We need to analyze the data and prep for the next dive. The results were good, but the flaws are obvious." August wasn't going to let a big win make him overconfident. The plan hadn't been perfect. There were small problems with the drones, some delays in the attacks, and most importantly, his own mental state. He glanced at the biometric reading on his smartwatch. His heart rate was pinned at over 130 beats per minute. Despite his calm exterior, his adrenaline was spiking hard, and his body was in overdrive. If he pushed further while riding this high, he might make a fatal mistake. He needed to step back and cool down. Watching August stay calm and analytical made Lily feel very secure. To have a legendary massacre on his first day, and then choose to retreat, instead of taking more risks for personal gain. This level of caution was unusual. Considering he also stopped her from rushing in to collect loot, in case there were survivors, Lily realized he truly cared about keeping his party members safe. This rookie is a monster, Lily thought. However, she also knew exactly why she had approached him in the first place. She had spotted his custom light armor at the entrance. Recognizing it as a hyper-expensive, premium piece of gear, she gambled that he had the money to pay well. Lily smiled softly to herself. Underneath all that, he's a really good person. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Bonus: the support for this fanfiction has declined over time. Its continued progress depends on your daily support, so I hope that support remains steady. 10 reviews bonus. After scouting the terrain on the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors, the duo didn't linger in the dungeon. They opted to head straight back to the surface. The ascent was quiet. They didn't encounter any returning adventurers. It was still morning, and the main rush of returning parties wouldn't happen until late afternoon. August and Lily followed the spiraling ramps up to the first floor, and then they stepped out of the labyrinth and back into the plaza beneath Babel. We're back already. Lily blinked at the bright sun hanging high over the city, feeling a surreal sense of whiplash. How long had they even been down there? They had returned so quickly. The apocalyptic slaughter on the 7th floor was still seared into her mind. And yet, the more she thought about it, the heavier a strange gloom settled over her chest. Just as Lily was about to say something, August. She wanted to suggest heading to the guild to exchange the magic stones for Valis. But as she turned around, her words died in her throat. August's calm, tactical composure was gone. He was crouched in a nearby alleyway. Everything he had eaten for breakfast, even though he had burned off most of it on the way back up, came up violently onto the cobblestones. August leaned against the wall, dry heaving, not caring how pathetic he looked to the adventurers walking by. August, are you okay? Lily was dumbfounded. Wait, what was going on? I'm fine. Held it in the whole way up, August gasped, thumping his chest to suppress the lingering nausea. He wasn't a cold-blooded anime hero. He was just a regular guy from a modern world. Putting up with the awful smell of the labyrinth and acting tough during the fight was just a way to hide his weakness in a dangerous place. Seeing and leading the killing of so many monsters took a heavy toll on him. He wasn't born fearless, nor was he a psychopath. The fight had been too much, and now the adrenaline crash hit him hard. August, you look pathetic right now, Lily deadpanned. You were so cool during the fight. For the first time, Lily felt the invincible image she had built up in her head shatter into pieces. He had been a ruthless genius down there. Puking in an alleyway really ruined his cool persona. It's called an emotional release, August retorted, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Bottling this up will only break you mentally. Better to let it out. As for looking pathetic. Like I care about my image. After the dirty tactics he just pulled to herd those monsters, he wasn't about to pretend he was some noble knight. His methods were filthy. You have to live life comfortably on your own terms, August said. Having finally recovered, he stood up straight and patted Lily on the shoulder with a faint smile. He dropped the wisdom and left the rest for her to figure out, turning to walk out of the alley. Lily didn't fully grasp his philosophy, but one fact was evident: August was the kind of person who did exactly what he wanted, when he wanted. As Lily hurried after him into the plaza, a beautiful figure came sprinting toward them. Hestia rushed forward and threw herself at August. She immediately started patting him all over, frantically checking her precious child for injuries. When she found not even a single scratch on him, her smile shone brighter than the sun. But when her eyes fell on the Paolum standing nearby, Hestia's gaze sharpened as she sized her up. This is a supporter I hired inside. She knows her way around the upper floors, August explained. She acted as my guide. Her name is Lily. Hestia gave her a discerning look. She knew August wasn't familiar with the labyrinth's layout. More importantly, even with her divine fauna auto-translating the spoken language, August still couldn't read the written script of this world. Hiring a local guide to read the floor markers made perfect sense. This is my patron goddess, Hestia, August introduced. Hello, Lily stammered. Faced with a goddess radiating such warm benevolence, her throat tightened. She did not know how to speak to someone like her. Lady Hestia. My real name is Liliruka Arde. Lily knew she couldn't hide it. The goddess clearly had a soft spot for her familia child. If Hestia did some digging, Lily's fake identity would be exposed right away. If she were caught lying to a goddess, she could be in serious trouble, even executed. Hestia also leveled a probing look at Liliruka Arde. Why did you target him? Hestia demanded. She wanted to know how this girl zeroed in on August. August kept all his actual gear hidden inside his spatial backpack. If Hestia remembered right, Lily targeted Bel Cranel in the original timeline because he openly carried a valuable magic knife made by Hephaestus. But August? All his high-tech gear was safely stored in his pocket dimension. So how did this supporter know he was a mark? Given your usual targets, you shouldn't have noticed August, Hestia said, her eyes glinting dangerously. She briefly debated whether she should just vaporize this scheming little thief right here and now. Hearing the thinly veiled threat in Hestia's voice, Liliruka panicked and immediately dispelled her transformation magic. Her plain, unremarkable appearance faded away, revealing her true form. It was that. Liliruka pointed a trembling finger at August's chest. That pristine, custom light armor. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 29, the Soma Familia. How many divisions do they have? 1063 words. Next bonus, 400 horsepower. August blinked. This piece of gear was enough to attract a main supporting character. Fascinating. Noticing his confusion, Liliruka Arde pointed at the chest piece. That is premium light armor forged by the Hephaestus Familia. One glance is enough to tell it's worth hundreds of thousands of valis. How could it not attract attention? Plus, it has defensive enchantments woven into it. Gear like that is absurdly expensive. Lily laid out exactly why she had marked him. It was the Hephaestus brand. As a supporter scraping by in the underbelly of Aurario's adventuring parties, she had a sharp eye for valuables. In the Labyrinth City, if you didn't have a good eye, you ended up dead in a ditch. Is that so? August replied. So how do you feel now, having run into a rookie like me? He asked, studying the Paolum to gauge her reaction. Complicated, Lily admitted, her face souring. This was the first time she had met a rookie like him. At first, she thought the guy in the fancy armor was a fat fish waiting to be gutted. Now she realized he wasn't a fish at all, he was more like a prehistoric crocodile. With the kind of firepower he possessed, her entire familia could charge him at once, and they would all be wiped off the map. But aside from his power, Lily could tell how August felt about her. He showed no malice or the usual condescension she got from Aurario's adventurers. He treated her as a business partner. It might have seemed like just a transaction, but for a supporter who had suffered so much, it felt like a ray of hope. As punishment for concealing your identity, your share of the loot is reduced to 30% from now on, August declared. He had no intention of abandoning her just because she had approached them with ill intent. Hestia chimed in. As the price for trying to scam my familia, you, Liliruka Arde, are hereby designated the exclusive subordinate of the Hestia Familia. From this moment on, you work only for us. You are forbidden from working for anyone else. Hestia was thrilled. This child was now officially on their payroll. Lily had her flaws, but there was a reason for them. In Aurario, she was a rare tactical talent and a real strategist. August couldn't handle every plan on his own forever. They needed someone who could come up with schemes and manage logistics. Having a supporting character like her show up on their doorstep was a huge win. Lily stared at them in shock, never expecting to be taken in by force. She had thought August would be furious once he learned she had been planning to rob him. Instead, he was not angry in the slightest, and the goddess standing before her was openly claiming her as one of her own. "But I'm a member of the Soma Familia," Lily protested weakly. The infamous Soma Familia. She could not understand how someone like her could be accepted so easily. "The Soma Familia," August repeated, stroking his chin. "How many divisions do they have? How many bullets can they withstand? More importantly, can they survive a heavy artillery bombardment?" August got right to the main point. Lily was surprised. She didn't know what a division was. But she perfectly understood his question about surviving an artillery bombardment. The blood drained from her face. "No, no, no. August, please do not commit a massacre." Lily immediately dropped to her knees, begging him to drop the terrifying idea. Her fragile heart couldn't handle the guilt of a bloodbath. She still remembered the sight of that huge cannon firing. If her familia faced that weapon, there would be nothing left of them. August and Hestia looked at the groveling Paolum, and exchanged a knowing smile. August didn't mind Hestia expanding her familia. Adding more people was easy, but finding genuine talent was difficult. Hestia did not want a group full of dead weight. She needed capable people who could truly support August, tacticians, logisticians, and dependable aides. Now that someone with real skills had landed in their lap for free, Hestia was determined to squeeze every drop of value out of her. "As the price for your deception, you will serve the Hestia Familia from now on," Hestia stated proudly, crossing her arms. "If anyone from your current familia has a problem with that, tell them they can take it up with us. Assuming their bodies can withstand suppressive fire, of course." Having powerful weapons on her side made her feel more confident than ever. After seeing what modern artillery could do, Hestia would have stocked up on even more weapons if money and the rules hadn't gotten in her way. August glanced at his goddess, realizing she'd soaked up more modern military lingo than he'd expected. What the hell did she pick up while browsing the internet in his world? He hadn't even settled into her fantasy world yet, and she was already talking like a dictator hungry for war. Whatever. Let her figure things out, he thought. She always did enjoy reading. Ignoring Hestia's Chinibu moment, he shifted his focus back to Lilaruka. He reached out and gave the Paolum's shoulder a reassuring pat, saying nothing else. August took Hestia by the hand and set off toward the Adventurers Guild. His inventory was packed to bursting with magic stones. Time to cash in and see what the day's haul was worth. A few steps later, August glanced back and saw Lily still kneeling on the stones, frozen like she'd glitched out. "What are you doing? Aren't you coming?" Hestia puffed her cheeks, annoyed. For someone who was supposed to be clever, she was slow to catch on. The bosses were leaving, so why was she still kneeling there like an actor in a stage play? Lily scrambled up. Seeing August and Goddess Hestia looking back and waiting for her, she hastily wiped her tears. A rare smile of relief broke across her face. She scrambled to her feet and hurried after them, trailing behind her new patron goddess and the partner who'd just turned her world upside down. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 30, bonus 1005 words 200 horsepower bonus starting with Chapter 41. I'll be investing heavily in editing to improve the overall quality. Led by Hestia, they quickly arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Lilaruka Arde couldn't even remember the last time she had actually set foot inside the building. Pushing open the heavy double doors, they entered. "Lady Hestia. What brings you here?" A guild receptionist spotted the goddess and tilted her head in confusion. If she remembered correctly, Hestia had just visited this morning to ask the healer Familius for medical catalogs. Why was she back already? "Oh, Misha." Hestia waved with a bright smile. "This is my pride and joy, my Familia child. And this is our newest contractor. Hello, August." A pleasure to meet you. I am your assigned guild advisor Misha Flott. Misha bowed politely. She had been the one to process his registration files earlier. Nice to meet you, August nodded. Misha sized him up. He was older than her, a grown man, but still a rookie on paper. She wasn't judging, just curious. Why would a supporter bring another supporter along? Lady Hestia, how can I help you today? Misha asked, wondering what the goddess was trying to scrounge up this time. Ah, my child needs to exchange some loot for Valis. Hestia smiled as she gestured toward August. He just got back from the dungeon, so I brought him here to show him how things work. On the walk over, Lily had breathlessly recounted August's rampage in the dungeon, hurting a monster horde and wiping them out in one go. It sounded less like an adventure and more like a massacre. Right this way, then. Misha nodded, slipping into her professional persona. She led August over to the exchange counter. August raised his hand, reaching into the void. He pulled 2 massive canvas bags, bulging with magic stones, out of his spatial backpack, and dumped them onto the metal appraisal tray. The appraiser behind the counter just stared at the mountain of loot. According to Hestia, this was a rookie supporter, back at noon on his first day. There was no way he should have this many magic stones. When August dropped the sacks, the guild staff nearby stopped what they were doing. The bags were stuffed to the brim, and everyone could see it. Where did you get all this? Misha stammered, losing her professional cool. Lady Hestia, isn't August registered as a supporter? What the hell? You're a supporter. Supporters don't solo massive hordes. Hestia offered a mysterious smile, refusing to elaborate. A supporter? Lily muttered, staring at August in disbelief. August. You're a supporter. She had assumed he was a combat class adventurer. But he was registered as a supporter. If August was a supporter, then what the hell was she? He lured the monsters from the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th floors into a single room and massacred all of them at once. Lily blurted out, her voice cracking. And you're telling me he's a supporter? I'm trash. Lily dropped to her knees, burying her face in her hands, drowning in a sea of inadequacy. Her sudden breakdown shocked every guild employee who heard it. He gathered the hordes from 4 different floors and slaughtered them all at once. A collective intake of breath resounded throughout the lobby. And it was only noon. He went in this morning and cleared 4 floors of monsters before lunch. August, this was your first day as an advin, as a supporter, and you dove straight into the 10th floor. Misha stared incredulously at Hestia, who was radiating absolute smugness. That is your supporter? Misha thought, her eye twitching. Who are you kidding? He dove to the 10th floor on day 1. At this progression rate, he would be organizing deep strata expeditions by the end of the week. What kind of abomination had Hestia recruited? Hurry up and cash those in, Hestia waved a hand casually. I have other business to attend to with my child. The appraiser cast a deeply cautious glance at August. He knew right then that Aurelio had just welcomed a true anomaly. He quickly untied the sacks and began sorting the stones. There were level 1 stones from the upper floors, and even a few rare drops that looked close to level 2. It was obvious he hadn't bothered picking targets, he'd just wiped out everything in range and scooped up the remains. The appraiser's hands flew as he tallied the haul. Lily, ask Miss Misha for some intel. I need detailed maps of the lower floors and updated bestiaries, August ordered, glancing down at the kneeling Paolum. Yes, sir. Hearing the command, Lily instantly shot to her feet. I am Lilaruka Arde of the Soma Familia, currently serving as August's supporter. Lily announced, puffing out her chest. She felt zero shame admitting her affiliation with the notorious Soma Familia. August was her shield. She now works exclusively for August of the Hestia Familia. If anyone wanted to pick a bone with her, they had to go through him. Having his support made her feel more confident than ever. She knew she was relying on his strength, but the confidence it gave her was overwhelming. The Soma Familia. Misha frowned. She hadn't expected to see a supporter from that camp. Unlike her good friend Ina Tool, Misha had to deal with many shady characters. She had heard plenty of disturbing rumors about the Soma Familia from other rookies. But seeing this Soma supporter standing there, chin up and full of swagger. She is totally riding his coattails, Misha thought dryly. It was obvious this Paolum had sold her soul to the Hestia Familia. Then again, with a monstrous rookie like August backing her, Misha knew she would be just as smug in Lily's place. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, A Million Valis in a Single Morning. 1158 words. Next bonus, 400 horsepower. They finished counting everything much faster than anyone expected. 3 million Valis. It was an astronomical sum. A massive haul for a single morning's work, easily equating to the combined daily income of dozens of standard adventuring parties. The drops from the first through fifth floors were fairly sparse, the appraiser muttered, adjusting his glasses. But from the sixth floor onward, the number of magic stones is staggering. The total payout comes to 3 million Valis. The surrounding guild advisors and staff stared at the massive sacks of Valis being pushed across the counter. Just thinking about the sheer amount of killing required to farm that many stones made their hands go numb. Reaching the million Valis mark was usually a feat reserved for established mid-tier expedition teams. But here, it was just 2 people. Or really, just one. The Paolum was there as a supporter, but August was the only one actually fighting. This guy was a monster for a rookie. 3 million Valis. Incredible. Hestia beamed with pride. That's my child for you. To her, August was already the strongest adventurer in the city. August grabbed a smaller, pre-sorted sack containing roughly 30% of the total haul, and handed it to Lilaruka Arde. It was her agreed-upon cut. Lily stared at the bag of Valis but didn't take it. Her chest felt tight. Lady Hestia, please take my cut. Consider it my contribution fund for joining your familia. Lily wasn't just begging to be taken in. More importantly, she needed to buy her way out of her current familia. Even if it meant becoming a rogue supporter with no party to rely on, she was determined to see it through. Her sudden declaration stunned the nearby advisors. Who would casually offer an entry fee of nearly 1 million Valis? But Hestia, who already knew about Lily's past, didn't expect her to be this determined. Interesting. Hestia crossed her arms and looked at the Paolum with curiosity. So, she wants to leave her familia. Keep your money, Hestia declared. If you really want to join my familia, I have one condition. Drink the divine wine brewed personally by your patron god. If you can still stand in front of him after drinking it, and explicitly state that you are leaving the Soma Familia, then come find me. Hestia stared down at the small girl. In this moment, she revealed the true nature of a god of this world. She wanted to witness a miracle from this child. A future was forged only by miracles, one without them was doomed to mediocrity. Lily's face paled and contorted with fear. She couldn't believe Lady Hestia's condition was for her to consume Soma's divine wine and retain her sanity. How could anyone do that? No mortal could resist that intoxicating curse. August smiled and patted her shoulder. You can run for a while, but you can't run forever. After a moment, he realized his words sounded too dark and menacing, almost like he was pressuring a teammate, so he quickly tried to take them back. Don't sweat it. Just get it right next time. Lily, already paralyzed by anxiety, stared at the rookie in utter confusion. What did he mean, get it right next time? There was no next time with the divine wine. Was he trying to pile on the psychological pressure? August and Hestia didn't bother trying to decode Lily's internal panic. Words were cheap, some things had to be experienced firsthand to be understood. Come on, let me introduce you to a few of my friends, Hestia said, lifting her chin proudly. She grabbed August's arm and dragged him out of the Adventurers Guild, heading toward the residential district where her fellow gods lived. As soon as the goddess and her child left, the tense silence in the guild ended and chaos broke out. The staff had been holding their breath the whole time. After seeing the huge payout and hearing about August's achievements, it didn't feel real. They thought he was just a regular supporter, not a powerful adventurer. Left alone at the counter, Lily stared at the bag containing nearly 1,000,000 valis. Securing the heavy sack, she turned and walked away. She needed time to think. Should she face the divine wine and try for a better future, or stay stuck in her painful life? The decision weighed heavily on her. August and Hestia didn't notice her leaving. They were already making their way down the busy main street. Hestia, since when did you start networking? August asked, noticing her smug swagger. I got the idea after seeing what you showed me, Hestia said with a grin. I used the 2 deposit cards from Hephaestus to buy a good batch of healing potions. And with this new pile of valis, we have enough capital to buy even more potions in bulk for trading. Hestia was well aware that their familia's finances were tight. August had just made 3,000,000 valis, but compared to the astronomical cost of the military-grade hardware he had requisitioned from Earth, it was a drop in the bucket. However, by establishing a cross-dimensional trade route using Aurario's healing potions, they could easily wipe out that deficit. To get the best quality potions at a steep discount, I had to leverage my connections, Hestia explained excitedly. In Aurario, a standard healing potion costs a mere 500 valis. But back on Earth, those potions were literal miracles. A liquid capable of instantly healing severe acid burns, third-degree fire damage, or severe frostbite. In the modern world, the ultra-rich would easily pay tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, for a single vial. While healing potions were mass-produced in Aurario, they weren't generic. Every medical familia had its own closely guarded proprietary recipes. Hestia's plan was to monopolize a supply line for these potions for export. Medical supplies were always the ultimate high-value commodity. I also managed to secure some monster drop items in the dungeon, August added. I think the researchers back home will be really interested in them. He hadn't just collected magic stones during his trip. More importantly, he picked up some rare monster drop materials. For scientists on Earth, samples from fantasy monsters would be priceless for research. Drop items were famously rare, and August planned to sell a few on Earth. The drop rates were purely a matter of luck. He had defeated thousands of monsters today, but only got a few drops, showing his luck wasn't the best. An adventurer with high luck could probably score a drop after killing just a dozen goblins. Meanwhile, he was dealing with a 1 in 1,000 drop rate. It was a tough grind. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Divine Friends 1214 Words. The Blue Pharmacy, a quaint shop operating in the commercial district. Hestia practically kicked the door open. Mayak, I'm here. Inside the shop, a man and a woman waited. The man gave off a gentle, calming divine aura, and the woman beside him was a Chianthrope. They were the god Mayak and his only familia child, Naza Erasuis. Oh, Hestia. What brings you back so soon? Mayak, the perpetually squinting god, smiled as she entered. His eyes quickly moved to the young man walking in beside her. This was the child Hestia had been bragging about non-stop. Hello, August. I believe this is our second meeting, Mayak said warmly. He had been one of the gods present when August first appeared in Aurario. As August listened to him, he could sense the man's gentle nature. It was almost impossible not to like a god like him. Greetings, Lord Mayak, August replied politely. Mayak nodded. He already had a good impression of this boy whom Hestia kept praising. Still, if he remembered right, August was supposed to be in the dungeon today. Why was he back so soon? Were you injured? You returned awfully fast, Mayak asked, assuming a rookie run had been cut short by an accident. Not at all. Hestia puffed out her chest with absolute pride. My child finished his first run perfectly. He went straight to the 10th floor, defeated a huge group of monsters, and came back while the spawn rates were still down. By the way, Mayak, here are the values for our trade agreement. Hestia turned to her child. August nodded. He reached into his spatial backpack, and pulled out a heavy sack of values they had just exchanged. The large bag still had the official seal of the Adventurers Guild. Mayak was stunned. He hadn't expected Hestia to come up with the money so quickly. More importantly, if he had heard her correctly, August had gone to the 10th floor, wiped out an entire horde, and returned without a scratch on his very first day. And that ability just now, it really was a spatial inventory. Beside him, Naza, the captain of the Mayak Familia, unceremoniously took the heavy sack of money. Their familia was buried under a mountain of debt, after all. Thank you for your patronage, Naza said sincerely. They had just finalized a massive bulk order, and Hestia was already paying the full amount up front in cash. What a generous goddess. Seeing his child accept the money, Mayak didn't stop her. Hestia, are you sure about this? He asked, a trace of worry in his voice. Your familia is only just getting started. You don't even have a permanent place to stay yet. Hestia had not been in the lower world for long. If she left the care of the Hephaestus Familia, she would technically have nowhere to stay in Rio. At a time like this, spending a fortune on potions before even securing a roof over their heads seemed reckless. Don't worry. We have a place to stay, Hestia said, waving off his concern. Actually, since my child is here, would you like to see his magic for yourself? When he awakened his fauna, he gained more than just a spatial inventory. He also acquired a miracle tier spell, Healing Fire. He can completely regenerate Naza's missing arm. Hestia was genuinely curious to see how August's magic would affect an adventurer's body. She had already seen it work on ordinary humans back on Earth. Now, she wanted to test the limits of that miraculous spell on someone from this world. Mayak, normally calm and composed, snapped his eyes open in shock. Do you realize what you're saying? Limb regeneration. Magic of that caliber. Mayak was floored. Even the rarest, most powerful healing magic couldn't regrow a lost limb from nothing. Surgically reattaching a freshly cut arm was the best current spells could do. Hearing that August had something even stronger was shocking. August has magic like that? Even Naza could only stare at him in shock. He was just a rookie. How could a level 1 cast a spell on that scale? Of course, the side effects are severe, Hestia warned, pinching her fingers together. If the patient lacks the will to endure it, the agony of forced cellular regeneration could literally overwhelm their mind. The effects happened instantly and seemed like a miracle, but the downside was harsh. The pain was so bad it could make you question your will to live. At the mention of that terrifying side effect, Mayak and Naza both froze, a chill running down their spines. A lack of willpower could lead to brain death from sheer agony. What kind of horrifying side effect was that? Thinking it through, Mayak realized Hestia spoke with the certainty of someone who had already tested the spell. He had no idea who they had used it on, but the results were clearly beyond doubt. Mayak glanced at his traumatized familia child. Hestia, thank you for the generous offer, Mayak said softly, choosing to decline. Naza wasn't just missing an arm, her spirit had been broken. She had lost her will to fight. Making her go through that much pain now wouldn't heal her. It would be deadly. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find us, Hestia replied, maintaining her cheerful smile. She wasn't upset by the refusal. In fact, she respected Mike even more for putting his child's mental health first. Thank you very much. Naza bowed her head deeply, her gratitude beyond words. Goddess Hestia's willingness to do so much for them moved her deeply. She then bowed to August as well. August just offered a polite smile. He wouldn't have minded healing Naza's arm. He already knew how the spell worked on normal humans back on Earth, but he hadn't tried it on an adventurer yet. Adventurers were fundamentally different from ordinary humans. They possessed fauna, mana circuits, and enhanced physical abilities gained through leveling. Since Naza was a rare case, August was eager to find out whether his magic could fully regenerate a leveled-up limb without stripping away its enhanced stats. Unfortunately, they never gave him the chance to test it. But on second thought, August completely understood why Mayak declined. Naza was terrified of the dungeon. Her trauma had turned into a deeply rooted mental block. If August forced her through that kind of hellish agony, she might break completely and end up in a vegetative state. That would be a disaster. Just as there were evil gods, there were also benevolent ones. A kind god like Mayak would never knowingly push one of his children into a life-threatening psychological crisis. Yo, Mayak. Hestia's here too. Another voice called out from the shop entrance. The newcomer sounded casual when greeting Mayak, but his tone spiked with surprise upon noticing Hestia. Oh, take. Hestia turned around and waved brightly at the newcomer. Well, look at that. It was another one of her close divine friends, Takamikazuchi. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Bonus. August studied Takamikazuchi. This was one of the male gods who had visited the Hephaestus Familia a few days prior. Noticing August's peculiar stare, Takamikazuchi blinked in confusion. Is something wrong? Hello, August. I believe this is our first formal meeting, Takamikazuchi greeted smoothly, though he self-consciously rubbed his cheek. Is there something on my face? No, it's nothing. Just observing, August replied calmly. He wasn't harboring any complicated feelings, he was just assessing the god standing before him. Hestia laughed awkwardly, clearly sensing August's caution. August, I can promise you that Take is one of the good ones. He's an honorable god. You don't need to worry about him. Hestia understood that calculating look immediately. After spending the previous night cramming the history of August's world, she knew that war gods, there were often associated with tyranny, bloodshed, and world-shaking destruction. She wanted to reassure him that Orario's Takamikazuchi was different. He was a disciplined martial artist, not some warmongering tyrant. It's fine. I can tell the difference, August replied. He was not so petty that he would judge a god from this world by the history of another. I am curious about one thing, though, August continued. Lord Takamikazuchi, why is your divine aura so much weaker compared to Hestia and Mayak? Whether it was Hestia, Hephaestus, or Mayak, August had sensed their overwhelming divinity the moment he met them. Their presence carried a transcendent aura that was impossible to miss. Takamikazuchi felt different. His presence was calmer, steadier, and far more grounded. Compared to the others, he felt much closer to an ordinary mortal. If Hestia hadn't introduced you, I wouldn't have even recognized you as a god, August asked, eager to understand the mechanics. Facing August's piercing gaze, Takamikazuchi felt an inexplicable pressure, as if this mortal possessed something that naturally restrained him. Still, the boy's earnest attitude, and with Hestia vouching for him, Takamikazuchi chose to answer honestly. It's a form of presence concealment, Takamikazuchi explained. Unlike adventurers who hide their presence for stealth, I do it out of necessity. As a god of war and martial arts, my natural aura is inherently aggressive and intimidating. To live peacefully among the mortals in the lower world, I have to consciously suppress my combat aura. August nodded, recalling the established lore regarding Takamikazuchi. In the original story, Takamikazuchi was essentially a struggling orphanage director. He and his familia worked odd jobs around Orario, just to send money back to the Far East to support war orphans. August had absolute respect for a god willing to go to those lengths for children. "Take, what are you doing here anyway?" Hestia asked, tilting her head. "Shouldn't you be working your shift at the potato snack stall?" "Oh, right. I came to pick up a batch of healing potions for my children," Takamikazuchi said, pulling out a small pouch of Valis. Hearing this, Mike sighed apologetically. "Take, I'm sorry. Hestia just bought out our entire stock. If you need potions, you'll have to wait at least a week for the next batch." "Hestia bought everything?" Takamikazuchi looked confused. "Why do you need so many potions?" "If I recall correctly, August is registered as a supporter." "To pay off debt," Hestia sighed dramatically. "My child might be incredibly talented, but our familia is currently drowning in debt. To gear him up, we had to requisition a massive stockpile of weapons on credit. We're talking tens of billions of Valis." Putting aside standard firearms, they had placed massive backorders for modern fighter jets, main battle tanks, mobile missile launchers, and even tactical nukes from Earth's military. The bill was astronomical. Without exporting these potions back to the modern world, they would never balance the books. Mike, Takamikazuchi, and Naza all inhaled sharply. "Tens of billions of Valis. I won't ask you to share your stock," then, Takamikazuchi said, taking a step back. He had originally planned to ask Hestia to spare a few potions, but hearing the sheer scale of her debt, he realized she needed them far more than he did. "I had no idea you were carrying that kind of burden, Hestia," Takamikazuchi murmured sympathetically. "What kind of gear could possibly cost billions of Valis?" Only Mike sensed something else at play. Hestia buying out his stock felt more like wholesale trading than personal use. He couldn't fathom how she planned to flip them or who she was selling them to, but he decided not to pry. "As long as I'm making a profit, it's best not to ask." Mike decided. "Let me get those packed up for you," Mike said, standing up. He and Naza headed to the storeroom to bring out the heavy crates of healing potions, all neatly labeled and sealed. August stepped up to the crates and swept the entire shipment into his spatial backpack with a wave of his hand. "That really is convenient," Takamikazuchi and Mike murmured, watching the heavy crates vanish into thin air. With an ability like that, most logistical problems simply disappeared. Once the cargo was secured, August and Hestia did not linger at the Blue Pharmacy. After saying their goodbyes, they headed toward the city's old abandoned district. It was time to visit the ruined church, the temporary home Hestia had secured for them. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 34, Storms Brewing in Orario. 1724 words long chapter. Hestia and August didn't linger in Orario. Returning to their temporary hideout in the ruined church, they opened the portal and headed straight back to Earth. But in their wake, a massive shockwave swept through the labyrinth city. From the adventurers grinding in the upper floors to the guild advisors who had witnessed the haul firsthand, the tale of the Hestia Familia's captain, August, detonated across the city. The adventurer parties who had spectated the carnage returned to the surface, eagerly spreading the story. They spoke of his ruthless, methodical slaughter, detailing how he deployed an arsenal of bizarre, roaring weapons from a spatial dimension to obliterate an entire horde. The rumors flooded the streets and alleys. Naturally, the major familias caught wind of the gossip and wanted to verify if the wild claims were true. When the guild dispatched members of the Ganesha familia to inspect the site, they found a 7th-floor cavern scarred by overwhelming firepower. The massive crater blown into the solid stone floor was undeniable proof of a catastrophic battle. Or rather a massacre. A one-sided slaughter of monsters. The Ganesha squad reported exactly what they found. Anyone who reviewed the devastation drew a sharp breath in horror. Loki Familia Headquarters. What do you make of this? Findame, captain of the Loki Familia, asked the executive members gathered in the room, eventually looking toward their patron goddess sitting at the head of the table. What do I make of it? That little shrimp played me. Loki fumed. She originally thought the kid Hestia contracted was just a flashy dud. Now, it was obvious she had been totally played. The shrimp had played dumb and pulled a fast one on her. And Hephaestus definitely knew what was going on. She was in the room that day. She knows everything. Loki jumped up and down in frustration. It pisses me off. Thinking back, the entire ordeal that day was just a stalling tactic to shoo the other gods away. The truth had been completely hidden from them. Aside from Hestia, Hephaestus was the only one who knew the full story behind that pillar of light. That light confirmed he was extraordinary. But both Lady Hestia and Lady Hephaestus deliberately concealed the truth. If we go asking now, they won't tell us a thing, Riverial Joe's Alf sighed. If Loki had dug deeper that day, they might have caught a glimpse of his true power. But thanks to the two goddesses running interference, the public only knew about his spatial inventory. And the way he used that inventory. Using a spatial dimension as an armory, then remotely projecting the weapons. Gareth Landrock shook his head heavily. The kid is a one-man army. He always believed that high-level adventurers could easily crush lower-tier ones, but this shattered that logic. Operating a personal armory for heavy bombardment meant one man had the destructive output of a military legion. It was absurd. But here is the most important part, Finn noted. He is a fresh level 1. Just a rookie. Most people got a blank status board upon receiving their fauna. Yet this rookie possessed a terrifyingly destructive unique skill. Emergency. Tiona Hiriut burst into the room. Tiona, we're in the middle of a meeting, her sister, Tioni Hiriut, scolded. Where have you been? I have breaking news. Tiona yelled. That Hestia Familia kid doesn't just have a spatial backpack. He also awakened a miracle tier healing spell on his very first day. It's called Healing Fire. As long as the person isn't dead, he can use it to completely regenerate severed limbs. What did you just say? Loki's eyes bulged. A unique spatial skill, and a miracle tier healing spell right out of the gate. Limb regeneration broke all the rules of conventional magic. It was practically a divine authority. Tiona, where did you hear that? Loki demanded. From Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia. Tiona reported honestly. She said Lady Hephaestus confirmed it herself. I knew it. I knew it. Loki shrieked. They were hiding it. Loki finally realized how thoroughly Hestia had played her. If she had known, she would have kidnapped the kid that very day. She would have started a familia war over him without hesitation. But the ship had sailed. The kid was already established. Actually, there's one more thing, Tiona raised her hand again. What now? All eyes turned to her. When that massive pillar of light hit Rio, the kid used the Hephaestus Familia crests to track down Lady Hephaestus. But his actual target from the very beginning was Hestia, Tiona revealed. He was aiming for the shrimp from the start. Loki groaned, feeling thoroughly defeated. Was it fate or something? But a second later, Loki narrowed her eyes. That doesn't make sense. That's impossible. She knew Hestia better than anyone. What's wrong? Ace Wallenstein asked, noticing the goddess's expression darken. Ever since the shrimp descended to the lower world, she has been a freeloading shut-in at Hephaestus's workshop. Nobody in Rio even knows she exists, aside from us gods. Loki began to piece the puzzle together. So, if he just arrived from the outside world, and his goal was Hestia all along. Loki lowered her voice, a chilling realization dawning on her. How did he know who Hestia was? No mortal on the surface knew about Hestia's descent. How did an outsider know she was here? That kid definitely has other abilities, Finn bit his thumb, analyzing the intel. He possessed special abilities even before he received a fauna. What those abilities were, they had no idea. To make two goddesses play dumb to protect him, this guy is hiding something terrifying. A miracle healing spell. A unique spatial armory. And unknown clairvoyance or metaknowledge. Is this guy? If Loki hadn't seen August's calm, grounded demeanor which lacked the typical fiery aura of a hero, she would have sworn he was one. But with an ability set this loaded, calling him anything less felt ridiculous. You annoying shrimp. I am going to uncover your kid's secrets. Loki growled. Of course, she was angry, but she wasn't stupid enough to send her kids to spy on him. The danger was obvious. He was a one-man army. Anyone who messed with August had better be prepared to die. He was a ruthless killer who debuted with an absolute massacre. Tower of Babel, Freya's chambers. Did I misjudge him? Freya murmured, swirling a glass of red wine. Dressed in a revealing gown, she gazed down at the city with a look of surprise. She hadn't expected to be proven wrong, nor had she expected to fall for Hestia's bluff. As the rumors spread, Freya realized she had missed the mark. His soul appeared perfectly ordinary, yet his capabilities were monstrously abnormal. The fact that he could resist my charm means he isn't a normal mortal, Freya noted, feeling a rare sense of caution. There was no doubting August's combat power. Based on the reports, he was a ruthless killer, not some timid little rabbit of an adventurer. Given his ability to execute flawless massacres and project heavy weaponry from a pocket dimension, Freya suspected that even her strongest child, Otter, might struggle against him if August went all out. Whatever secrets he's hiding, they don't concern me, Freya concluded, losing interest. Her divine eyes could see the true color of a soul. August's soul was dull. It didn't excite her. As a goddess in the lower world, she judged her targets entirely by the brilliance of their souls. No matter how powerful a mortal was, if their soul was mediocre, she wouldn't give them a second glance. Her gaze drifted across the city streets below. When her eyes locked onto a brilliant, unblemished white soul, she smiled. It seems Hephaestus's child has taken an interest. Should I intervene? Freya shifted her full attention from August to Bel Cranel. That adorable, pure soul was wandering the city. But she noticed another, more complex soul hovering near him. If she wasn't mistaken, it belonged to Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia. Even from a distance, her divine eyes picked up the interference. What was going on down there? Freya's original plan was to manipulate Bel into joining Hestia. A virgin goddess raising a pure child would only make his soul shine brighter. Then, when the time was right, she would swoop in and claim him for herself. The ensuing climax would be euphoric. Unfortunately, Hestia had already picked up another child. That ruined the dynamic, meaning Hestia was no longer the ideal incubator for her prize. Whatever. Otter, find a time to give Hephaestus's child a little warning, Freya waved her hand. She wasn't going to let Bel Cranel get scooped up by the Hephaestus Familia. A gentle warning from the king would suffice. Yes, Lady Freya, Otter replied dutifully from the shadows. Some gods cared, while others didn't. They all had their own agendas. In their minds, no matter how strong August was, he was still just a mortal operating within the limits of their world. Hephaestus's workshop. Similarly, Hephaestus had her own plans. Does it matter what they know? Hephaestus muttered, writing up a document with a quill. She knew that leaking the information about August was simply a tactic to build his reputation. Sometimes, making enough noise was the best form of deterrence. She understood the political landscape perfectly. She knew exactly how the other gods operated. Stretching her back, she picked up a glass from her desk, filled with an iced beverage. She took a sip, relishing the sharp, carbonated bite of the acidic drink. Still getting used to this. Hephaestus eyed the modern snacks and drinks Hestia had brought back. She noticed the packaging labels had been deliberately stripped off. Clearly, Hestia knew that the origins of these items had to remain a strict secret. Hephaestus didn't care about the missing labels. What she really cared about was something else. What kind of world did that boy come from? For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Is even the portal trying to cut me? Night settled over the busy city. I'm so stuffed, Hestia said, patting her belly with a satisfied grin as she walked next to August. She had already pushed the wild, bloody events of Ora Rio out of her mind. Honestly, August, your world has so much great food, she said, looking at the bright neon signs. There are tasty street snacks everywhere. And it's so peaceful here, it really shows how far people have come. The streets buzzed with all the things modern life brings. For Hestia, the order and daily warmth of this time felt especially comforting. She knew this prosperity had been built by human hands alone. Compared to the human-centric societies she observed in other fantasy nations, the contrast here was staggering. While Hestia talked, August watched the busy streets. Office workers rushed home, vendors called out to customers, and kids pulled their parents along. He felt distant from it all. He couldn't enjoy these everyday moments as she could. Still, hearing her praise his world made him want to pause and cherish the peace, even if only for a moment. I'm still in my 20s. What am I doing acting all deep and philosophical? He wondered if something was wrong with his head. Compared to Hestia, who had lived for billions of years, he was practically a newborn. If he wanted to get philosophical, he might want to wait a few hundred years. August said with a small smile as he kept walking. Just as the mortal and the goddess reached a crosswalk ding, August suddenly stopped walking. He had just heard a clear, important notification sound in his head. What's wrong? Hestia asked, pausing a few steps ahead. Why did you stop? The portal just reacted. August murmured. Let's go. As soon as she heard his cheat ability had activated, Hestia didn't wait. Ignoring the looks from people passing by, she grabbed his arm, and they both disappeared from the street. In the blink of an eye, they materialized back inside their apartment living room. August raised his hand, and the shimmering outline of the dimensional portal appeared. As he looked into it, he felt a strange connection, as if he were standing in the middle of the universe, watching a glowing thread reach out to some faraway place. It locked onto a new world, August announced, surprised. He hadn't thought the portal would connect to a new world so fast. Now, all he had to do was open the doors and step into a whole new reality. If he remembered right, the portal used to need a long cooldown before it could make a new connection. It seems getting your fauna unlocks something in the portal. Now it connects much faster. He'd only had this cheat for 2 weeks, but it was already opening up new places. What kind of world is it? Hestia asked, peering into the gateway. She could not see through the dimensional veil, but her curiosity was fully stirred. It looks like an ordinary modern world, August replied, studying the feedback. The portal gave him a visual anchor, like a photograph. If he was right, the picture showed the main character's face. Who is that? August thought, trying to remember where he'd seen that face before. The only reason he immediately recognized Hestia on his first jump was because her divine aura directly broadcast her true identity into his mind. That was the clear difference between a mortal and a god. This new world didn't give him a name, it just gave him a picture. But those thick eyebrows were a clear clue. With all his anime knowledge, only one character matched. Oh, right. I think her name is Tsumuji Kotobuki, August concluded. From K-On! Traveling the multiverse wasn't as easy as spotting 2D drawings. These were real people with three-dimensional features. Without unique traits or colors, it was hard to tell who was who at first glance. Hestia's mouth fell open. She stared at August in shock. Why is it another girl? It hadn't even been a full day, and August had already met Lilaruka Arde, a major supporting character who basically threw herself at him. Now, this ridiculous portal was setting him up with another main girl. Why do I feel like I'm about to get NTR'd again? Hestia muttered, a dark aura bubbling up around her. It felt as though the portal itself was playing wingman, tossing heroine after heroine at her precious child. She had finally managed to bring an incredible, devoted boy into her familia. Was he really going to be stolen away already? She had worked so hard, playing the fool, and even outwitting that idiot Loki just to keep him safe. Yet here was this damn dimensional portal, opening a gateway specifically to bring another girl into his life to cuck her. You know what? I should just smash it. Hestia growled, grinding her teeth. A dark, obsessive glint flashed in her eyes. She wanted to snatch the crowbar from the toolbox and smash the glowing portal to pieces. If she destroyed it, she and August would be stranded on Earth together forever, with no one and nothing left to come between them. Sensing the lethal Yandere energy radiating from Hestia, August panicked. Whoa, stop. Don't do it. August quickly grabbed Hestia around the waist and pulled her back. If he didn't hold her back, she was definitely going to smash his only cheat with a crowbar. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 36, bonus 1137 words. 400 horsepower bonus. Hello everyone, and good day to you all. I have some good news to share. Starting from chapter 49, I'll be doubling the chapter length. Since the usual web novel standard is around 1,000 words per chapter, I'll now be releasing chapters of around 2,000 words instead. Do you want to go take a look? August held on to Hestia, who still looked ready to smash the portal, and asked if she wanted to go through. Obviously, Hestia huffed. Despite her simmering jealousy, the prospect of exploring an entirely new world was too exciting to pass up. Hurry up. Seeing her mood change so quickly, August took Hestia's hand and stepped through the shimmering portal. As they crossed over, the strange feeling faded. But instead of appearing outside a big city like Rio, they found themselves in a small, closed room. It was a classic Japanese-style bathroom filled with dense white steam. August, Hestia, and the girl in the room all tilted their heads at the same time, staring at each other. The room instantly filled with awkward silence. The girl in the bathtub, who had been enjoying a hot soak, opened her mouth to scream. But when she realized these two had just appeared out of nowhere with a soft whoosh, her mind went blank. Supposed to scream right now? The girl in the tub asked, her eyes blank with confusion. What kind of useless portal is this? Before the girl could even scream, Hestia burst out in anger. Why couldn't it send them somewhere normal? Why did it have to drop them right into someone's bathroom? She was going to get rid of that damn door as soon as they got home. One-chan, what's wrong? The noise quickly got someone's attention outside. The bathroom door slid open, making the awkward situation even worse. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is August, he said smoothly. August kept his cool. Instead of acting like a nervous teenager in a fan service scene, he stayed calm. He reached into his spatial backpack and pulled out a neatly wrapped gift box. He had prepared a few simple gifts just for moments like this. I'm Yui Hirasawa, the newly arrived girl stammered, looking slightly bewildered. Why is some strange guy giving out gifts in our bathroom? She thought, trying to remember if she knew him. Now this one seems like a good, responsible girl, Hestia said. As she looked Yui over, her anger faded. She nodded in approval. Hello there. My name is Hestia, she said, flashing a warm, polite smile to greet the younger sister. Yui blinked. Unlike when she met August, hearing Hestia's name stirred something deeper in Yui. As soon as the goddess introduced herself, Yui felt a strange, powerful weight behind the name. She just knew she was in the presence of a divine being. She's Hestia, the Greek goddess of the hearth, August clarified. Whether in Danmachi lore or classical mythology on Earth, she was still the same goddess. There was no real difference. A goddess? She's so pretty. Yui Hirasawa, the older sister, suddenly jumped up in the bathtub, forgetting she was naked. She felt the same divine presence as her sister. Hearing the introduction confirmed her feeling this twin-tailed girl really was a goddess. I'm Yui Hirasawa. Yui beamed, trying to lean over the edge of the tub. I'm going to step outside, August deadpanned, covering his eyes. It was definitely time for him to leave the bathroom. Sticking around any longer would cross a line. Upstairs in the living room, Yui busied herself preparing hot tea and setting out plates of snacks, her domestic efficiency on full display. Such a good girl. Hestia praised, watching Yui work. Hestia had a special fondness for anyone committed to creating a warm, loving home. Yui's diligent and family-oriented nature harmonized perfectly with Hestia's divine domain. Goddess Hestia, Mr. May I ask what brings you to our home? Yui inquired politely after serving the tea. Oh, we were just traveling between worlds, August said, taking a sip of tea. I guess our landing spot was off, and we ended up in your bathroom. Sorry for the trouble. Traveling between worlds. Yui, now properly dressed in her pajamas, sat beside her sister. She nibbled on a cookie, her eyes sparkling with pure awe as she stared at August. That kind of thing actually exists. That's so cool. Yui nodded. At first, she'd worried he might be a pervert, but the dimensional mix-up actually made sense. If August hadn't explained, she might not have noticed, but looking at his and Hestia's clothes, it was clear they weren't from modern Japan. So what do you plan to do while you're in our world? Yui asked. Knowing they were dealing with the legendary goddess of the hearth, and her companion, both of whom appeared perfectly polite, Yui wasn't too worried they would cause trouble. Still, she was curious about their agenda. Nothing much. We're just sightseeing, August lied effortlessly. There was no way he was going to tell them the truth. His philosophy was simple: since I'm already here, I might as well pick up some souvenirs. Given the enormous military debt he faced back home, he was seriously contemplating borrowing several truckloads of gold bars from this peaceful world to help balance his budget. That's a relief, Yui sighed, smiling. She had been slightly worried that interdimensional travelers would want to conquer the world or something. Of course, I go wherever Hestia goes. If she wants to stay and explore for a bit, I'll stay with her, August added smoothly. The world we live in revolves around adventurers conquering a vast labyrinth. Gods seal their divine powers, descend into the lower world, and form familias with mortals to grow stronger together. He kept things light. He definitely wasn't going to admit he planned to treat this peaceful world like a giant ATM. Adventurers. Contracts. Labyrinths. That's so amazing. Yui's eyes lit up with excitement. It sounded just like the fantasy RPGs she loved, gods living with mortals and exploring dungeons. Wait, does that mean Mr. August is part of Lady Hestia's familia? Yui asked, catching on to the terms. Of course he is. Hestia interrupted, her chest puffing out proudly. August is the captain of the Hestia familia. He is my pride and joy. In front of an audience, Hestia could never resist the urge to shamelessly brag about her child. He was her greatest achievement, and she wanted the whole multiverse to know it. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop an extra chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Wait, I'm getting married. 1014 words for every 10 reviews, I'll release one bonus chapter. We're so close to 20 reviews already. That's so amazing. Yui Hirasawa clapped her hands, eyes shining with admiration. Her cheerful applause made the whole room feel brighter, and Hestia couldn't help but feel proud of herself. Yui's genuine excitement was infectious, and Hestia was already starting to like her. But Hestia didn't let compliments cloud her judgment. She noticed that Yui was the capable one, always looking out for her older sister. Yui, on the other hand, seemed completely airhead. In August's world, people would call her a classic Mo airhead, clumsy, but with a knack for making everyone like her. She always lifted the mood. These two have clearly grown up loved and protected. They must have a good home, Hestia thought, nodding. Yes, that's wonderful. As the goddess of the hearth, Hestia cared deeply about family. Seeing children raised with love always made her think highly of their parents. August watched the dense Yui. She looked exactly like the kind of girl who had been designed to be unbearably cute. The nickname, Airhead Yui, is well-deserved, he mused. In his own world, Yui was actually about his age, maybe even a bit older. As a peer, she was charming enough to make his heart race. Honestly, who wouldn't want someone so adorable around? I suddenly understand why you love taking care of your sister so much, August sighed in genuine appreciation. Hearing him say that, Yui's eyes immediately lit up with intense interest. Mr. August is a kindred spirit. He actually understands me. Yui blushed slightly. She hadn't expected someone to instantly see through her utter devotion to spoiling her older sister. By the way, would you two be interested in joining the Hestia Familia? August asked smoothly. Now that he was in this world and had met the main characters, he figured he might as well invite them. Both sisters were geniuses. Yui, the older sister, was a one-track genius. Yui, the younger one, was talented at everything. Their skills were so impressive that it hardly seemed fair. Without his own special abilities, August knew he couldn't keep up with them. Yui and Yui blinked, completely caught off guard by the sudden invitation. Join you? Yui asked, frowning with worry. Adventure stories were fun to hear about, but living that life was scary for two regular high school girls. Don't worry. Conquering the labyrinth isn't a requirement in our familia. August said, easily sensing her unease. Meeting here was a stroke of fate. Even if you join us, you can still live perfectly normal lives. In reality, besides being captain, August didn't run the Hestia Familia like a serious dungeon team. He mostly focused on his own goals. Bringing in new members was just a way to make things more lively and give people a place to fit in. Yui was torn between refusing and accepting. She looked over at her sister. Yui threw her hand in the air, cheering excitedly. She agreed without a second of hesitation. If I become an adventurer, maybe I won't catch colds anymore. Yui's thinking was simple. If she joined the Hestia Familia and became stronger, her immune system would be unbeatable. She thought she'd never get sick again. You'll still get sick, Hestia deadpanned, staring at the naive girl. Adventurers weren't immune to getting sick. They still caught illnesses, but the diseases in the dungeon were just much more dangerous. You can still catch a cold or fever. The only difference is that here, we have healing potions that cure them right away. Hestia brought Yui back to reality. Adventurers were tough, but they still needed potions to recover quickly. So there's no way to become completely immune. Yui groaned, her shoulders slumping. Actually, there is, August said. If you become a healer, you can figure out what's wrong, and take the right potion right away. Or you could learn healing magic and just cure yourself with a spell. Adventurers weren't naturally immune to sickness, but they could develop their abilities to fight it off. In that case, I think we'll join, Yui said after thinking it over. It seemed like a good deal. At the very least, becoming an adventurer would help her look after her airhead sister. Shouldn't you talk to your parents first? Hestia asked. Seeing the younger sister make the executive decision, she felt they should at least respect the parents' authority. My mom and dad are currently traveling abroad. They won't be back until after the New Year holidays, Yui explained with an awkward smile. Honestly, it's probably best we don't tell them about you guys. Yui was way too embarrassed to tell her parents what happened. Even if they believed in gods and other worlds, if they found out a strange man had appeared in their bathroom and seen Yui naked, things would get out of hand. She definitely wasn't ready for her sister to get married. If we tell mom and dad what happened, my sister might have to get married. Yui muttered, giving August a sharp look. Even in today's world, a guy walking in on a girl in the bath was something parents took seriously. When Hestia heard this, she immediately understood what Yui was getting at, even though she had just been insisting on parental consent. Might have to get married. Married to who? Hestia's anti-NTR radar shrieked at maximum volume. She suddenly remembered that when they teleported in, August had gotten a full, uncensored view of Yui in the tub. You're right. There is no need to inform your parents whatsoever. Hestia sat up straight, quickly putting an end to the idea of involving them. Sitting beside them, munching on a cookie, Yui finally processed her sister's words. She blinked blankly. I'm getting married. For every 200 power stones equals, I'll drop a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, New Familia members. For every 10 reviews, I'll release one bonus chapter. No one said you were getting married. Yui Hirasawa looked at her older sister's spaced-out expression, knowing she was letting her imagination run wild again. Absolutely not. As the protective younger sister, Yui hated the idea of her sister getting married. Yui looks so scary, Yui murmured, noticing the dark aura radiating from her sister. She felt like Yui was being unusually strict today. Ignoring her goofy sister, Yui turned to the goddess. Lady Hestia, we'll be in your care from now on. Yui knelt down and bowed deeply to show her respect. Hestia smiled and led the girls to their bedroom to start the contract ceremony. Downstairs, August sipped his coffee slowly. Now that I think about it, drinking coffee this late, am I asking for insomnia? He thought maybe drinking caffeine this late wasn't smart, but shrugged it off. He wasn't exactly a normal human anymore. A few late nights wouldn't hurt him. Inside Yui's bedroom, the usually airhead Yui sat quietly on the floor with her back to Hestia. Lady Hestia, what kind of person is Mr. Yui suddenly asked. Hestia, busy preparing the fauna, and Yui, who was watching closely, both froze at Yui's sudden question. This is bad. Both Hestia and Yui had the same thought. Yui was suddenly asking about a guy. Was this her first crush? Hestia chose to be completely honest. He's an ordinary person. He's not exceptionally gifted, and he can't compare to those born as geniuses, but he's a kind, gentle, and very hard-working person. Hestia listed August's real strengths. He had a strong sense of right and wrong, which made him different. Deep down, he was just a regular guy, not pretending to be something he wasn't. He was simply hard-working, kind, and gentle. Kind and gentle. Yui repeated, hearing Hestia's evaluation. If a goddess said August was a good person, then he must be. He actually seemed pretty nice. This isn't good, Yui thought, quickly realizing what this could mean. Words like kind and gentle were especially dangerous for a traditional girl. Is it my turn now? Yui jumped in, trying to change the subject. Yes, it's Yui's turn now, Hestia agreed right away, secretly glad the younger sister was so quick. That's right. Stop those romantic ideas before they start. With her thoughts interrupted, Yui moved and watched as Hestia started the contract ritual for Yui. She watched as a glowing blue crest appeared on Yui's back. Yui hadn't seen the process before, since her back was turned earlier. Now, seeing the glowing fauna appear on Yui's skin, she thought it looked amazing. She leaned in, moving her head from side to side, almost wanting to touch the light. "What's so interesting about it?" Hestia asked, watching Yui act like a curious kid. "I'm just curious." Yui grinned. Do we have magic now?" The idea of becoming an adventurer meant she could learn magic. And magic was really cool. Hestia took out 2 sheets of parchment and wrote down their statuses: Yui Hirasawa Strength, 0 Endurance, 0 Dexterity, 0 Agility, 0 Magic, 0 Skills, none Magic, none Yui Hirasawa. Strength, 0 Endurance, 0 Dexterity, 0 Agility, 0 Magic, 0 Skills, none Magic, none. Why is everything 0? Yui stared at the stat sheet, feeling like she'd just failed a big test. Adventurers get stat points by earning Excelia, Hestia explained. The easiest way to get Excelia is by defeating enemies. But that's not the only way. You can also get different kinds of Excelia through personal growth and hard training. Hestia gave them a thorough explanation, laying out the mechanics of being an adventurer along with its advantages and risks. Both sisters listened with keen interest. "As for magic, you have to learn it," Hestia continued. "Or you can awaken it by reading grimoire special books that record magic. That way you can unlock spells suited to your affinities. Skills, on the other hand, usually manifest as an ability that directly answers your deepest desires or state of mind." With this explained, Hestia felt sure the girls would eventually get their own magic and skills. Smart kids usually did well, and even fools had their own kind of luck. These 2 sisters seemed to be a perfect mix of both. The fact that they crossed worlds and met August and Hestia showed that luck was definitely on their side. "Thank you so much, Lady Hestia," Yui said, truly grateful for the goddess's help. After giving the fauna to both girls, Hestia realized something important. Her divine fauna wasn't broken or strange. She had thought giving the fauna would always be like it was with August, but now she saw that his quick awakening was actually very rare. Hestia kept this important detail to herself and made a mental note. "Good girls." Hestia reached out and softly patted Yui's head. As Hestia patted her head, Yui felt her heart melt. She was filled with a warm, comforting feeling, like being with family. Hestia's motherly presence made her feel completely at ease. As expected of Lady Hestia, Yui thought as she watched her sister smile under the goddess's gentle hand. That was all the proof she needed that Hestia was truly kind and caring. MHM. Lady Hestia makes me feel like a baby listening to a lullaby, Yui hummed, enjoying every moment. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. This guy is a genius. 1179 words for every 10 reviews. I'll release 1 bonus chapter. August and Hestia didn't stay long in the K-On. It was getting late, and the girls needed to take their evening baths. They couldn't really stay for that. August had already accidentally walked in on the older sister. Doing the same with the younger one would definitely cross a line and probably get him electrocuted. "Ever since I met you, my luck has been through the roof," Hestia cheered, throwing her hands in the air as soon as they stepped back into their apartment. She really felt like her luck had skyrocketed. Even with a few small setbacks, the Hestia Familia had grown surprisingly smoothly. Recruiting 2 amazing girls from another world gave her plenty to brag about. "Don't let it go to your head," August warned, noticing her smugness threatening to reach critical mass. "You absolutely cannot mention Yui and Ui to anyone. If you do, it's going to bring us a mountain of trouble." He had to stop her bragging before it got out of hand. If he let her keep talking, their interdimensional travel secret would be all over the front page in Rio by morning. Yes, I know. Relax, I'm just talking, Hestia pouted. I'm not stupid. She obviously wasn't going to leak her familia's ultimate secret. But hey, August, what exactly is K-On? She asked. I remember you mentioning it before. Saying that, she pulled out the modern smartphone August had given her, and opened up her downloaded video library. When she found the anime series and the episodes started playing, her eyes went wide. Hestia squealed, watching Yui's clumsy debut on screen. Recruiting her was definitely the right choice. It was a slice-of-life anime about girls playing music, and it was really wholesome. Compared to the dark, gloomy magical girl shows August had warned her about, this cheerful music series felt like a breath of fresh air. August watched Hestia get sucked into the anime, but didn't stop her. Based on the current timeline, Yui and Ui were on their late February break. Once spring rolled around, Yui would be enrolling in Sakuragaoka High School. That was exactly when the canon plot would begin. You keep watching. I need to make a call and handle a transaction, August said. Hestia just nodded absently, her eyes glued to the screen. August walked over to the window. During his short time in the other world, he had borrowed a multi-ton shipment of gold bullion. Keeping all that gold in his inventory was pointless, so turning it into cash to pay off his military debt was his main goal. The call connected almost instantly. August, what do you need? Commander James's gruff voice came through the speaker. He clearly had not expected August to call again so soon after their last hardware exchange. I've secured the gold to pay off my requisition order, August said bluntly. If you have the time, send someone to pick it up. This was his way to cover the huge cost of his military equipment. August, you really don't need to be in such a rush, Commander James replied. August had just delivered a huge batch of powerful healing potions. To the military and the government, those potions were priceless. Even though modern weapons were expensive to make, the amount of high-quality potions August provided more than made up for it. For the military, a medicine that could instantly heal severe chemical burns was a miracle. As long as a limb wasn't totally gone or a head wasn't destroyed, the potions could visibly heal huge injuries in seconds. They were the best resource anyone could ask for. Honestly, with August now offering tons of gold on top of everything else, James felt a bit embarrassed to even take it. August had personally healed their injured veterans, so the military owed him a huge debt of gratitude. No, business is business. Let's keep things clear, August said, not letting James refuse. This was an official deal. He had signed the forms and planned to honor the contract completely. August, James sighed, realizing it was useless to argue. Right, moving on to your order, James shifted gears. The fighter jets you requested have been prepped and transferred to the hangar. How do you want to handle the handover? The decommissioned but upgraded fighter jets were ready, but August would have to fly them himself. Actually, Commander, could you contact the airbase engineers and see if they can modify them for me? August asked, proposing a new idea. Modify them? What kind of modifications? James was instantly intrigued. Piloting modern fighter jets pushed the human body to its absolute physical limits. To hear that August wanted custom modifications was highly unusual. Right now, my physical classification falls under the adventurer category, August explained. Based on my current stats, my bodily durability and G-force tolerance are significantly higher than a normal human's. The standard safety limits built into those jets don't apply to me. August had done his research. The only reason modern fighter jets had capped speeds and maneuverability constraints was to keep the squishy human pilots from blacking out or dying from extreme G-forces. The jets were designed around human fragility. But people in Rio were different. If you took away the limits of the human body, a fighter jet's speed and power could be increased many times over. August didn't just want a few changes, He wanted the engineers to remove the safety limiters and really boost the performance. You want us to uncap the performance parameters? James was genuinely startled by the sheer audacity of the idea. This wasn't just a small upgrade. It was basically building a custom, extremely powerful aircraft just for August. But then James recalled August's stamina. The kid had healed dozens of amputees back to back without breaking a sweat or showing any sign of collapse. His physical enhancement was undeniably real. If that were true, he could really pilot a jet pushed far beyond normal human limits. I still want this first batch as is, August clarified. But for the second batch, I need the specs pushed to the absolute maximum. Understood. No problem, James agreed. Whenever you have the time, let me know. I'll arrange the schedule. James realized he needed to personally escort August to the experimental aerospace base for physical testing. If August's adventurer physique surpassed the military's most elite special forces operatives, his G-force tolerance would be off the charts. James could already imagine the engineers losing their minds when they analyzed August's biometric data. Thank you, August replied, pleasantly surprised by how readily James accommodated the request. The first batch was ready to go, and the custom second batch would just take a bit more time. Don't mention it. Just doing my job, James replied politely. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 40, The Second Dungeon Expedition. 1038 words for every 10 reviews, I'll release one bonus chapter. August and Hestia appeared inside the ruined church they were using as their temporary home. Yawn. Hestia stretched her arms up and flopped onto her bed. She had spent the whole night binge-watching anime. As soon as they got back to Rio and her divine powers faded, she was hit by a wave of exhaustion. Are you going to be okay? August asked, raising an eyebrow at the goddess who had stayed up all night just to finish a slice of life show. I'm fine, just need a little nap, Hestia mumbled, her eyes already half closed. Good night. You mean good morning? Hestia didn't answer. She was already curled up on her small mattress, fast asleep. August shook his head at his goddess's dedication to binge-watching K-On! I'm heading to the dungeon, August said quietly to the sleeping goddess. Before leaving, he put a stack of Valis on the nightstand by her bed. Rio didn't have smartphones or food delivery, so when she woke up, she'd need money to buy a meal. Stay safe. Hestia mumbled softly in her sleep. August gave a small smile, turned, and walked out through the heavy oak doors of the ruined church. August made his way through the rubble of the old district toward the busy center of Rio. As he entered the main commercial area, August noticed the atmosphere change. Adventurers in full gear gave him odd, lingering looks. The closer he got to the central plaza, the more obvious the stares became. He passed the well-known tavern, the hostess of fertility. Some waitresses sweeping outside paused to stare at him. August glanced at the building and kept walking, ignoring them since it was daytime, and the pub wasn't open yet. By the time he reached Babel Plaza, everyone was watching him. A familiar voice called out. Lilaruka Arde jogged over, waving with energy. She wore a clean set of supporter gear, and more importantly, wasn't using her transformation magic. She looked refreshed and alert. You're here early, August noted. It's not early. Lily's eyes were practically sparkling. She had already heard the wild rumors spreading through the city. The identity of the rookie who caused that huge, miraculous pillar of light a few days ago was out, and it was August. She couldn't believe she had teamed up with a living legend on his very first day. So, August, what floor are we heading to today? Lily asked, her voice full of excitement. It was another chance to earn a mountain of Valis. We'll go past the 11th floor, August said, thinking about his ammo and heavy weapons. He wasn't about to rush straight to the 18th floor. He preferred a slow, careful approach. We might be in the dungeon until nightfall. Is that okay with you? August asked, making sure she knew what to expect. No problem at all, August. Lily replied right away. Staying until nightfall meant an even bigger haul. Who would turn down a chance at a fortune? By the way, Lily, what's going on? August asked, nodding toward the crowd. It feels like a lot of people are staring at me today. Your secret has been completely leaked, August, Lily explained. Everyone in the city is talking about that huge pillar of light from the other day. They know it was the sign of your first fauna contract. Something that miraculous makes you stand out to the adventurer community. Now they all want to see you for themselves. Orario was a city built on the ruthless law of the jungle, where only the strong held power. Countless adventurers revered strength above all else. So when rumors spread of a monster rookie, who had debuted amid a sky-piercing flash of light and slaughtered his way across multiple floors, people naturally came to see the anomaly for themselves. Just to get a look at me, huh? August muttered. He had not expected his reputation to explode so quickly. But wherever there were spectators, there were always opportunists ready to ride the wave. Before they even reached the dungeon entrance, a small party of rookie adventurers approached him. Hello there. Excuse me, but would you be interested in forming a party with us? The leader of the group asked hopefully. They were clearly greenhorns. They had heard the rumors about August's overwhelming strength, but in their minds, a level 1 was still just a level 1. Teaming up with a high-profile rookie would greatly increase their chances of surviving the labyrinth. August hadn't expected to be scouted, but his response was immediate and uncompromising. I have no intention of forming a party. He looked at the hopeful rookies. I'm a pragmatist. When I fight, I rely on overwhelming, indiscriminate area attacks. If you come with me, there's a very high chance you'll die in the crossfire. So I'll have to decline. Still, thank you for the offer. August's brutal honesty hit them hard. The rookies realized he was not being arrogant. He was stating a terrifying fact. Rumor had it he had slaughtered everything on the 7th floor during his very first run. If his fighting style really was that indiscriminate, standing anywhere near him in a cramped dungeon corridor was basically suicide. Sorry to bother you. The rookies sighed in disappointment and quickly backed away, not wanting to risk getting accidentally vaporized. Watching the exchange, Lily was thoroughly impressed. A normal rookie might have gotten carried away by the flattery and accepted the offer, only to be held back or betrayed by useless dead weight. But August was different. His mindset was mature, clear, and ruthlessly practical. He understood that teaming up with weak links brought no real benefit, and only made his own tactics harder to execute. Naturally, this first group wasn't the last. Several other teams approached him as they crossed the plaza. August maintained a polite smile and methodically rejected every single one of them, refusing to get tangled in Orario's messy party politics. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Wargame 1071 words for every 10 reviews, I'll release one bonus chapter. When the other adventurers saw how blunt and practical his refusal was, they lost the courage to go near him. August made it clear he couldn't promise his teammates safety. If things got chaotic, he might accidentally hurt them along with the monsters. No normal adventurer party would accept that kind of risk, so the crowd stayed away. While everyone avoided August, something else was happening to Lilaruka Arde. Some of the adventurers in the plaza recognized her, including members of the Soma Familia, who had been watching from the shadows. Because the Soma Familia was known for being cruel and toxic, they weren't going to ignore this. Well, if it isn't Arde. Looks like you've latched onto a big shot, a mocking voice called out. 3 adventurers, both beastmen and humans dressed in rough combat gear, forced their way through the crowd. They ignored August and went straight for Lily. As soon as Lily saw the 3 coming toward her, she froze. Her heart pounded and her ears rang. These were members of her own familia. She stood still in fear, feeling as if her biggest secret was being revealed to all of Rio. "Hey, sir. You might not know this, but Arde's got a reputation in here," the beastman leader of the trio sneered, turning to face August. "She's a notorious thief, known for stealing gear and weapons from adventurers." He shouted out all her secrets, trying to embarrass her in front of everyone and take away her new support. The words struck Lily right where it hurt. Eyes open wide with fear, she stared at the 3 men, then slowly turned to look at August. She couldn't keep up her act anymore. All she wanted to do was run away. She looked at August, waiting to see what he would do. Lily's voice trembled. She wanted to make excuses, to defend herself, but she knew her past actions were unforgivable. But then August spoke, breaking the tension and changing everything. "If she's a thief, why is she still a member of your familia?" He decided to go on the offensive. Thievery is a stain on any familia's honor. It's despicable. So why haven't you kicked her out? August's bold reply surprised the trio and everyone else. Instead of blaming the Paolum supporter, he put the blame back on them. The 3 adventurers stammered, caught off guard. They never thought he would turn things around on them. "If she's this kind of person, your familia is clearly no better," August said smoothly, his voice echoing across the plaza. "A garbage familia led by a garbage god. You are the scum of the sewers. The absolute worst of the worst." August didn't hold back. He was used to arguing online and felt confident he could outtalk anyone here. If they wanted to argue, he was ready. The trio's faces flushed red with anger. They had not expected him to humiliate them so harshly in front of everyone. His words cut deep. "Did the truth hurt your feelings?" August scoffed. "A garbage god leading a flock of garbage children." August ignored them and turned his attention back to Lilaruka Arde. "Assuming we don't just resort to back-alley assassinations, how are disputes between familias officially resolved around here?" he asked the trembling girl. "A war game overseen by the gods," Lily stammered, explaining the city's custom. When 2 familias had an irreconcilable conflict, they could petition the guild for a massive, sanctioned proxy war to decide their fates. "A war game, huh?" August lifted an eyebrow and gave a cold smirk. He turned back to the seething trio. "Take a message back to your familia. If you've got a problem with me taking her, tell your patron god to declare a war game at the guild." August spat on the cobblestones in front of them, showing his total contempt for their whole familia. "Damn, what a dominant man," a group of tan-skinned Amazonian warriors murmured from the crowd. Watching August stand up to and embarrass an entire familia amazed them. The Amazons found his confidence and attitude very appealing. Meanwhile, the other adventurers in the plaza were loving the drama. "Hurry up and get your familia to issue a challenge. If you don't declare a war game after that, your familia is a total joke. Show some spine and start a war game." This was peak entertainment. If a full-scale familia war broke out, they could finally see the true limits of this monstrous rookie. Even though the rumors were only a day old, August's legendary carpet-bombing tactics were still beyond their comprehension. And as the saying goes, whenever there's a show, the gods are always close by. Hestia's kid just provoked the Soma familia into a war game. A war game? Hell yeah. Who's fighting? That super monster rookie. Hestia's kid. Gods leaned out of tavern windows and alleyways, whistling and cheering. They weren't just looking for fun, they really wanted to see what Hestia's unusual child could do. His Falna awakening had already surprised everyone. If they had a chance to witness his true strength, they were more than happy to cheer him on. War games were always exciting. "Don't keep me waiting," August told the crowd of cheering gods and bloodthirsty adventurers, dismissing the chaos with a wave of his hand. He turned away from the fuming Soma trio. "Let's go," August said, heading toward the Babel entrance. Lily no longer cared about her familia's bad reputation. She smiled and quickly caught up with August. "Soma familia. Sorry, never heard of them." For the first time, Lily felt really excited. She didn't think twice about leaving her old reputation behind. After all, did the Soma familia even have a good name? Just like August said, if she was like this, the rest of the familia wasn't any better. In fact, they were significantly worse. "Arde, you little bitch." The trio clenched their teeth and shook with anger. They never thought things would go this badly, or that Lily would leave so confidently with her new ally. They were furious. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 42, Bonus. 1041 words. Thank you for 200 power stones, here's your bonus chapter. August, you were amazing. Once they stepped onto the first floor of the dungeon, Lilyruka Arde, who had been quiet until now, looked up at August with eyes full of admiration. She never thought he would stand up for her. He could have believed the Soma members and left her alone, but instead he defended her, which ended up embarrassing them. The excitement of that moment was almost too much to handle. "You were brave too, Lily," August said, looking down at the Paolum beside him, and giving her real encouragement. "When you faced the truth about your past, you didn't run away. Standing your ground took a lot of courage. When everyone in the plaza found out about her past, she could have run away. Instead, she stayed and faced it in silence. That alone showed she wanted to change." Lily murmured. Hearing his soft reassurance, she felt as if her deeply scarred soul was finally being healed. She clenched her fists. The hopelessness she'd felt for so long was finally fading. Now, she had a real choice and a place to belong. "August, I've decided. I'm going to officially ask to leave my familia," Lily said, making the biggest decision of her life. She had to get away from that corrupt place. "As soon as we get back today, I'll take the trial." Her voice was brimming with determination. "You can do it." August reached out and patted her shoulder. It's hard to dislike someone who's truly trying to change their life for the better. With new determination, they moved on together, heading down to the 7th floor. Floors 1 through 4 had dungeon goblins and other small beasts. But this time, things were different from his first dive. On the 6th floor, they ran into war shadows. There weren't just 1 or 2, they came in groups of 10 or more. "I never thought we'd run into rookie killers on the 6th floor, Lily said, her voice shaking slightly as she gathered up the magic stones from the slaughtered monsters. Running into them this early was rare. Unless a level 1 adventurer had S-rank stats and everything, they usually couldn't beat a war shadow. Most rookies stayed far away, leaving the elite vanguard parties to clear them out. But today, there were more of these invisible killers than usual. "I didn't think they'd be hiding in the corridors either," August admitted. The war shadows were nearly invisible to the naked eye, blending perfectly into the darkness. If he didn't have an experienced supporter like Lily to spot the small clues, he might have been ambushed. Thermal imaging was useless here. The labyrinth's walls gave off so much heat that everything looked the same through a thermal scope. It was impossible to spot a war shadow hiding against the warm stone. Any monster branded a rookie killer was no joke. But August's combat shotgun took them out in one shot. In the narrow, dark corridors, the wide spread of buckshot made aiming easy. The blast revealed and destroyed the hidden monsters. Logically, the vanguard parties should have cleared out most of these rookie killers, Lily noted, puzzled. Why are there still so many today? It was early morning. The major expeditionary forces usually swept the floors clear on their descent. So why were they left untouched? Who knows? August shrugged, recording the encounter data on his tablet and analyzing the environmental scans. We're entering the 8th floor next. They went deeper. The 8th floor was nothing like the wide, open 7th floor. It was a maze of small, connected rooms, each one possibly hiding monsters. The 7th floor was easier to cross, with open spaces and cliffs where needle rabbits could hide, so August could attack from far away. Getting through the 8th floor took more careful planning. Flashbang, August called out, tossing a stun grenade into the next room without hesitation. Jaya. A series of agonizing shrieks burst forth as the monster's senses were entirely overwhelmed by the blinding light and concussive blast. August quickly summoned his handguns and fired a sweeping volley. The room, full of 8th-floor killer ants, was cleared in seconds. Lily hurried behind him to collect the magic stones. However, she hesitated to pick up the scattered bullet casings by hand in such a tight space. Use this to pick up the casings, August said, pulling out a heavy-duty industrial vacuum. This floor is really dangerous. Don't pick things up by hand. One careless move and you'll get swarmed. Killer ants were weak alone and easy to beat, but unlike the war shadows, they showed up in big groups. Since picking things up by hand was risky, August used a machine to collect everything. Lily followed his orders. Powering on the vacuum, she rapidly swept up the loose magic stones and the critical brass casings, not missing a single piece. August stayed alert, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. The tight layout of the 8th floor was dangerous, and the curving paths made it easy to get lost without a good map. After clearing the immediate area, they moved quickly down to the 9th floor. The 9th floor had its own unique ecosystem. Instead of killer ants, it was filled with magical butterfly monsters, purple moths and blue papilio. August shot them down as soon as he saw them. The purple moths had poisonous scales, while the blue papilio were rare and dropped valuable loot. Unfortunately, August only encountered the toxic purple moths. After sweeping the floor and collecting the magic stones, they eventually reached the stairwell to the 10th floor. Floors 1 through 9 seemed like a regular underground maze. But everything changed when they reached the 10th floor. August's vision was blocked from the start. The whole floor was covered in thick, whirling mist. August waved his hand through the thick fog, trying to figure out where it came from. So this is the 10th floor, he murmured. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 43, Eyes Hidden in the Mist. 1209 words. August waved a hand, trying to clear the thick fog enveloping the cavern. Is there any way to blow this mist away? He asked Lilaruka Arde. No, that's not possible, Lily said as she pulled out a map covered in special symbols. The mist on the 10th floor is always made by the walls around us. It never moves up or down, it just stays here. There are also monsters here that are almost medium-sized, Lily said, checking her notes. And you have to be careful about sneak attacks in the fog. These monsters aren't like the ones above. They can sense where we are on their own. How troublesome. Is that so? August muttered. Let's switch up our transportation, then. Hearing this, he prepared to pull out the armored vehicle he had requisitioned from his inventory. But the moment he reached into the void, his gaze suddenly snapped toward a specific direction in the deep mist. What's wrong? Lily asked, noticing his hand freeze midair. She instantly drew her hand crossbow, going on high alert. Someone is watching us. August frowned. He had just felt a strong sensation he couldn't ignore. It was an adventurer's intuition. The feeling was intense, not like the wild danger of the labyrinth. This was a human gaze, cold and careful, from someone hiding and watching him. August snapped his fingers. A heavy machine gun appeared from the void and instantly opened fire, on that exact coordinate. BRRRRRRRRRRRRT. The heavy gunfire tore through the mist, cutting a deadly path toward where the gaze had come from. But there were no screams, just the dull thuds of bullets hitting the stone wall. Did they run? August stared into the fog. For a moment, he was sure he hadn't imagined it. Someone really had been watching him from that spot. A gaze that, careful and hidden, almost had to belong to an enemy. The labyrinth. No, it can't be Fells, August thought. Fells wouldn't be this hostile toward me. It felt more like a group of adventurers. Oh, interesting. It seems another familia has their eyes on me. August didn't think he'd be targeted this soon, since he had just reached the 10th floor. The thick mist made it easy for someone to follow him without being seen. A pity thermal imaging is useless here, August sighed in frustration. If his thermal optics worked, he could have tracked them down easily. But the labyrinth was alive, and its walls were always warm because they created monsters. That heat made thermal scopes useless. Well, since we have company, I won't hold back. Lily, drop the bait. I want every monster on this floor driven into a frenzy. August ordered, deciding to incite a massive riot across the entire 10th floor. Lily immediately pulled the prepared monster bait from her backpack. She threw chunks of the pungent meat in every direction, making sure to hurl a large piece toward the exact spot August had just fired at. She intended to force them out of hiding. As expected, this plan worked extremely well. The strong smell of the bait drew the dungeon monsters in, making them rush straight toward it. In seconds, the whole 10th floor was thrown into chaos. Who the hell is dropping monster bait down here? Are you insane? Several adventurer groups who had come in from other paths were shocked when they smelled the bait. Who would be crazy enough to throw monster bait in the middle of a foggy floor? But the very next second, a booming curtain of gunfire resounded across the mist. Oh crap, it's that monster rookie. Any adventurer who had seen August fight recognized the apocalyptic sound right away. The monster rookie was here on the 10th floor, and only he could make that kind of noise. The adventurers rushed back toward the stairs to the 9th floor. None of them wanted to stay on the same floor as that maniac. It would be suicide. The adventurers knew better than to stick around. They left right away because they knew how wild August's indiscriminate fighting could get. From the safety of the entrances, they watched the bright flashes from his gun light up the fog. The bullets ripped through the mist, shaking the air. The constant gunfire cleared a large part of the fog, revealing the harsh reality of the 10th floor. Jaya Awayorg. The imps and orcs lurking in the mist let out shrill screams as they were cut down. The 10th floor became a nightmare of gunfire and death, with monsters dropping one after another, their bodies quickly crumbling into ash and magic stones. That monster rookie, his methods are ruthless. If that were us, how much of that do you think we could block? We'd be turned into Swiss cheese in a second. The adventurers watched the chaos below. Just like the rookie had warned in the plaza, teaming up with him almost guaranteed friendly fire. Anyone who joined him had to be ready for a dangerous crossfire. Obviously, hiding among the fleeing adventurer parties was the covert team that had caused the riot. We almost died at the hands of that rookie. His instincts are scary. We only looked at him once, and he fired at us right away. The three-man squad of male adventurers had just narrowly escaped death. If they hadn't all been level 2 veterans with enhanced agility, they would have been gunned down on the spot. The captain really overestimated us, one muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Sending us on a mission like this. As they watched the chaos below, the three adventurers knew it was their fault. If they hadn't run as soon as they were seen, they would have been killed on the spot. Their familia had been ordered to investigate the anomaly known as August. They hadn't expected to end up with a near-suicide mission. Well, at least we confirmed the rumors are true. The rookie is the real deal. Getting close to him is out of the question. His instincts are too sharp. So, are we still doing the mission? We've already completed our objective, confirm his capabilities. We'll leave the rest for the captain to decide. Understood. After a quick talk, the three adventurers decided to head back to the surface and stay away from August. They knew they wouldn't survive meeting him again. With that choice made, they disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, August was still deeply bothered by that piercing gaze. That was why he had started the riot on the 10th floor. He wanted the chaos to shake things up and force the hidden adventurers to show themselves or run away. Although August hadn't seen them, he remembered the distinct feel of that gaze. The next time he met them, his instincts would recognize it right away. As the price for spying on me. August sneered, racking the bolt of his weapon. You monsters of the 10th floor can pay with your lives. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 44, Hestia's Confidence. 11:16 words. As August and Lilaruka Arde ventured deeper into the dungeon to set up another monster trap, noon was approaching in Orario. The warm rays of the midday sun shone through the windows of the ruined church, finally waking Hestia from her deep slumber. Hestia put away the money August had left her for food, and wandered through the busy streets, searching for something to eat. She had no idea about the chaos that had happened earlier. She just wanted a cheap meal. Takamikazuchi, who was busy working his food stall, spotted the wandering goddess and called out to her. Where have you been all morning? Oh, Take. What's going on? Hestia yawned as she walked up to his stall. She spotted the hot potato snacks right away. Give me a Jagamarukan. I'm starving. She pulled out some coins and gave them to him. Sure thing. Takamikazuchi grabbed a piping hot potato snack and handed it to her. Hestia took a happy bite and enjoyed the crispy, salty flavor. Your child stirred up another massive storm today, Takamikazuchi said. He had caught wind of the morning's events the moment they happened. A war game. It was shocking that August had actually challenged another familia to a war game. What could my child possibly have done? Hestia replied. You really don't know. Takamikazuchi stared at her in disbelief. This morning, August publicly humiliated the Soma familia in the middle of Babel Plaza. He called them a garbage familia led by a garbage god. More importantly, he told them that if they had a problem with it, they could have their patron god officially declare a war game against you. Takamikazuchi still couldn't believe how bold the boy was. Not only did he insult a whole familia, but he also asked their god to declare war. The kid had balls of steel. A war game. Hestia blinked, surprised that her child had escalated things to that level. But a second later, she processed the target. The Soma familia. Hestia sat at a nearby table, not bothered at all. Then it's fine. They're just a bunch of trash anyway. If he had picked a fight with the Apollo familia, Hestia might have been a little worried, since they were known for hiring mercenaries. But the Soma familia. With all due disrespect, they were a joke. The strongest adventurer in the Soma familia was only level 2. Against August's heavy weapons, they would be easy targets. More importantly, their group only stayed together because of their addictive divine wine. A familia like that would surrender as soon as a single artillery shell hit their base. Even you're saying that? Takamikazuchi sighed, shaking his head. He couldn't help but sense that his friend was letting her ego get the better of her. Don't worry, Take. Like I said, their best member is only a level 2 captain, Hestia said as she ate. If it was the Apollo familia, I'd worry they might hire strong adventurers. They just make wine. I know exactly what they can do. Unless Freya or Loki secretly send their best people to help, I have nothing to worry about. With August as her trump card, Hestia knew losing was mathematically impossible. Knowing how cautious August was, if a real familia war broke out, he would just make a call to Earth. The modern military backing him would probably overnight ship him a tactical ballistic missile just to ensure absolute victory. Never underestimate the industrial might of a modern superpower fully committed to backing an interdimensional pioneer. Seeing how confident Hestia was, Takumi Kazuchi realized the saying was true, like child, like goddess. With August being so bold, it was a wonder Hestia wasn't showing off even more. Incredible, Takumi Kazuchi chuckled. But Hestia, why did your kid hire a supporter from the Soma Familia in the first place? She saw my child going into the dungeon on his first day wearing top-quality Hephaestus armor, so she tried to trick him, Hestia said, waving it off. But she was smart. She knew when to give up and tell the truth. Hestia honestly didn't hate Lilaruka Arde. The girl had always wanted some hope in her life. Hestia just had to show her some kindness to earn her loyalty. Even more impressive, the girl was strong enough to resist the pull of Soma's divine wine. Any god would want a child with that kind of willpower. I get it. That makes sense, Takumi Kazuchi said with a nod. If she could leave the Soma Familia and look for Hestia's help, it showed she really wanted to change her life. She was meant for something better. All right, enough about that, Hestia said, waving her hand. I just hope Soma accepts the challenge so I can have some fun. She really didn't care. As far as she was concerned, unless the strongest Familius cheated, August would always win. And Hestia was right. The Soma Familia was a group she could beat easily. At that very moment, the atmosphere inside the Soma compound was incredibly grim. Xanus Lustra, the Soma Familia's captain, never thought the only member of the new Hestia Familia would embarrass his whole group in public. They were angry at first, but that didn't last. The idea of fighting that rookie was terrifying. Numerous adventurers active on the upper floors had witnessed the massacre firsthand. They saw the Hestia Familia's rookie gather huge groups of monsters and wipe them out with heavy firepower. The monsters weren't just beaten in close combat, they were blown apart by non-stop gunfire. In the history of Orario's adventurers, who else could enter the labyrinth on their very first day and effortlessly instantly kill a multi-floor horde of monsters? Only August had done something like that as a rookie. His potential was scary. If the Soma Familia tried to fight him, they wouldn't last a moment before being wiped out. As for the Soma Familia's patron god, Soma himself, he listened quietly to the reports brought back by his children. No one knew what he was thinking. In truth, his mind had just gone blank. He got the insulting message, but he didn't feel offended. Soma had been disappointed in his Familia for a long time, and had no plans to challenge August. If he accepted the war game, it would just mean sending his children to die. He might have lost hope in his Familia, but he wasn't going to waste their lives for nothing. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, A Gift from the Dungeon. 1007 words. When they reached the 11th floor, everything changed. The area opened into a massive cavern, nothing like the narrow tunnels they had just come through. The monsters here were far from ordinary. Roarer. A four-legged, armored armadillo-like monster stood its ground on the stone floor, and let out a vicious roar at August and Lilaruka Arde. August ignored the beast's roar. He glared at the armored monster, raised his hand, and fired his assault rifles. The bullets tore through the air and punched holes in the monster's thick armor. Suddenly, chaos erupted across the floor. Silverback apes charged in, driven by wild energy. Those are silverbacks. Lily panicked. We haven't even deployed any bait yet. Why are they already rushing us? Lily saw how strangely aggressive the monsters were and quickly realized that something or someone was riling up the horde on purpose. August, someone must be. Lily tried to warn him, but August raised a hand to silence her. It's not human, August said coldly. He stared into a dark corner of the cavern. His sharp combat senses picked up a strong wave of hostility from that spot. Lily followed his gaze and finally saw what was hiding in the darkness. No way. An ultra-rare infant dragon? How could one spawn here? The creature was 4 meters long, as tall as a grown man. More importantly, it was a real dragon. Infant dragons were so rare and dangerous that a level 1 adventurer had no chance. Usually, it took a well-prepared level 2 or even level 3 party to beat one safely. Not bad at all. August realized the labyrinth was sending him a special challenge. After he had cleared out several floors on his last trip, the dungeon had gathered a powerful group of monsters to greet him this time. Let's see which is stronger, your labyrinth's monster legion, or my modern firepower. August swept his hand forward. Several assault rifles appeared in the air around him, ready to fire one after another. Spurred on by the infant dragon's commanding roar, the silverbacks and hard-armored monsters launched a suicidal charge straight at August. Suppressing fire. He emptied his magazines without any hesitation. The thundering roar of gunfire resounded through the huge cavern. Monster screams and gunfire blasts mixed together, filling the cavern with chaos. From the back, the infant dragon watched August hold off its horde with non-stop gunfire. When it saw August wasn't moving, the dragon decided to sneak around and attack from behind. The dragon launched its huge body and charged at August's blind spot with incredible speed. It's coming. Lily, standing securely by August's side, kept her eyes glued to the rare beast. She wasn't worried about the main group of monsters. With August's firepower, they couldn't get within 15 meters before being wiped out. But the infant dragon was different. Lily knew this powerful monster was a real threat. I've been waiting for you. August raised his free hand. As soon as he did, a suicide drone shot out from the void with a high-pitched mechanical whine. The drone sped past the infant dragon before it could react. The beast didn't expect its target to use a weapon faster than its own charge, and had no time to dodge. As soon as the drone hit, it exploded in midair. Boom! Roar! The infant dragon let out one last angry cry before the explosion tore it apart. It disappeared before the smoke cleared, leaving only a large magic stone. Still, August didn't let the quick kill get to him. He stayed calm and focused. Lily, deploy the bait, August ordered. Something still felt incredibly wrong. If the dungeon was really giving him a gift, it wouldn't stop there. His assault rifles could handle these monsters with ease. He needed to be careful and use the bait to draw out anything else that might be hiding nearby. Right away. Lily followed his command flawlessly. Pulling the vacuum-sealed monster bait from her pack, she tore it open and hurled chunks into the surrounding shadows. For these wild monsters, the strong smell of the bait was impossible to resist. Even those who had started to hesitate because of August's firepower were now back in a frenzy. But it wasn't only the hard-armoreds and silverbacks that reacted. A familiar, terrifying roar resounded from the upper ledges. Multiple infant dragons leapt out from the pitch-black corners of the cavern, drawn out by the overpowering scent of the bait. There's more. A chilling wave of dread washed over Lily's limbs. Was she imagining things? The guild's bestiary said infant dragons were extremely rare on these floors. Even one would need a skilled raid team to defeat. But now, more than 8 had shown up at once. Was the dungeon just giving out rare monsters? I knew it. It wouldn't skimp on the main course, August muttered, staring down the 8 infant dragons. This was the true trap. These were the dungeon's main weapons for the ambush. The plan was probably to use the hard-armored's tough armor to soak up August's gunfire and wear him down, but since his rifles cut through them so easily, that plan had already failed. Now, the 8 infant dragons had locked onto him. Their arrival filled the cavern with deafening roars, threatening to tear August apart. The chaos caught the attention of other nearby adventurers. August didn't know them, but he saw they weren't just random onlookers. They wore the symbols of a top-tier vanguard familia. The Loki familia. August noted, spotting a very unexpected, high-profile figure among the approaching team. What are they doing up here? August wondered, narrowing his eyes. Shouldn't they be past the 18th floor or out on a deep strata expedition? Why are they hanging around on the 11th floor? For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The Cure for Firepower Phobia. 1093 words. The loud noise from all the monsters gathering on the 11th floor caught the attention of nearby adventure parties. They dropped their current hunts and rushed to the 11th floor. The Loki Familia members were among them. What an intense chorus of monster roars. Let's move. Ace Wallenstein could tell that one of the caverns on the 11th floor was in total chaos. She signaled for her team to follow. Just hearing all those roars. Something is definitely wrong, Riveriel Joe's Alf said as she strode beside her. She could feel how serious the situation was. If lower-level adventurers wandered down there right now, it would be pure suicide. You lot, keep up. Riveria's main job as vice-captain was to help the rookies grow by guiding them through the floor trials. But this strange event was more urgent. She signaled to her elven companions and the junior members to hurry toward the noise. Yes, ma'am. The junior members of the Loki Familia hurried to keep up with their senior executives. The moment they stepped onto the 11th floor, they witnessed the most unbelievable scene. The cavern was packed with a huge horde of monsters. Even experienced level 4 or 5 adventurers would be nervous seeing so many gathered here. Was it a few dozen level 1 monsters? Not at all. They saw thousands of silverback apes and hard-armored monsters, all charging at a single target. Even the elite Loki Familia members felt a chill down their spines. Impossible. This isn't a normal horde anymore. This is a bona fide monster legion. Riveriel Joe's Alf was deeply shaken by the sight. For top adventurers, these monsters weren't much trouble. But for anyone below level 3, a horde this size was unheard of and far too dangerous. Not just that. There are also 8 infant dragons acting as support in the back line. Ace Wallenstein quickly spotted the infant dragons among the monsters. Usually, they were very rare, but now it looked like the dungeon was sending out a whole group at once. The surrounding members of Loki Familia stared at the despair-inducing scene. But the battlefield wasn't just loud with monster roars. The environment was also filled with deafening gunfire and explosions. With this many monsters charging at once, could it be that monster rookie? That sound, only that rookie fights like that. For some of the well-informed Loki Familia members, this was their first time seeing the rumored anomaly. It has to be him. Everyone's gaze shifted to a single spot. It was the center of the monster horde. Cutting through the monstrous roars, a human voice resounded powerfully across the massive cavern. Let's see which is stronger, your monstrous might, or the absolute pinnacle of human firepower. Behind August, bullets kept flying non-stop, as if he had endless ammo. In the crowded cavern, the front lines of monsters were wiped out again and again, leaving only ash and magic stones. Still, even facing such a terrifying enemy, the monsters charged at August without any fear, driven by pure labyrinth-induced madness. August, the vanguard has breached the 10-meter mark. Lilaruka Arde called out. She was acting as his spotter, keeping track of the distance. 10 meters. How nerve-wracking. August focused entirely on operating the armory within his spatial backpack. He stared at the tidal wave of monsters violently closing in on him. To get past the last 10 meters, countless monsters had to throw themselves forward, climbing over the bodies of their fallen allies just to move ahead. Continuing to use bullets is just a waste of ammunition. In that case, playtime's over. Second wave. August handed a heavy tactical headset over to Lilaruka Arde. Lily quickly put on the noise-canceling ear protection. Are you going to use that? Lily asked, communicating through the built-in microphone. The concussive shockwave at this close range would be as strong as a point-blank bombardment of large-scale magic. Lily, keep your eyes glued to those infant dragons, August commanded, his fingers shifting into a new operational pattern. The space around him began to warp. Some of the assault rifles disappeared into the void, while a few stayed to keep up suppressing fire. For big targets like the silverback apes, which were much larger than humans, only high-explosive artillery shells could guarantee a kill. August swept his hand down. 20 massive cannon barrels extended from the void, locking onto the silverback apes. 10 barrels fired simultaneously. Taken straight from active-duty main battle tanks he had bought on Earth, these 125mm smoothbore cannons unleashed a devastating volley. Boom! The deafening roar of the tank cannons instantly drowned out the monster's screams. Wherever the shells landed, the silverbacks were blown apart. The nearby hard-armored monsters were destroyed by the blasts. Their tough armor was useless against the 125mm shells. And these were just standard high-explosive shells. August hadn't even bothered deploying armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabos, APF-SDS, or specialized bunkerbusters yet. The sudden, massive blasts from the artillery seemed to stop the horde in its tracks. The surviving monsters stared at the 10 huge, smoking craters in the stone floor. That was all that was left of the front line. The 8 infant dragons leading the monsters froze. They hadn't expected their numbers to be wiped out so quickly by such powerful attacks. But August's 125mm cannons weren't just for show. Since they came from modern tanks, the cannons had rapid autoloaders. With a second set of 10 cannons waiting in the void, August kept up an alternating artillery barrage with less than a second between volleys. Hearing the earth-shaking roar of the tank cannons up close, and seeing the silverback apes destroyed was overwhelming for Lilaruka Arde. The sights and sounds were almost too much for her. At first, seeing the monster horde made her anxious. But now, with the artillery protecting her, Lily was speechless. If August were to describe it using terms from his world, Lily was now feeling the cure for firepower phobia. All her fear and stress from facing so many enemies vanished, replaced by a strong sense of safety thanks to August's overwhelming firepower. However, August's gaze didn't relax despite his dominant suppression. Are those guys really not making a move yet? Since Lily hadn't reported any movement from the infant dragons, August strongly suspected the beasts were plotting another underhanded sneak attack. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, He is way too cautious. 1123 words. August stayed calm. Even though he had the advantage, he didn't let it make him reckless. He knew that the closer you get to a life-or-death moment, the more careful you have to be. Getting cocky could mean losing everything. All batteries, fire. August raised his hand again, and a wave of artillery shells rained down on the battlefield. The firepower swept forward, crushing everything and wiping out the monsters in front of him. To the adventurers watching, August's firepower was far more frightening than any normal magic and broke all the usual rules of the labyrinth. Even a strong level 5 or level 7 adventurer would be badly hurt, or even killed, if they were hit directly. Riveriel Joe's Alf watched the apocalyptic scene unfold. His power is ridiculous. So this is the extreme application of a spatial inventory. That idiot Loki said it was just a normal bag. But the development of this spatial ability allows for remote, high-intensity projection. Riveria rubbed her temples, recalling Loki's claim yesterday that this kid was just a rare, high-level supporter with a spatial backpack. But after seeing this kind of firepower for herself, She realized this was no average spatial backpack. No one could guess how much weaponry he had hidden inside. It was like he could store dozens of magic swords and use their magic all at once, without even swinging them. In this case, he was launching deadly weapons at close range. For a rookie to possess this level of power was utterly terrifying. Ace Wallenstein watched the battlefield. For the first time, she felt a sense of shock, yet her golden eyes drifted toward a different part of the battlefield. There is something else hiding below. These monsters haven't given up yet. Ace could sense that the horde was mustering one final, desperate counterattack. Still hiding something. Could it be? Riveria followed Ace's line of sight. From the shadows of the tunnels, over a dozen pitch-black silhouettes leapt out. Using the massive bodies of the silverback apes as cover, they charged forward at blistering speeds. Not only that, but magical flames gathered in their jaws. Hellhounds shouldn't appear until the middle floors. Why are they here? Riveria stared in disbelief. These weren't monsters from the 11th or 12th floors anymore. They were middle floor types. Upper floor monsters usually relied on strength or the environment, but middle floor monsters were different because they could use magic. The sudden appearance of the Hellhounds struck terror into the hearts of the lower-level adventurers watching from the sidelines. Those are Hellhounds. Why are they on the 11th? No matter how dangerous the labyrinth was, unless a rare or irregular event occurred, middle-floor monsters never migrated to the upper floors. If they did, the Adventurers Guild would immediately dispatch first-tier adventurers to purge the area. August also spotted the calf-sized Hellhounds. Just as I thought. Monsters that break the floor rules have appeared. Yet, August didn't panic at the sight. Wasn't he just waiting for the dungeon to reveal its hidden hand? The Hellhounds unleashed torrents of blazing magical fire directly at August. Noticing the incoming assault, August smirked. You're exactly what I've been waiting for. He snapped his fingers. 3 heavy alloy shields materialized from the void, forming an impenetrable defensive wall right in front of August and Lilaruka Arde. Finally, real magic. Monsters capable of casting magic were inherently high-tier threats. He had been wanting to field test his equipment against them, and now the magic had come directly to him. The heavy alloy shields stood firm. Even the monsters never expected their proud, trump-card magical flames to be completely halted by a set of metallic barricades deployed by a rookie. Flames clashed violently against the masterpieces of modern engineering. Those shields were made to the highest military standards, built to test how well they could stand up to magic. Which would win, fantasy magic or modern metalwork? It was an interesting clash between two worlds. It seems my shields boast superior defense, August noted. The intensity of their magic only managed to inflict minor hairline fractures on the alloy. The Hellhounds didn't keep up their magical attack for long. August checked the shield floating around him, and saw only small scorch marks and tiny cracks where they'd been hit. It was clear that modern technology was stronger here. The test is over. You can die now. August leveled all 20 cannon barrels at once. Maximum firepower. This time, he doubled the bombardment. As agile as the Hellhounds were, they didn't even have time to dodge. They were completely engulfed by the high-explosive carpet bombing, ripped to shreds until nothing remained but scattered magic stones. Lilaruka Arde, who had been keeping a close eye on the infant dragons orchestrating from the rear, noticed their sudden shift in behavior. They're trying to escape. It seemed their defeat was sealed. Seeing zero chance of victory, the commanding monsters decided to cut their losses and flee. Similar to the minotaurs in the middle floors, these monsters possessed a crude, instinctual intelligence. Though this intelligence was manipulated by the labyrinth, unlike the sentient Xenos, they still knew when to run. Who gave you permission to run? August casually waved his hand. 8 suicide drones launched into the air instantly. Military drones flew much faster than any living creature could run. As long as the monsters couldn't break the sound barrier or move at impossible speeds, August wasn't worried. Unless they could move at the speed of light, he had plenty of ways to defeat them. The suicide drones closed in rapidly. The infant dragons never expected August to completely cut off their retreat. Unable to outrun the mechanical predators, the drones slammed into them at point-blank range. The payloads detonated violently, obliterating the beasts, and leaving only magic stones to mark their existence. As for the remaining silverbacks and hard-armoreds, they could only swallow their bitter resentment as August's artillery wiped out whatever was left. Watching this careful and ruthless way of fighting. This guy, he is way too cautious. Riveria suddenly understood. August could have destroyed the whole cavern from the start, but he chose to wait. He waited for the enemy to reveal their last trick. As soon as they did, August crushed them without mercy. Even magic couldn't stop him. "That shield is very strong," Ace Wallenstein said, her eyes shining with interest. A shield made from that metal was amazing, maybe even tougher than the expensive adamantine weapons she'd seen before. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Targeted by the Dungeon. 12-13 words. August meticulously cleared the battlefield. "Here you go, August." Having finished gathering the massive pile of magic stones left behind, Lilaruka Arde handed over the salvaged bullet casings and usable artillery shrapnel she had collected. These materials were valuable and could be recycled. August took the scrap metal and tossed it back into his spatial backpack. After stowing away the salvage and tallying up the monster drop materials they had gathered, August turned his attention to his supporter. "Lily, how do you think we should plan our next move?" Since he was new here, August wanted to hear what a local thought before making any decisions. After all, the two of them were in a very dangerous situation. This was only his second dive, yet they had already encountered a coordinated ambush featuring middle-floor monsters intruding on the upper floors. "It seems the dungeon harbors an incredibly deep hatred for you, August. It even deployed magic-casting monsters from the middle floors," Lily couldn't help but point out. He was drawing way too much attention from the monsters. They were only a party of 2, yet the labyrinth had dispatched an army of thousands to besiege them. Even a level 5 adventurer could have easily been killed if they made a single misstep against that horde. At this rate, the deeper we go, the more massive the monster legions will become. We might even face strike teams composed entirely of elite monsters. Lily guessed that the dungeon would only get more dangerous from here. The deeper they went into the labyrinth, the scarier the monsters waiting for August would be. Just thinking about groups of elite monsters working together made her shiver. Is that so? August thought about this carefully. Lily was right. This was just the end of the upper floors. Once they reached the middle floors, starting at the 13th, there would be even more and stronger monsters waiting for them. If he wasn't careful, he could be caught off guard and killed. "It seems I'll need to upgrade my gear." In the middle floors, they wouldn't see as many open caverns. Instead, the area would become a network of huge, interconnected caves. The structural layout of the middle floors differed significantly from the upper floors. Truly colossal rooms only existed on specific floors, namely, the 17th, the 18th, and eventually the 24th floor. Those specific floors resembled the massive open spaces of the 11th and 12th floors. After they finished packing up, "Let's go." August led Lilaruka Arde down toward the 12th floor. This was the final stage of the upper floors. Beyond this point, the layout would transition into medium-sized subterranean caverns. Stepping onto the 12th floor, they found the cavern was even more expansive than the 11th. This area was larger to fit medium-sized monsters like silverback apes. Just as the orcs on the 10th floor thrived in the dense mist, silverbacks required their own specific ecosystem. But since August's last battle had wiped out all the monsters on the 12th floor, the dungeon hadn't had time to respawn them yet. The floor was empty. As they walked, they passed other adventurer parties. Every one of them looked at August with awe and respect. They had seen for themselves how powerful August was when he fought thousands of monsters. They knew for sure they could never do something like that. August, everyone seems to be staring at you, Lily noted, observing the surrounding adventurers. She could feel their deep-seated awe. Feeling their admiration, she got a rush of excitement. But when he heard this, August just ignored it. He had no interest in being anyone's idol. There are no monsters left. It seems that battle just now completely shattered this floor's monster population. August stood there, looking over the walls and the strangely empty cavern. He needed more monsters to farm. Unfortunately, both the 11th and 12th floors were completely devoid of life. If you want more monsters, we'll have to wait. It takes a certain amount of time for the dungeon to spawn them, Lily explained. Lily thought the huge battle had used up most of the dungeon's energy for now. 9 infant dragons. Ultra-rare spawns. According to the guild's records, encountering even one was an incredibly rare event. Yet 9 had spawned simultaneously, backed by a legion of over 1,000 monsters, and supported by a trump card of middle-floor monsters setting up an ambush. Should we wait here for a while? Lily looked at the stone walls and reached out to touch them. This was her first time ever touching the walls of the 12th floor. Her previous personal best was only reaching the 7th floor. Seeing the 12th floor for herself gave her a thrill she couldn't describe. Adventurers always felt a strong urge to explore the labyrinth. We'll head back to the surface. August considered it briefly before concluding there was no point in lingering. Monsters were different from humans. If he were dealing with humans or other surface-dwelling life forms, given his method of wiping out enemies, August wouldn't hesitate to camp a spot for 3 months just to be safe. August had read many novels, so he knew people could be unpredictable. Transmigrators, reincarnators, and the like, they all required extreme vigilance to deal with. But the labyrinth followed its own rules. When monsters died, their energy went back to the dungeon, which would create new ones. Sometimes, these new monsters even seemed to have human-like intelligence, almost as if they had souls from the surface. More importantly, if we step into the next floor, there's no telling what kind of horrors might be waiting for us. Unless we have to, we shouldn't hang around down here. He issued the order. Yes, sir. Lilaruka Arde prepared to comply. Also, write down what happened here. Later, you'll come with me to the Adventurers Guild. August realized that when Yui and Ui Hirasawa arrived in this world, they would need official identities to move around freely. It would be best to register them. They could stay in Orario under the banner of the Hestia Familia. But Orario was still a dangerous city, and there were places they definitely shouldn't go. Document it. Why do we need to record this? Lily was surprised. In her mind, there was nothing beneficial about recording this. Because the way I fight is very different from normal adventurers. If someone's talent is way beyond normal, the dungeon will react just like it did today. So, turning this in as an official report will make the Hestia Familia's reputation soar. A real genius always attracts envy. With this battle as proof, any adventurer who read the report would feel real despair. Only someone with August's crazy abilities could trigger such a focused, overwhelming attack from the labyrinth. This was basically a badge of honor, and a huge boost to his fame. Since August was the captain of the Hestia Familia, he wasn't about to let their name go unnoticed. Plus, he had to satisfy his goddess's need to brag. For every 200 power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Approached by a Heroine. 1885 words. 2 chapters tomorrow. Once they finished mapping the rest of the 12th floor, August and Lilaruka Arde started heading back up to the surface. When they walked through the misty area on the 10th floor, they saw a big group practicing combat drills. August suddenly felt someone staring at him. A striking blonde girl was watching him closely, her eyes intense, as if she was trying to figure him out. "The Loki Familia," Lily murmured, recognizing their crests. Today must be their rookie training day. She looked at Ace Wallenstein, the renowned sword princess of Auraria, with a mix of awe and envy. Training? August raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected a top familia to run organized boot camps here. From what he knew, most adventurers fought in small groups and rarely teamed up like this. "The Loki Familia brings in new members every year," Lily explained. "Instead of the Freya Familia's harsh survival of the fittest method, Loki sends their rookies into the deeper upper floors to toughen them up. When they reach level 2, they join the expedition teams. Their style is all about teamwork and tactics." Lily watched the Loki rookies. Because of that system, anyone who finishes the first training and learns the dungeon basics gets sent on deeper expeditions right away. It's the fastest way to level up. Every year, people try their hardest to pass the entrance exams. Who wouldn't want to join a guild like that? But instead, she was stuck in the Soma Familia, a miserable group of thieves led on by empty promises about divine wine. "Let's keep moving," August said, noticing the longing in her voice. It was easy to see why. Being part of a big familia was like standing under a huge tree that offered protection and a chance to grow. For someone ambitious, the Loki Familia was probably the safest and best place to start. The Freya Familia, on the other hand, was a brutal place for people who wanted to prove themselves. You had to fight and struggle non-stop just to get noticed by the goddess of beauty. It was a wild environment. Just as August turned to leave, Ace Wallenstein broke formation. She jogged over and addressed him directly. "Excuse me," Ace said, her face expressionless. "Will you sell me one of your shields?" While Lily was open and expressive, Ace spoke in a flat tone. She wasn't looking to make friends, she just wanted to make a deal. A shield that could block magic up close was extremely valuable. She guessed it was made from some rare, high-quality metal. A shield. August paused, not expecting the sword princess to ask him about selling weapons. It was an interesting offer. People here might pay more for his modern gear, and he could sell a lot of it. Weapons don't last forever, so customers would come back. He could make a good profit. "If you want to buy a shield, come visit the Hestia Familia to negotiate a price," August replied. "The Hestia Familia." "Understood, thank you," Ace nodded, glad he was open to the idea. Their conversation was brief. August nodded politely and continued walking with Lily toward the surface. Watching from the sidelines, Riveriel Joe's Alf kept a close eye on her familia's prized golden child. She had seen Ace approach the rumored rookie. Riveria asked as Ace came back. Riveria knew a shield like that was an engineering marvel. Normal blacksmiths couldn't make something like it. "He said I can go to the Hestia Familia to discuss the price," Ace reported, looking quite satisfied with herself. When she heard that, Riveria gave Ace a look that clearly said she couldn't believe how clueless she was. She realized Ace needed a serious lesson in common sense. "How many members are in the Hestia Familia right now?" Ace said, tilting her head as she remembered the gossip Loki had been spreading lately. It was a brand new familia. "And who is that one member?" Riveria rubbed her temples, letting out a heavy sigh. Ace froze. Her usually calm, doll-like face slowly turned bright red. Riveria's question made Ace realize the truth. The only member of the Hestia Familia was the guy who just left. He could have told her the price right there. Why did he make her go all the way to his base? "Jerk," Ace muttered, instantly labeling August as a flippant trickster. He blew her off just to make her chase him. "I'll go with you when we get back to the surface," Riveria said, shaking her head. Ace was too inexperienced to handle a negotiation alone, she'd get tricked right away. With the rivalry between Loki and Hestia, Riveria also thought August might use the meeting to embarrass Ace and annoy their goddess. Okay, Ace agreed, pouting. She knew she would need Riveria's experience to handle someone as tricky as August. Meanwhile, halfway up the stairs, Lilaruka Arde realized the same thing. August, aren't you the captain of the Hestia Familia? Lily asked, puzzled. Why didn't you just negotiate with Miss Ace back there? August gave her a light chop on the top of her head. Are you an idiot? We're in the dungeon. There's no guaranteed safety here, especially in a mist zone. Do you want to stand around talking in the fog and wait for a monster to ambush us? August said. Ace Wallenstein is a level 5. What am I? A level 1. You want to level 1s to stand still in a low visibility danger zone. Are you trying to get us killed? Maybe his powerful weapons had made her forget how dangerous things really were. She was ignoring the basic rules of survival. They were in the mist zone, right next to a big Loki Familia training session. If a monster attacked and August had to use his heavy weapons, he could accidentally hit some of the Loki rookies. Lily rubbed her head, the reality check grounding her. She was still only a level 1 supporter. Talking casually in a dangerous area was asking for trouble. Winning a few fights had made her forget how deadly the labyrinth could be. I got careless, Lily admitted, realizing she had become overconfident. The labyrinth wasn't a playground. It was full of dangerous monsters and rival adventurers who might mean harm. When we get back, we're going to overhaul our combat plan, August said. We need to get ready for the middle floor. Yes, sir. Lily knew their next trip wouldn't be easy. If their second dive had led to a huge ambush, the next one could bring out a Goliath or even a floor boss. It took them hours to reach the surface. They entered the dungeon at 7 a.m. and didn't come out until 2 p.m. As soon as they reached the surface and got a signal, August sent a message to Hestia's phone. I'm starving. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild first, August said, glancing at Lily. Meanwhile, inside Hephaestus's workshop, Hestia was lounging on the sofa when her phone buzzed with August's message. What the hell? Hestia shrieked, jumping up. What is the dungeon thinking? Why does it have such a huge grudge against my child? She stared at the attached video file. The drone video showed a huge cavern packed with thousands of monsters, all rushing toward August. From above, the horde appeared overwhelming. What's wrong? Hephaestus asked, startled by the yelling. She leaned over and looked at the sleek, high-tech device in Hestia's hands. The screen showed a chaotic battle. A black tide of monsters was rushing toward August. Silverbacks. Hard-armored, Hephaestus said, quickly spotting the threats. And several infant dragons. Those are really rare. Seriously, does your child have some kind of taunt skill? But when the video showed the back of the horde, revealing calf-sized wolves conjuring fire, Hephaestus caught her breath. Hellhounds. Monsters from the middle floor moved up. Hephaestus frowned. Your boy really knows how to draw aggro. She had never heard of a rookie facing so many monsters from different floors on just their second trip. A normal adventurer team wouldn't survive, they'd be overwhelmed and wiped out. Hestia didn't stay to hear Hephaestus's analysis. She saw August's last text saying he was heading to the guild. Hephaestus, August is at the guild. I'm going to meet him. Hestia shouted, jumping off the sofa and running out the door. Hey, wait. Hephaestus tried to call her back, noticing she had left the phone behind. Whatever. I should probably go check on the kid myself. Hephaestus was honestly amazed that August survived something so dangerous. Most adventurers couldn't handle that. Fighting off a whole legion proved his skills were just as strong as the rumors claimed. But why does the dungeon harbor such deep malice toward him? Hephaestus pondered. Middle floor monsters reaching the upper floors was a bad sign. The dungeon rarely sent monsters outside their usual areas unless it was trying to deal with an irregular threat. Worse yet, they formed a cohesive legion. This meant the monsters were starting to use basic tactics. If the guild didn't send a top team to clear out the 11th and 12th floors soon, new adventurers could get wiped out by leftover middle floor monsters. Well, I'll let the guild deal with that headache. I doubt Old Man Auranas expected this kind of anomaly either. Hephaestus picked up the phone Hestia had left behind, looking over its sleek design. This thing, people from another world are really impressive, she muttered. Sending clear video over long distances with invisible signals. It's amazing. It's a shame I can't take it apart. She knew better than to mess with Hestia's favorite gadget. When Hestia returned from that other Earth, she made it clear what could and couldn't be brought over. Even snacks and drinks had their labels removed. Just by looking at the device, Hephaestus could tell Earth's technology was far ahead of Aurario's. Hestia said August's world was run entirely by mortals. Still, it was much bigger than theirs, a huge universe where people were just a small part, always pushing science forward. It was a wild place, full of wars and conflict. But with people like Ares and Aurario, things weren't so different here either. Hephaestus put the phone in her pocket and walked out of her workshop. As she passed the forging stations, she noticed her familia's captain was missing. I wonder how Tsubaki is doing. Bel Cranel's existence had been confirmed. Though his past was unclear, he had probably crossed paths with the Hermes familia at some point. Since coming to Aurario, he had tried out for both the Loki and Freya familias, but was rejected by both. Now, he was visiting smaller guilds. Tsubaki Kalbrand was tracking the boy, waiting for the right moment to approach him. Thinking about the chance to bring a future hero into her familia, Hephaestus smiled, and followed Hestia toward the Adventurers Guild. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 50, Are You Really a Level 1? 1492 words from now on, longer chapters. The Adventurers Guild. What did you say? Thousands of monsters. Misha Flott listened to the Hestia Familia's captain, and his supporter, feeling like she was hearing a story that made no sense. Wait a minute. You're saying the dungeon intentionally formed a legion, thousands of monsters just to ambush August? August, this is. Misha thought the whole thing was unreal. What did they mean by targeted? Thousands of monsters could change everything on the surface. Now she was being told the dungeon itself had sent an army just for him. Here's the proof. I recorded it, August said, casually handing a tablet to Misha. The drone's high-definition aerial footage began to play on the screen. Ina Tool and several other guild advisors quickly gathered around to watch. The suffocating sea of monsters charging wildly at August was terrifying to witness, even through a screen. 11th floor hard armoreds. 12th floor silverbacks. Multiple rare infant dragons from the upper floors. Hellhounds from the middle floors. Misha swallowed hard. She watched as monsters fell in front of August, one after another. He defeated everything in his way with total force. The non-stop attacks were shocking to see. This is your battle record? Misha stared at him in disbelief. Are you really a level 1? She couldn't believe it. If he really beat all those monsters by himself, his strength was far beyond a normal level 1. Was he hiding his real level? Was he even a rookie at all? Sitting beside August, Hestia crossed her arms and lifted her chin proudly. As expected of my child. To be targeted by the dungeon itself. That petty labyrinth got jealous of my child's talent and sent an army after him. But it must be furious now. It tried to beat him with numbers but still lost. Hestia mocked the dungeon. How could that big hole in the ground try to mess with her familia? Lily immediately chimed in, laying the flattery on thick. August has been targeted by the dungeon since his debut. And yet, he slaughtered them all effortlessly. Who else in Orario could do such a thing? A genius who doesn't attract envy isn't a true genius. Lily clapped her hands, hyping him up. Hestia agreed completely. Of course. If the dungeon didn't envy her child, something was wrong. No, no, no. Only August could do this. Misha waved her hands, sweating bullets. If this idea caught on, the other gods in Orario would go crazy. If being a good adventurer meant making the dungeon jealous, the job would become impossible. Please don't ruin the adventurer profession. Jokes aside, this is a serious problem. No one knows if middle floor monsters will keep showing up on the 11th and 12th floors. This is a big danger for lower-level adventurers, Hephaestus said, bringing everyone back to reality. If new adventurers ran into hellhounds and got hit by magic, there would be a lot more deaths. The deeper you went, the more dangerous it got. The guild had to start an investigation right away. Understood. I'll write up the investigation request right now, Misha said, nodding. This was a strange event. They needed stronger adventurers to check the floors. Misha rushed off to handle the paperwork. Watching her leave, August turned his attention back to the front desk. By the way, the Hestia Familia would like to register 2 new members, August announced. He had already discussed this with Hestia. They needed to get Yui and Ui Hirasawa officially registered. Oh right. We got 2 new kids. Hestia nodded. Since August still wasn't great at writing the local Koine language yet, Hestia waved to the half-elf at the counter. Ina, can you help us with the registration forms? Right away, Ina Tool replied, stepping over. She was surprised that the Hestia Familia was already expanding. Hephaestus, however, froze. Wait a minute. Hestia, when did you get new members? Why don't I know about this? Hephaestus glared at Hestia, feeling betrayed. When did she get 2 new kids without telling her? Hestia usually didn't recruit locals, so where did these girls come from? Don't tell me. Hephaestus figured it out. August's dimensional ability must have found a new world. Hestia and August had gone to another dimension last night without telling her. Ah, we met them last night, Hestia replied casually, knowing exactly what Hephaestus was thinking. We don't really care about building a massive combat force. August is enough. We just met 2 cute girls and decided to take them in. Hephaestus clenched her teeth. Hestia was shamelessly bragging about getting more talented people from another world. She was really jealous. Meanwhile, holding the registration forms, Ina Tool looked at them in confusion. Wait, Lady Hestia, Mister, you don't plan on expanding your familia's military strength? Ina asked. As captain, August didn't seem interested in building a big legacy or becoming famous. It felt strange. Most adventurers wanted to be the best, but he didn't care about that at all. I never planned on expanding, August replied honestly. Building a massive guild isn't my job. Living peacefully and having a comfortable life is what matters most. Forcing myself to grow bigger would just add problems I don't need. August laid out his philosophy. Why stress over the future? Enjoy each moment and let someone else handle saving the world. Of course, getting stronger is unavoidable, August smiled. But my original goal for joining a familia was just to secure a better standard for my family. He wasn't someone driven by endless greed. That's amazing, Ina looked at him as if he were an alien. She had seen countless rookies and veterans. Most rookies started with grand, arrogant dreams of becoming first-tier heroes, only to lose themselves to the dungeon's greed and forget their original intentions. Even though August had incredible power, his goal was simple and down-to-earth. It was a nice idea, but in a city like Orario, full of danger and chances, it seemed out of place. Hephaestus sighed softly, listening to his philosophy. Orario was a tough place for anyone who cared a lot about family. Without real talent, trying to make a peaceful home here would only bring trouble. Now she understood why he felt so distant from this world. The words struck a chord deep within Lilaruka Arde's soul. It was a foreign concept. She had long forgotten what it felt like. Her parents had died in the dungeon chasing the funds to buy Soma's wine, leaving her to rot in the abyss. From that moment on, she had forgotten where her home was. But hearing it now, something deep inside her woke up. She wanted to feel that again. She wanted a new family, a happy one. And the moment that thought crossed her mind, Hestia's anti-NTR radar flared to life. "Are you thinking about something inappropriate?" Hestia glared at the Paolum with extreme suspicion. She could feel her precious child being targeted. Lily stammered. She had literally just been daydreaming about marrying August, and how many kids they were going to have. Ina and Hephaestus saw Lily's red face, and understood right away. A young girl thinking about family usually meant she was thinking about marriage. Ignoring the flustered supporter, Hestia finished filling out the forms, and handed them to Ina. Yui Hirasawa. Ui Hirasawa. Registered as Familia members, Ina read aloud. "Here, these are the two girls." Hestia pulled out her modern smartphone, swiping to a photo of the two exceptionally cute sisters. "Oh, they're adorable," Ina noted, admiring their refined, foreign clothing. But as Ina looked at the high-tech screen, she began to think. This device was way ahead of anything in their world. It could take pictures instantly, just like the combat video August had shown before. "August, bring all these items." Seeing the advanced tech and the girls' unusual clothes, Ina came up with a theory. August and Hestia probably didn't live in Rio. Maybe they came from a faraway, advanced country, and used some secret way to travel long distances. Realizing this, Ina cast a deeply curious, probing look at August. But the moment her eyes locked onto him, Hestia's anti-NTR radar exploded again. "Stop staring at my August." Hestia waved her fist threateningly. In the original lore, Belle Cranel had a thing for elven women, and she wasn't about to let this half-elf try and steal her own child away. "All right, Ina, let's not pry too much." Hephaestus stepped in with a smooth smile, quickly defusing the situation before the smart half-elf dug too close to the truth. "If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, bonus 2289 words. After handling the guild business, August grabbed his freshly exchanged Valis, and took Hestia and Lilaruka Arde to the hostess of fertility. Since he was already in Rio, skipping the famous tavern wasn't an option. The establishment wasn't just run by a former Freya Familia captain, it was staffed by a massive roster of retired and freelance female adventurers. August wanted to experience the local atmosphere for himself. Lily took the lead, guiding them through the streets. "Well, if it isn't Lady Hestia. Back at my tavern already. I just opened the doors." "You're early." As the owner, Mia Grand spotted Hestia walking in with her Familia Paolum supporter, and the heavily rumored monster rookie. Hestia knew the landlady's true identity from dungeon rumors, but she stood her ground. "My kid just got back from crushing a monster legion. We're celebrating. I'm treating my Familia to a massive feast. Hurry up and bring out everything on the menu. I want them to eat until they burst." Hestia patted her coin pouch, not worried about the bill. With August's skills, one dungeon trip brought in millions, maybe even tens of millions of Valis. At this rate, he could make billions a month. Paying for dinner was nothing. "So this is the rumored monster rookie. A bit pale and scrawny, but he's got decent height." As an experienced fighter, Mia immediately noticed that August's body hadn't been sculpted by years of intense training or battles. His fair skin and soft build resembled that of someone accustomed to a comfortable, indoor life rather than a frontline warrior. But Mia knew better than to judge a book by its cover. The feats August had achieved were things top-tier rookies couldn't dream of. Soloing a coordinated legion of monsters across multiple floors. The scale of that slaughter defied common sense. She admitted to herself that back when she was a level 1, pulling off a stunt like that would have been impossible. "Good evening, Miss Mia," August greeted. He didn't show any discomfort at the sight of the heavily muscled dwarf. In a medieval setting like this, a robust physique was a badge of honor. "Well, hello there, kid." Mia noticed that August treated her with respect, not like most adventurers. He didn't act wild or rough like many from Aurario's lower ranks. He seemed more like an educated person. "You've got good eyes. I'll make sure to treat you right tonight." Satisfied with his grounded attitude, Mia turned and yelled across the room. "Get over here and do your job." "Yes, yes, coming, Naya." A cat girl in a maid uniform trotted over. She eyed August up and down with obvious curiosity. "You're pretty handsome, mister. And you seem like a nice guy, too." "I'm Anya. Please follow me, Naya." Anya was nothing if not blunt. She liked August right away. He seemed like a good guy, not one of those rude, drunken types. "Nice to meet you," August replied. The group followed Anya and slid into their booth. Once seated, Hestia didn't waste a second. She started rapid-firing her order while Anya scribbled down the dishes. Lily stared in shock. The goddess was ordering as if the menu were an all-you-can-eat buffet. "Lady Hestia, this is way too much. This meal is going to cost tens of thousands of valis." Lily's heart hurt at the thought of spending so much. Spending tens of thousands on one meal seemed crazy. "Lily, this is just how our familia operates," Hestia boasted. She was telling the truth. The Hestia familia's main rule was to never save up money. Valis was only valuable within Orario. On Earth, it wasn't recognized as currency, it was simply metal. For trading between worlds, they had to rely on actual goods and commodities. Bartering was the only method. So why hoard Valis? If you had it, you spent it. Hearing this, Lily thought their way of handling money was a mess. Spending cash so freely seemed reckless. "August, isn't this a bit?" She shot a desperate look at August, begging him to intervene. But August simply nodded. "Lily, she's right. That's just how we do things. Currency like this is completely useless where I'm from. We spend it while we can. Zero hoarding." August agreed. Saving up Valis was pointless. He'd rather buy some magic stone lamps and take them home, where people would pay a lot for something so rare. "You'll understand eventually. In our familia, Valis is the lowest tier resource we have." August patted Lily on the shoulder. She would soon enough understand how things worked. Lily's heart soared. Both Hestia and August had accepted her. All she had to do was take that final step and officially transfer her fauna. The more she thought about it, the brighter her mood became. "You too?" Hephaestus rolled her eyes. She knew what Hestia and August meant. Trading between worlds was all about bartering. In that other world, Valis was almost worthless, less valuable than plain gold. Stop teasing the poor girl. She couldn't stand her divine friend sometimes. Hestia was swimming in unimaginable benefits and still acting smug about it. However, Hephaestus was here to freeload. If she didn't run up Hestia's tab tonight, she'd be doing her own envy a disservice. Waiting for the food took a while. As the sky outside darkened into dusk, adventurers flooded into the hostess of fertility, lured in by the waitresses to drink their daily wages away. "Here we are. Our tavern's signature dishes." Mia Grand brought huge plates of food to August's table, clearly excited. These were VIPs. Having such big spenders in her tavern made her extra welcoming. She loved customers like this. The tavern was full, the crowd was noisy, and the mood was lively. Hestia raised her mug to kick off the feast. The rest of the table raised their wooden mugs in unison. Unlike the seasoned adventurers, August preferred sweet juice or soda. To him, booze was only useful as a sleep aid. Drinks kept coming, and the table became loud and cheerful. But the good mood wasn't going to last. Suddenly, the lively mood dropped. What's wrong? Hestia's gaze locked onto a specific direction, spotting a very familiar face. Well, look who it is. Surprised you have the guts to show your face. She wasn't wrong. Standing in the entrance was the great and mighty Loki. Dressed in her usual tomboyish attire, Loki strode into the tavern with her familia executives trailing right behind her. The very first thing she saw was her absolute least favorite person in the city. Shrimp. Loki had already read the field reports. Based on intel from her vice captain, Riveria, and her precious ace, Hestia's rookie was a walking anomaly. The worst part? That damn shrimp had played dumb and hustled her. Just thinking about it made Loki furious. She was the goddess of trickery, but she'd been fooled by someone she thought was an idiot. It was embarrassing. Loki fumed as she thought about how her smarts had been made a joke. But resentment aside, her demeanor shifted the moment her gaze met August's. We meet again. Looks like I underestimated you, Loki drawled, addressing the outsider. She was gunning for some initial goodwill. If she could manage it, poaching him right out from under Hestia would be the ultimate payback. Hearing someone address him mid-bite, August glanced over. Good evening, Goddess Loki. He gave a polite nod. But the moment those words left his mouth, Loki's smug smile froze. She slowly turned her head, staring at Hestia, as if she were looking at a madwoman. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Loki demanded, her gaze turning dead serious. This wasn't like their first meeting. This time, Loki felt something was really wrong. She realized Hestia had gone too far. Even Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, who were standing right behind her, noticed the sudden, interrogative change in their goddess's tone. They exchanged quick glances and decided to step back and observe the aftermath. They needed to hear precisely what their patron goddess was accusing her of. What am I doing? Hestia blinked, not worried at all. She knew she was following the rules exactly. That kid's ability to speak our language. You gave that to him, didn't you? Loki pointed out sharply. The first time we met, we gods had to rely on our divine authority just to understand a word he said. Yet here we are on our second meeting, and he's speaking flawless Oreo common. Mastering a city's language in a couple of days. You used your divine power to forcibly install a language module into his brain. Otherwise, there's no way in hell anyone in this city would understand him. Loki laid the accusation bare. The gods had an ironclad agreement in the lower world. Never use divine power. If caught breaking the seal, the punishment ranged from a crippling fine to instant deportation back to heaven. August's fluency was a glaring red flag. It was clear Hestia had used her powers to change him, making his speech come out in the local language. As soon as Loki made the accusation, the whole tavern broke out in chaos. Even Finn was shocked. He never thought this harmless-looking goddess would dare use divine power on a rookie. It was the boldest thing he'd ever seen. Using divine power. Are you serious? Aren't the gods supposed to have their powers sealed? How did she pull that off? Adventurers whispered frantically across the room. They had never seen a goddess act with such blatant disregard for the rules. Hephaestus, you had to have known. Why didn't you stop the shrimp? Hearing the whispers, Loki didn't feel proud for exposing the truth. Instead, she thought her old friend had lost her mind. Did she forget that using powers in the lower world was strictly forbidden? You dared to use it in secret. Loki refused to believe Hephaestus was blind to this. But Hephaestus just took a calm sip from her mug and put it down. I know, she nodded casually. Hestia granting August that language ability is perfectly in line with the divine contract. It doesn't even qualify as a violation. Hephaestus stayed calm. From the moment August spoke to her during their second meeting, she knew Hestia had slipped him a dose of divine power. It was a quality of life fix to remove the language barrier. Could she accuse Hestia of breaking the rules? Because she hadn't broken a single one. Even if Hestia unleashed her full unsealed might, it had absolutely nothing to do with the divine contract. Because she did it in another world. A completely separate dimension with zero connection to Rio. Using divine power was legal. You couldn't expect a god to travel to an alien, unknown universe and willingly keep their powers sealed, right? Nobody was that stupid. Doesn't even qualify as a violation. In that moment, Loki's mind raced as she thought about what those words really meant. Besides, all she did was give the kid a translation module. It's not some grand, game-breaking blessing, Hephaestus added. Even if you dragged this all the way to Uranus, he would authorize it. She fully supported Hestia's actions. A gift like that was harmless. It wasn't a fighting cheat, just a way to help with talking. It wasn't real divine intervention. If Hestia had given out her true, world-ending powers, that would be a problem. Hearing this, Loki finally understood. Hephaestus was certain that Hestia's use of divine power was legal and authorized. It seems the loophole allowing her to do this is tied to your deepest secret, Loki muttered. She knew there was no point in arguing more. This was part of the big secret about August and Hestia, and Hephaestus was involved, too. Loki locked eyes with August. I am very curious about you. What kind of man are you, that you've got the shrimp willingly flexing her divine power just to cover for you? She became even more interested in August. She wanted to know his real secret. My familia would never abandon me. A washboard like you could never beat me in a million lifetimes. Hestia lifted her head, radiating pure, arrogant pride. How could a fool like Loki ever understand how important August was to her? Plot aside, just the fact that August favored her and chose her as his undisputed first choice made her invincible among the goddesses. You damn shrimp. Getting mocked right to her face was the final straw. Loki was so angry she wanted to grab a plate and throw it at Hestia's smug face. Let's keep it to words. No need for violence. Gareth Landrock, one of Loki Familia's top members, quickly stepped in. Seeing Loki about to throw a plate, he grabbed her arms to stop her. It was just a few insults. Is it really worth throwing hands over? But then again, he understood. Loki was proud of being a clever trickster, but she'd just been fooled by a goddess she'd known for centuries. There was no way Loki could just swallow that kind of humiliation. Let me go. I'm going to kill that shrimp. Loki thrashed around, hopping mad. Seeing the unapologetic, mocking gleam in Hestia's eyes only fueled her rage further. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, targeted by an evil god. 2302 words. New week, let's push the story forward. Even with Hestia's illicit use of divine power dragged into the open, no one threw a punch. The gods knew better. Aside from the heavy secret shielding her, nobody in the tavern had the stomach to start a full-blown war over a translation skill. Any divine trial would go down at the next Donatus. A pub brawl wasn't the place. And you kid. Loki shifted her glare. Are you just going to stuff your face? Do you ever actually speak, or are you just a brick wall? She realized that while two literal goddesses screamed at each other, August hadn't stopped eating. He completely ignored their divine turf war. A man who ignores a hot meal is a moron. August swallowed his bite and met her gaze. He was practical. Food always came first and drama came second. Unless someone was actually trying to kill him, he would rather finish his meal than get caught up in pointless talk. You mocking me, kid? Loki narrowed her eyes. I'm stating a fact, August replied flatly. Good meat and fresh vegetables don't just appear out of nowhere. People break their backs growing and hunting this stuff. He picked up his fork. As a human, the least I can do is respect that labor and finish the meal. He had a deep respect for farming and hard work. To him, wasting a good meal was almost a sin. That's my boy. Hestia beamed, overflowing with pride. She loved this about him. August had a strong sense of right and wrong and kept himself disciplined. In a wild and dangerous place like Orario, someone with such steady values was rare. Even if he wasn't a classic hero, the kind gods still liked him. This kid isn't illiterate. Loki watched how he sat and listened to how he spoke. He sounded just like the well-educated guild advisors from the education district. There was no denying he seemed smart and refined. What does illiterate mean? Tiona Hiriud asked from her seat beside Loki. The entire table went dead silent. Finn, Riveria and Gareth all turned to look at the Amazon. What does it mean? It means you. Aside from reading the Argonaut picture books, Tiona had never picked up a real book. She was the perfect example of the word. Loki buried her face in her hands and let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, half of her top familia couldn't even read a damn map. But that was just how things were in Orario. Kids learned to fight to survive, not to read. Forget it. Dwelling on this is just embarrassing. Loki swiftly pivoted, dodging the glaring flaw in her faction's education. Hey, Shrimp. What do your kids' stats look like? She wanted straight answers. Asking about an adventurer's status board was usually rude, but since Hestia had just used divine power to protect him, Loki thought they deserved to know more. Hestia froze, a juicy chicken leg halfway to her mouth. Oh crap. August, I completely forgot to update your status. After his 2 big dungeon runs, his fauna should have shown a huge jump in experience. But since August's first status board didn't have the usual strength and agility stats, Hestia forgot to check. He had wiped out 2 monster groups, so his hidden potential had to be huge by now. Good catch, Loki. I completely blanked. Hestia cheered, bouncing in her seat. I'll update him the second we get home. Could he already reach level 2? Given the sheer scale of the massacres he pulled off. Hephaestus muttered, a twinge of envy in her voice. He has almost certainly stockpiled enough Excelia to rank up. The moment Hestia heard that, her eyes practically turned into stars. I need to brainstorm a badass alias for him. Getting to level 2 meant he'd have to go before the Donatus, the council where the gods gave out official aliases. The next meeting was approaching. If she left it to those drunk, clueless gods, they'd give August a ridiculous name. She needed to come up with a great title before they messed up his reputation. Yeah, you better start brainstorming now, Loki chimed in, surprisingly helpful. Those idiots have zero taste. An alias was like an adventurer's brand in Orario. It needed to sound tough and carried a person's entire reputation. Loki knew this well, she had seen her own children stuck with some terrible aliases before. If we slip up, he gets branded with a cringe-inducing title for the rest of his life. Hestia shrieked. Listening to them bicker, August felt a spark of interest. An alias was basically a professional nickname. August wouldn't mind having something cool tied to his name. Worrying about bad names even helped the 2 rival goddesses get along for a moment. Suddenly the tavern doors burst open. Welcome in, Naya. Anya called out, but her cheerful greeting died in her throat. The men who came in weren't there to buy drinks. One was a dirty, bloodied adventurer. On his back was another man in torn clothes, missing both legs. Please save my partner. The adventurer's frantic eyes swept the room, and instantly locked onto August. He bolted forward, collapsing to his knees right beside the booth. He slammed his forehead against the floorboards, sobbing uncontrollably. August flinched, leaning back slightly. What the hell? A random guy just crashes into the pub and begs him for a miracle. Your partner? August narrowed his eyes, analyzing the weeping man. The guy was wearing standard, heavily worn combat gear. The deep scratches on his armor and the dull edge of his blade marked him as a seasoned veteran. Yet here he was, carrying a crippled comrade on his back, begging a rookie for help. I heard the rumors. They say you can regrow severed limbs. The adventurer choked out, his voice trembling. I know I have no right to ask this of you. But in all of Rio, you're the only one who can do it. Even the gods are calling your healing magic a literal miracle. I had to find you. He didn't care that August was technically a rookie. Rumors about the new Hestia Familia member having magic that could regrow flesh were spreading fast. August was his last hope. Who are you? And exactly who told you about me? August demanded coldly. He wasn't about to hand out charity blindly. My name is Eris, the man cried. Our former familia was exiled from the city for suspected ties to the evils. My partner, Us, lost his legs in the dungeon protecting me. Because he couldn't fight anymore, our god tossed him onto the street like garbage. I couldn't leave him behind, so I also quit the familia. We've been living in the slums of Deadless Street ever since. That's where I heard the talk. They said that you have the power to restore limbs. I'm begging you. Eris bared his entire tragic story right there on the tavern floor. August glanced at Hestia. The goddess gave a firm nod. He's telling the truth. Her divine lie detection confirmed his sincerity. The man genuinely just wanted to save his brother in arms. And what about you? August shifted his gaze to the crippled young man strapped to Eris's back. He looked barely out of his teens. I want to live. Please let me live. Us gritted his teeth and unbuckled the leather straps binding him to his friend. His mutilated body hit the floor with a heavy thud. He dragged himself forward, locking eyes with August. The slums of Deadless Street were a meat grinder. He had seen too much death. If this man held even a sliver of hope, he was going to claw his way toward it. Solid willpower. August respected that fire. He knew that look. It was the same desperate, determined stare he had seen in elite soldiers fighting to survive on modern battlefields. Sacred flames, hear the sorrow of the wounded healing fire. August raised his hand. A torrent of warm, brilliant flames erupted from his palm, instantly engulfing Us's body in a cocoon of light. Aara Wea Warg. Us instantly convulsed. It felt as if his nerves were being shredded and violently stitched back together 1,000 times over. He opened his mouth to scream. I just praised your grit. Are you really going to break now? August's voice was as cold as ice. Hearing the challenge, Us bit his lip until it bled. The pain was overwhelming. His head felt like it might burst, but he held back his scream. Come on, Us. Eris gripped his friend's shoulder, desperate. Holy shit. The adventurers crowding the tavern gasped. From the jagged stumps of Us's severed thighs, a frantic mass of muscle fibers, bone, and flesh was rapidly weaving itself together. True physical regeneration. Hearing the shouts, Eris stared at the writhing mass of new tissue. They're growing. Us, it's actually working. Endure it. Driven by the impossible hope in front of him, Us clenched his jaw. He would endure hell itself if it meant walking again. Standing behind the bar, Mia Grand watched the severed limbs reconstruct themselves. Her breath hitched. Not even the most elite high elven mages in Rio possessed magic capable of regenerating a lost limb. Yet here was a rookie effortlessly rewriting biology. So this is the monster. Mia felt a rare chill of awe. A healer capable of pulling someone back from permanent mutilation was untouchable. Anyone stupid enough to antagonize a medic of this caliber was begging for an early grave. The entire city would owe him their lives. The adventurers in the tavern were completely captivated. They were witnessing a crippled, broken man reclaim his life. The adventurer lifestyle was brutal. It ground people into dust. But they were still human. Every single person in that room understood the horror of a career-ending injury. It's working. Just a bit more. Don't pass out now, kid. The entire tavern started cheering for us. The collective empathy of seasoned warriors flooded the room, as they watched the young man fight for his future. And then the toes finally formed. He did it. It actually worked. The pub erupted. Adventurers slammed their mugs together, roaring in absolute triumph. Witnessing a doomed comrade get a second chance at life ignited a fire in every soul present. August cut off the mana flow, lowering his hand. He wasn't surprised by the result. Back in his world, he had used this exact magic to patch up elite operatives who had stepped on IED's improvised explosive devices. Rebuilding a standard pair of legs was just another day at the office. You're whole again, us. You're whole. Eris gripped his partner's hand, weeping tears of joy. Help me up. Us grabbed Eris's shoulder, desperate to test his new legs. Eris hoisted him up. But the moment Us's bare feet touched the floor, his knees immediately buckled. He collapsed, completely unable to take a single step. Wait, didn't you fix him? Eris panicked. Why can't he walk? Are you an idiot? August scoffed. His brain has been wired to a crippled body for months. The muscle memory is gone. His nervous system needs time to recalibrate to having limbs again. If you had dragged him to me the second they got chopped off, he'd be sprinting right now. Give it a few weeks of physical therapy. August didn't expect someone from the streets to know about modern medicine, but he was still surprised by the lack of common sense. Eris flushed, realizing the logic. Us had been confined to a bed for so long he had literally forgotten how to balance on 2 feet. Bedridden atrophy is standard, August explained dismissively, waving a hand. Put him through basic mobility drills. He'll be back to swinging a sword in the dungeon within a month. But for Eris and us, this was nothing short of a divine miracle. Lord August, our lives belong to you now. Command us, and we will answer. Both men bowed their heads deeply. They were entirely prepared to act as his loyal attack dogs for the rest of their lives. I don't need dead weight, August rejected instantly. But let's circle back to something you mentioned. August's tone sharpened. You said you heard the rumor about my healing magic deep inside Deadless Street. Yes, sir, Eris answered honestly. People were whispering about it in the alleys. Deadless Street. Known throughout Rio by a much uglier name, the slums. It was a sprawling labyrinth of poverty, housing the absolute dregs of the city along with exiled, destitute gods. Somehow, secret information about his new healing fire had been leaked straight into that place. Interesting. August realized he had just been targeted by one of Aurario's underground dark factions. What a pain in the ass. He didn't know which specific evil god had painted a target on his back, but he was fully prepared to crush them for trying to test him. These two desperate adventurers had clearly been manipulated and pointed in his direction just to probe his capabilities. But whoever pulled the strings in the shadows had miscalculated. If they wanted to test him, they had given him the perfect chance. Showing off his power to heal in front of a crowd wouldn't make him look weak, it would turn him into a legend. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 53. What a wild night. 2361 words. Looking at the two adventurers, Hephaestus suddenly had a new idea. How about joining the Hephaestus Familia? She extended a direct invitation after sizing up us and Eris. Why do you want those two? Loki was caught off guard by Hephaestus's offer. It made no sense. These two were broke adventurers who wouldn't even qualify to clean floors for the Loki Familia. Plus, the Hephaestus Familia focused on blacksmithing. Their fighters were there to test weapons and guard caravans, not to take in strays. To witness a miracle is a miracle in itself, Hephaestus replied. August's ability is an undeniable miracle. Since these two just experience it firsthand, I want to see if their stats experience a sudden spike. She turned back to the two men. So, are you in? Based on your current accumulated stats, you should both be ready to reach level 2. Hephaestus wasn't bothered that both men were still level 1. One had looked after his injured friend non-stop, so his hidden stats had to be high enough to level up. The other had just come back from near death, and had his body rebuilt, so his stats would shoot up too. She mainly wanted to see what August's healing magic would do to them over time. Are you serious? The two men were stunned that a powerful goddess wanted them. As experienced adventurers, they knew a good chance when they saw one. Joining the Hephaestus Familia could change their lives. Even if they got kicked out later, just having the protection of a top group was worth it. Please let us join you, Lady Hephaestus. Us and Eris bowed deeply. They knew the Hestia Familia wouldn't take them. A literal limb regeneration surgery would cost a galactic fortune in Aurario, a price that basically didn't exist because the service didn't exist. They owed August far too much already. Stand up. Hephaestus looked at her two new recruits. She didn't blame them for their past connections. Eris had risked everything to help his injured friend, which showed real character. She didn't expect them to be prodigies. Having good hearts was enough. Yes, ma'am. Eris helped us up, and together they stood behind Hephaestus, ready to follow her lead. Here, grab a seat. The waitresses of the hostess of fertility quickly brought over 2 spare stools for them. Thank you. Us and Eris sat down. Watching everything unfold, Loki suddenly felt a pang of regret. Now she wished she had recruited those two herself. Loki, what's wrong? Findame asked, noticing his goddess's calculating glare. Loki gritted her teeth. Hephaestus is right. Witnessing a miracle changes a person. If that magic can rebuild a body, it definitely leaves some lingering buffs or after effects. Hephaestus knows way more about the shrimp's kid than she's letting on. I'm behind again, Loki muttered, sulking. It drove her crazy that she was always trying to catch up to August's real abilities. Finn immediately understood his patron goddess's frustration. Loki desperately wanted to measure the depths of this monster rookie's power. Maxing out stats to S rank was impressive, but casual limb regeneration. That broke the laws of reality. Securing first-hand data on that kind of magic was an absolute game-changer. In Aurario, information was life. If you fall behind once, you might never catch up. The information gap is huge, Finn said quietly. He realized that if the Loki Familia did nothing, this newcomer would leave them in the dust. Don't overthink it. At the very least, August is not our enemy, Riveriel Joe's Alf stated calmly. In her eyes, August had zero interest in competing with the Loki Familia. He wasn't a rival, and he certainly wasn't a threat to them. What makes you say that? Gareth Landrock raised an eyebrow. That's rare. It was the first time in decades he had heard his pragmatic elven friend write someone off as a non-threat so quickly. His combat style, Riveria explained her observation. He fights with overwhelming firepower, but he doesn't slaughter for fun. He doesn't take pleasure in cruelty. He fights efficiently and directly. It proves he isn't driven by base desires or bloodlust. He is a man of intense self-control. She had lived a long time. She had seen human scum, the beautiful and ugly sides of adventurers, and maniacs driven purely by hedonism. But a man like August, he was a complete outlier. That's some high praise, Loki noted, surprised by Riveria's assessment. If that's the case, we should establish a good rapport with him, Finn added. The Hestia Familia wasn't a malicious faction. Making contact was a smart move. Besides, in their line of work, losing a limb was a constant occupational hazard. A medic capable of restoring limbs lost years ago. Having a guy like that on speed dial was basically a second life insurance policy. The miracle healing brought the party atmosphere back to the tavern. But every celebration has to end, and night had settled over the city. Thanks for your business, kid, Mia Grand called out to August. With the amazing healing and the huge bill from the Hestia Familia, the hostess of fertility's reputation had just skyrocketed. You gave me one hell of a show today. Not bad at all. Mia was thoroughly satisfied. However, she had one more pressing question. By the way, kid, can that magic of yours cure blindness? Mia asked, a rare look of desperate hope in her eyes. As the pub owner, she hired not only retired adventurers but also took care of orphans and street kids. That's why everyone called her Mamma Mia. August considered the request. Depends on the condition. If it's severe nerve damage or a necrotic infection, my advice is to find a professional surgeon to fully extract the dead tissue first. Once the socket is clean, bring them to me, and I'll regenerate a brand new eye. August had treated severe ocular trauma before. But back on Earth, his patients had already undergone professional triage and surgical prep. In this medieval world, medical hygiene was practically non-existent. Generally speaking, as long as the patient isn't brain dead, and they have the sheer willpower to cling to life, even if they're cut in half, my magic can trigger hyperregeneration. August could tell right away that Mia was looking after someone with a serious disability. She wouldn't have asked if she wasn't. Thank the gods. Mia's face broke into a massive, relieved smile. If she weren't actively running a busy tavern, she would have sprinted off to grab the kid right then and there. Kid, let me book an appointment right now. Mia wasn't going to let this chance slip. August's clinical tone proved he had extensive medical experience. She needed him. Whenever you're free, I'll bring them straight to you. I'm taking a break from the dungeon for the next few days. Just bring your person by whenever you're ready, August offered. I'll assess the situation and handle it on the spot. I owe you one. Mia exhaled a deep breath, her heavy heart finally lifting. Tomorrow morning, she was going to bring that child to him. If August could fix them, she would pay any price he asked. All right, we're heading out, August said. He picked up Hestia, who was snoring and totally out cold. Lily followed, still a little tipsy. After their goodbyes, Hephaestus took Eris and us, her new recruits, back to her forge. Stepping out into the cool night air, Lily stumbled slightly. Compared to Soma's powerful divine wine, the tavern's ale was nothing. The cool night breeze quickly cleared Lily's head. At the next intersection, they went their separate ways. Lily's shabby hideout was far from the old church where August and Hestia stayed. From here on out, please watch me. I am going to prove myself. Lily clenched her fists, her voice steady and completely sober. Watching August destroy monsters and then help a crippled man changed everything for Lily. It broke her, but in a good way. She was done running and ready to turn her life around. I'm counting on it. August gave her shoulder a firm pat, and offered a rare smile. Yes, sir. Lily nodded deeply. She grabbed her backpack straps and headed for her hideout. She had things to get ready. For the first time in years, she felt truly confident. Watching the small Paolum disappear down the street, August chuckled. Adjusting Hestia's weight on his back, he turned and headed toward the ruined church. With the small goddess on his back, August felt her warmth against him. The night air was cool, but walking kept him warm. He glanced up at the huge, glowing moon above Rio. Feels like a damn dream, he muttered to himself. He had gone from being an ordinary guy to someone with incredible power and magic. It felt unreal. But the steady breathing and warmth of the goddess drooling on his shoulder reminded him this was real. He had left his old life behind for one full of excitement. And honestly, he wouldn't trade it for the world. Just as August was getting lost in thought, the sound of boots running over rubble broke the quiet. They were in the ruined part of the city. Other than some down-on-their-luck gods living in empty buildings, no one else came here. August narrowed his eyes, tracking the noise. Tsubaki Kalbrand, fully decked out in her executive gear, was sprinting for her life through the ruins. The second she spotted August, she threw up a frantic hand in greeting. "Miss Tsubaki. What are you doing out here?" August noticed how messy she looked. She was running hard, clearly escaping something dangerous. Tsubaki didn't answer. She leaped across a massive pile of debris, landing squarely behind August to use him as a meat shield. A moment later, a huge figure blocked the moonlight. A beastman, over 7 feet tall and built like a tank, stepped out of the shadows. August sized the man up. The moment his eyes landed on the monstrous greatsword gripped in the beastman's hand, he instantly connected the dots. Captain of the Freya Familia. August called out the man's identity. August smirked. He was only trying to get home, but now he'd walked right into a showdown between giants. This was going to be interesting. Running into Tsubaki here was unexpected, but seeing Otter chasing her made things clear. Hephaestus must have sent her captain to find Bel Cranel. And Freya, who was obsessed with the boy's heroic soul, would never let another Familia take him. The two heavy-hitting factions had officially clashed. He just hadn't expected the turf war to escalate this fast. Hestia Familia. Otter locked his stoic gaze onto August. Even though the rookie was carrying a sleeping goddess, Otter wasn't about to underestimate him. This was the guy known for wiping out monster legions. "If you're out here following your goddess's orders, consider the mission over," August sighed, looking the apex adventurer dead in the eye. "Your goddess really has a twisted sense of humor, doesn't she? If she wants to groom a hero, she should just step up and claim him. But instead, she leaves him wandering the streets, paranoid someone else will steal him, while simultaneously plotting to steal him herself." August laid it out bare. If Freya wanted the kid, she should have just recruited him. Playing these obsessive, voyeuristic mind games meant she had no right to complain when someone else made a move. Otter's expression remained carved from stone, but internally, he was stunned. This rookie actually knew the exact details of Freya's highly classified obsession. They were roughly the same age, but Otter could feel the sheer, suffocating confidence radiating off the man. August had just explicitly told him to back down. Otter shifted his gaze to Tsubaki Kalbrand. "Lady Freya asks that the Hephaestus Familia stop interfering with the boy. He is not someone your faction is allowed to touch." Otter knew fighting August here would be a huge mistake. He had no guarantee he could win. The monster rookie didn't seem worried at all, even while facing Aurario's strongest level 7 adventurer. Otter's honed instincts screamed at him to back off. If he started a fight tonight, it could drag all of Aurario into chaos. He might even put Lady Freya in danger. Otter couldn't gamble with stakes that high. So he defaulted to a verbal warning. "No can do, big guy. My goddess said if Freya wants us to back off, she has to pay up. This is premium, high-value intel we're acting on," Tsubaki shot back, safely utilizing August's presence to negotiate. She had a mission. There was no way she'd leave with nothing. Hephaestus had spent a lot for information on the boy, and Tsubaki wasn't about to let her patron goddess lose out. Recognizing that Hephaestus was operating on concrete intelligence, Otter chose to negotiate. "Name your price. We will compensate you. But under the strict condition that your Familia severs all contact with the boy." Otter made it clear. The Freya Familia was willing to pay whatever exorbitant ransom Hephaestus demanded, so long as they abandoned their pursuit of Bel Cranel. You're all business. Gotta respect it, Otter, Tsubaki grinned. She knew she couldn't recruit the boy now, but getting an open offer from the Freya Familia was a big win. The two goddesses could settle the price tomorrow. Ensure you keep your word, Otter warned her. He cast one final, heavily guarded glance at August. He let out a quiet sigh. He couldn't touch this rookie. The odds of survival were simply too low. Turning on his heel, Otter vanished into the shadows, leaving the ruined street as silently as he had arrived. If you have some spare power stones, drop a few since they help this story to progress. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter 15, advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.